Chapter 461. Start the plan in advance. Old Man Yun of the Holy Sect. Boom! The cave's restrictions were suddenly blown open. Old Man and I. If something makes you happy, I can hear your laughter from far away. After Qing Jian casually blasted open the cave, he looked at an eye and said, "How many times have I told you not to be so rude?" And I said somewhat displeasedly. However, Qing Jian ignored him at all and walked in on his own. "I asked you why you were laughing." Qing Jian repeated his question again. "Ha! It's just some old things. You wouldn't understand them if I told them." And I Lung snorted and did not answer Qing Jian's words. "Forget it if you don't say it." Qing Jian no longer continued to ask questions, but walked to the front of an eye and looked at him. The plan may have to be advanced. Someone noticed that I handed out stone rings. Just get rid of him. Besides Sheng Xiao, is there anyone in this world who can stop you? Sheng Xiao has become obsessed with you recently. How can he have the energy to care about you? As soon as he said this, and I felt very good. The recent layout between him and Qing Jian has made Sheng fall deeper and deeper into trouble. And he is only waiting for an opportunity to completely defeat Sheng's Taoist heart. Especially since Sheng Xiao saw a familiar person just now. This will speed up Sheng's confusion. He has spent thousands of years preparing to disturb Sheng's Taoist heart. And with the help of Qing Jian, he felt that his goal was almost achieved. It wasn't him. It was the thief who discovered it. Qing Jian said calmly. Thief? And I was stunned for a moment. Then reacted. It turns out that you were talking about that person. His words are indeed not that easy to deal with. It's just that I don't understand. You didn't leave any inheritance behind. And your true body has always been sealed. And the gods of the gods have never opened that seal. How did he steal it? And I has always had questions about this. But I didn't ask before. If I want to know, there is nothing I can do against him? Qing Jian said angrily. He and the thief had never met. And he stole his abilities out of thin air. He even opened a passage of boundless darkness and summoned the rebels he sealed from inside. So how soon do you want to start the plan? And I asked calmly. The sooner the better, Qing Jian said immediately. After hearing Qing Jian's answer, and I was silent for a while. Okay, I understand what you mean. I will arrange it as soon as possible. And I then replied slowly. I'll come back to you in 2 days. Qing Jian left a word and disappeared directly. And I gently waved his hand and repaired the broken restrictions at the door. Then he shook his head. Life is in ruins again. But you can't blame me. All of this is Sheng Xiao's fault. If you want to hate, just hate Sheng Xiao. If it weren't for him, this catastrophe wouldn't have happened. And I said to himself, then seemed to remember something. A smile appeared on his face again. It has been 10,000 years. And I will see you again soon. I am still your most loyal follower. When he said this, the smile on Ni's face grew bigger and bigger. But there was piety in his eyes. Holy City. At this time, Su Chen and Yu Ji were still visiting. The Holy City is too mysterious. And I have never heard of the existence of this place in my previous life. So I am very curious about everything here. At this time, Su Chen stopped when passing by a small wooden house. There was an old man who was busy chopping firewood in the open space in front of the wooden house. There is nothing special about this. The life of people here is different from that in the city. But after Su Chen observed carefully, he noticed an unusual aura. Every swing of the axe in the old man's hand contains a certain rhythm. And every blow contains endless mysteries and mysteries. Even the flying wood chips drew mysterious trajectories in the air. Yu Ji also discovered that Su Chen was observing the old man intently. Mr. Su. That is Grandpa Yun. He was like this when I was young. It is said that Grandpa Yun has lived in the Holy City for thousands of years. Yu Ji introduced the old man's origin to Su Chen. This Holy City is actually so Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon? Saint Yu Ji. Can you recommend me something? Su Chen asked curiously. Mr. Su. You are really curious about everything. But Grandpa Yun has a bad temper. So we'd better not go. Yu Ji shook her head. Obviously she didn't want to provoke the old man. And judging from Yu Ji's appearance, she was actually a little afraid of this old man. You know, Yu Ji is now a saint of the Holy Sect. Although Su Chen didn't know how high the saint was in the Holy Sect. She must have a very high status. So she was actually afraid of this old man. However, Yu Ji was unwilling. And Su Chen did not force anyone to do anything. After all, the character he is playing now is that of a good gentleman. Yu Ji was also afraid that Su Chen had to go see the old man. So she reached out and grabbed Su Chen and dragged him away. After walking a certain distance. What? Saint Yu Ji. We have gone far. When Suchin said this, he pointed at his clothes. Yuji blushed slightly at this time, and quickly let go of Suchin's hand. I'm still quite curious. If we don't meet, why don't you tell me about him? Suchin asked Yuji. As long as she didn't see the old man. Yuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he introduced the origin of the old man to Suchin. It turns out that the old man is not from this world, but from another world. And when Yuji was young, she also heard the old man's story. Back then, an unprecedented war broke out in the old man's world, with all the major forces fighting each other, and the entire interface fell into chaos. He was still young and vigorous at that time and participated in it. However, during a fierce battle, the old man was seriously injured and almost dying, and fell on the lakeshore outside the holy city. The Holy Lord couldn't bear it, so he rescued him and took him in the holy city. During these 1,000 years, the old man has been living a life of cultivation in the holy city. As Suchin listened, he felt that the background of that world seemed a bit familiar. When he went to get the Su family's treasure tree, he met a group of disciples from the sword sect in that world. Suchin chatted with them at that time and obtained a lot of information. When these two sides overlap, it feels like that world has something in common. Why did that war happen in that world? Suchin asked, pretending to be curious. In fact, it is because he has a way to enter that world and see if there are any good things in that world that he can still get. Yuji just kept chatting and continued to tell Suchin the story she heard when she was a child. It is said that that war was the darkest and most tragic chapter in that world. The trigger turned out to be a secret that had been hidden for many years. This secret is said to involve a force that is enough to overturn the balance of the entire cultivation world, and also involves deep-seated grievances and interest disputes between some sects. As this secret gradually surfaced, some sects began to realize its potential value and tried to take it for themselves. Then this super war broke out. As for what the secret is, the old man named Yulin has always remained tight-lipped and unwilling to reveal anything. It's definitely not easy to let the entire cultivation world fight for it. I just don't know if there is a chance that the thing belongs to the Su family. After Suchin heard this, he became a little concerned. But there are other things going on at the moment, so I won't mention this for now. When there is a chance in the future, I will have a good chat with this old man named Yun. The most important thing for him at the moment is to obtain the title of human hero. Now, as the voting for human heroes begins to get closer, Suchin is also preparing to go back. I would be very grateful if I could trouble you, Holy Lady Yuji, to explain it to me. Suchin thanked Yuji. At this time, the demon Dao also came, and they were preparing to leave the holy city. It's okay. From now on, we have to rely on young Master Su to help us deal with the soul sect together. Yuji shook her head and said with a chuckle, "This is natural." Suchin nodded and responded. Suchin and Yao Dao got off the boat and watched the ship disappear into the clouds and mist again. The two of them are also preparing to return to the Su group. So who is the Holy Lord? And why does he feel familiar? Looking at the calm lake, Suchin fell into deep thought. The feeling just now was very unusual, and the first time the Holy Lord called his name made him still a little concerned. But the Holy Master said that he often forgets something. Maybe he has read his information before and then forgotten it. How's it going with the Phantom Alliance? Suchin looked at the demon and asked. I pretended to do counter-reconnaissance, and the other party followed me, probably still waiting for me to come online. Yao Dao replied with a smile. Then don't keep people waiting. Suchin smiled softly. Of course, Suchin already knew about the collapse of the Phantom Alliance and the Dragon Court Guild at the treasure place. Moreover, the Phantom Alliance also had spies in the Dragon Court Guild. Yao Dao was frequently summoned by Fu Hailong because of this matter, and Yao Dao himself deliberately sold out the flaw. No matter how stupid Feng Qianhuan is, he should understand that the key to this matter is the demon way. It was just a matter of feeding Feng Qianhuan into his mouth. Yes, Mr. Su. Yao Dao also responded with a smile. Within the game world, in an inconspicuous town, the afterglow of dusk casts long shadows on the stone road. Demon Dao was wearing a black robe at this time. After looking around, he carefully walked into an alley. When the demon walked in, several players also poked their heads out of the cover. After discovering according to intelligence that the player Dao Yun was the real person responsible for this operation of the Longting Guild, Feng Qianhuan sent people to follow him. He and Fu Hailong no longer pretended. He now wanted to get this divine treasure. According to the information, Dao Yun seems to have a way to obtain props that can suppress the statue female boss from the mission NPC. The intelligence team members of the Phantom Alliance have been following Dao Yun. At this time, Several people saw Dalian talking to an NPC in the alley. Use the eavesdropping bird quickly. Someone immediately gave instructions. In the alley, Yao Dao was talking to the pretended NPC at this time. Very well. You have completed my first trial. That statue is invincible. So you need to use this item so that you can avoid the statue and unlock the real treasure of God. The mysterious NPC said. Ah? Isn't that artifact a treasure? A real treasure of God? After hearing this, Yao Dao asked, pretending to be surprised. That's of course. Kid. In addition to artifacts, God's treasure also has God's inheritance. You can even directly transform into a god and gain endless power. The mysterious NPC's words were alluring. And then he said, of course, there are things. How much you can get depends on your ability. After talking, the mysterious NPC gave Yao Dao a box and then disappeared. There is actually a more powerful treasure. This is really developed. Yao Dao said, pretending to be excited. I have to return to the city quickly to report this matter to the president. With that said, Yao Dao picked up a teleportation scroll and started reading it. The teleportation scroll progress bar read. Why don't you idiot take action now? Seeing that the progress bar was almost finished, Yao Dao frowned slightly. Call out. A dagger suddenly attacked the demon, interrupting the demon's transmission reading. It's so slow. The people from the Phantom Alliance have a few dishes. Yao Dao complained a little feebly. He pretended to be a counter-reconnaissance before, and almost got rid of a few people. This made Yao Dao not dare to act too hard. Seeing that he was about to return to the city, this interruption came belatedly. Not professional at all. Only then did Yao Dao react, and dodge the flying knife attack. Several people walked in from the alley, and at the same time, several people appeared at the other end of the alley, and surrounded the demon road. Who are you? Yao Dao asked, pretending to be panicked. Don't worry about who we are. Just hand over the props you just got, and we can let you out. The leader, wearing a hooded scarf, looked at the demon and said, Is it just you? The demon said disdainfully. Uh-huh. Of course we know you have some skills. The leader laughed. A whistle at the same time. Suddenly more and more players rushed over. These players from the Phantom League actually disguised themselves as ordinary players and swarmed them, just waiting for a whistle. The alleys on both sides were surrounded, and many players even climbed up on the houses around the alley. There is still a large group of players gathering outside the alley. There were 200 to 300 people in the crowd. So, are we enough now? The leader looked at Yao Dao with a smile at this time. When the crowd gathered, Yao Dao had already sent a message for help to Fu Hailong. After all, he was under siege. So it didn't make sense that he still didn't send a message to Fu Hailong. Moreover, this is also part of the plan. If you all come together, I, Dao Yuan, have nothing to fear. At this time, Yao Dao shouted angrily. The sword array opens. Brothers, do it. The leader also knew not to talk too much and to take action first before talking. They all protected the thief brother, beating him and stealing from him. After the incident, both the brother who stole and President Feng who protected the thief would be rewarded heavily. The leader was fighting, while also boosting morale. When they heard that there were rewards, the players of the Phantom League played even harder. But the place chosen by the Demon Path is also very particular. In this alley, there were only so many people who could attack him at the same time. It can also accidentally injure teammates from a distance. With the strength shown by the character Dalian, this terrain is still necessary to defend the Dragon Court Guild's reinforcements. Only about 5 melee players can attack the demonic path at the same time. The demon can control 7 swords. 1 sword can hit 1 person, but 2 more can be used for air defense. Although with Yao Dao's true strength, these 200 or 300 people are not enough to defeat him in seconds. But with Dao Yun's strength, the fight is still relatively difficult. But the defense has always been successful. There are a lot of players in the Phantom League, and they are coming like a tide. The apparent strength of Demon Dao is gradually failing. Hurry up. The leader saw so many people, and was a little impatient even before the effect was achieved. Not only did they not have the momentum to kill Yao Dao, but the thieves didn't even have the chance to steal. Yao Dao's defense was watertight. Don't be afraid, everyone. The president just said that all losses suffered this time will be compensated double. And reinforcements are on the way. The leader of the Phantom Alliance was still talking loudly. They didn't expect that the demon path would be so difficult to deal with. Just at this time, suddenly there were shouts outside, and it was a group of people attacking inside. The support from the Phantom Alliance has not yet arrived, but the support from Longting has arrived first. Fu Hailong took it very seriously, and directly sent an elite group to support. How can these people be elite group level opponents? Vice President Daoyun. We are here to help you. The boss of the group shouted loudly to Daoyun. With the addition of the Lanting elite group, the battle situation reversed instantly. They joined forces with the demons to launch a more violent counterattack against the players of the Phantom League. The players in the elite group are all extremely powerful, and their attacks are fast and powerful, catching the players of the Phantom Alliance off guard. The alley at this moment has completely turned into a battlefield. The roar of spells, and the collision of sharp blades intertwined with the shouts of players. How could the Phantom Alliance let the elite group wait for Yao Dao alone at any time? These people are no match at all. The Phantom Alliance gradually couldn't hold on any longer and began to retreat. Stop! At this time, Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong both came to the battlefield. Demon Dao also remained calm and went to the Lanting Guild camp. Both sides brought a large number of troops. And whenever there was a disagreement, a team battle would begin. Feng Lago, you are so despicable. You still come to steal the secrets of our dragon court. Fu Hailong scolded Feng Qianhuan directly in front of the battlefield. Now the two of them have nothing to do with each other. From the last time, he took action in front of the treasure, to now Feng Qianhuan was openly robbing. Fu Hailong couldn't bear it anymore. Feng Qianhuan did not answer immediately. At this time, the person who was taking the lead walked up to Feng Qianhuan and whispered the message just now to Feng Qianhuan. I heard the NPC just say that the artifact is not the only treasure, but also the inheritance of God can even directly transfer to the priesthood. Feng Qianhuan was excited. Lao Fu, let's all work together. I also paid you the compensation for the last breach of contract. In this way, we sign another contract, and this time you can write sky-high liquidated damages. After Feng Qianhuan heard about the priesthood, he directly told Fu Hailong about the sky-high liquidated damages contract. Hearing this, Fu Hailong seemed a little hesitant. Seeing Fu Hailong like this, Yao Dao was afraid that he had not been deceived by Feng Qianhuan. So Yao Dao also stepped forward at this time and told Fu Hailong the news just now. After Fu Hailong heard this, he suddenly became furious. You old dog. Why are you willing to sign a sky-high liquidated damages? It turns out there is something worth paying a sky-high liquidated damages. Fu Hailong slapped his thigh, pointed at Feng Qianhuan and cursed. He knew very well who Feng Qianhuan was. Just because Feng Qianhuan had the chance to get the priesthood, he immediately betrayed him. He broke the contract, but it was not a loss to get the priesthood. The sky-high liquidated damages are nothing compared to the priesthood. Oh! It seems that you don't want to cooperate. Lao Fu, Feng Qianhuan asked with a gloomy face. Get out of here. Fu Hailong was also merciless and scolded angrily. Because he knows that for people like Feng Qianhuan, if you give him a good look, he will only give you a slap in the face. He and Feng Qianhuan are the same kind of people, so they understand each other very well. You sure? As soon as Feng Qianhuan finished speaking, he raised his fingers behind him. The players of the Phantom League took a few steps forward at this time, planning to take action at any time. Oh! I knew this was going to happen. Do you think I would be afraid of you? After Fu Hailong said that, he also waved. Players from the Dragon Court Guild also stepped forward, not wanting to touch the Phantom Alliance at all. The two major guilds were immediately at war with each other, and could start a fight at any time. In addition to players from these two major guilds, there are also some passerby players in this town. They also recognize the identities of these two major guilds. After all, Lanting Guild and Phantom Alliance are the 6 top guilds. Even if you don't know their ordinary members, their two guild leaders Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan still know each other. What's going on? Dragon Court Guild and Phantom Alliance are fighting? These two guilds often cooperate. The last time, they attacked the Sure Realm. They acted together. Does anyone know why they fought? Don't know. Don't know. Don't understand. It seemed that their members were fighting in the alley. And then the presidents of the two major guilds were summoned. It's so exciting. The 6 top guilds are about to start a head-on battle. Although the passers-by players were discussing, they all stood far away and did not dare to get too close. Take photos while taking photos. And record videos while taking photos. Everyone was eating melons excitedly. The atmosphere on the court was still tense at this time. Lao Fu advises you to think calmly. Without our help, can your guild survive? Although Feng Qianhuan's words were persuasive, but everyone can hear the threat in it. What? Are you planning to start a guild war? Fu Hailong said lightly. Now having a fight and starting a guild war is not a concept. Starting a guild war is a huge blow to both guilds, unless one party has the strength to crush the other party. start a guild war, and directly plunder. Guilds with similar strengths on both sides rarely start guild wars, except for some deep grudges. Especially at the level of the 6 top guilds. Once the guild war starts, it is a war without a winner. Fu Hailong knew very well who Feng Qinhuan was. He would not do this kind of thing that has no profit, and will only lose money. He's not the kind of guy who just doesn't care. Chapter 462, The game is ready. Lao Fu. It seems you still don't understand me well enough. Feng Qinhuan laughed. Fu Hailong frowned. What do you think the guy from Shadow Weaver would do if he knew this? You said Lei Bao knew the news. How would he react? Oh, I almost forgot. The Yanlong guy has some trouble with us. But after I told him the news, he should become quite friendly to me. Feng Qinhuan continued speaking, with a smile on his face. Shadow Weaver is the president of Star Dream. Thunderstorm is the president of Storm Wings. And Rock Dragon is the president of Iron Alliance. These 3 major guilds, like Dragon Court and Phantom Alliance, are among the 6 top guilds. By the way, I don't know about Huanin, but their Sabbath has been closed recently. I just don't know. After learning this news, will the Sabbath be reopened? Feng Qinhuan patted his head in frustration, as if he just remembered it. This is very damaging to say. The Sabbath Guild has been closed for a long time. But after learning about the priesthood, I was afraid that I couldn't help it. Do you have to do this? Fu Hailong's face was gloomy. You were the first to reach this level. I just want a share of the pie. Also, I have changed my mind now. If we don't sign the sky-high liquidated damages, it will be a normal cooperation. Feng Qinhuan watched Fu Hailong put away his smile, and snorted coldly. Fu Hailong also hesitated at this time. If Feng Qinhuan really spreads this news, then his idea of monopolizing the treasure of God will be in vain. What do you want? Fu Hailong said while holding back his anger. Hand over the props. And each person will get half of the treasure. The first one has to be given to me first. Feng Qinhuan said coldly. Feng Qinhuan's behavior of sitting on the ground and raising the price made Fu Hailong very angry. The first one belongs to him? Just like last time. I only found 1 treasure. If I had to give it to him first, it would be a waste of time. Everything belongs to our Dragon Court Guild. I will give you a price now. 28 points. You too. Without any negotiation. After Fu Hailong thought for a while, he made a slight concession. Goodbye in the Shira world. Feng Qinhuan turned around and left. At the same time, he waved and the players of the Phantom League followed Feng Qinhuan away. Fu Hailong hesitated for a moment, but still did not call out to Feng Qinhuan. Now call Feng Qinhuan and wait for the price to rise. President, do you really not care? Fu Hailong asked one of his confidants. He has made up his mind to fish in troubled waters with other guilds. He will not be satisfied with 28, unless it exceeds 55. And even if you give him 5 or 5, it is still a dog that cannot be fed enough. Fu Hailong shook his head. He already understood what Feng Qinhuan had planned. But he is not at the mercy of others. If he was allowed to be manipulated by others, he wouldn't be called Fu Hailong. Let's go back. Fu Hailong said lightly. By the way, you can talk to me later. Fu Hailong looked at Yao Dao again and said, he has the mission props here, which is his biggest advantage. This is also the reason why he dares to reject Feng Qinhuan. Okay, President. Yao Dao quickly agreed. Return to the city. Gorkhand. Appearing in Gorkhan City again, Yao Dao had a smile on his face. Mr. Su's plan went too smoothly. Yao Dao sighed at Mr. Su's calculation. This so-called top guild was just being played around with by Mr. Su. Even Feng Yu and the mysterious man couldn't fight with Mr. Su, so they were not worth mentioning. The next day, as expected, Feng Qinhuan told the presidents of other top guilds about this matter. However, things are beyond Feng Qinhuan's control. Bing Feng, the chess pieces you laid out in advance are useful now. Su Chen smiled softly. Okay, Mr. Su. I have sent them different message templates. They will spread the news as soon as Mr. Su gives the order. It's absolutely clean enough, and we can't be traced at all. Bing Feng reported to Su Chen away. Not bad. But there's no rush now. Su Chen already looked like he was watching a good show. This is naturally Su Chen's handiwork. Now, he still wants to give Feng Yu a little hope and let Feng Yu attack the city again. Several major guilds should be in contact with Feng Yu now. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Chen smiled and took a sip of tea. After Mr. Su has accomplished this game, no matter what Feng Yu does, it will be in vain. Bing Feng also quickly flattered. Have we made our excuse? Su Chen glanced at Bing Feng. Yes. I arranged a surprise monster siege. And at that time we had legitimate reasons not to engage in that battle. Bing Feng nodded, indicating that arrangements had been made. The game he made was actually not complicated at all. Feng Yu still doesn't know about the treasure map. When several major guilds, especially Feng Qianhuan, know the path, he will definitely organize people to launch a second exploration of that place. Sunset Guild showed extraordinary combat effectiveness in this battle, not losing to the combat effectiveness of the 6 top guilds. In this way, they will definitely attract the Sunset Guild. Feng Yu was already worried about counterattacking the Shura world. At this time, several major guilds invited him to join them in attacking the Shura world. Feng Yu had no reason to refuse. At that time, the news of the god's treasure will be spread through the channels arranged by Bing Feng. At that time, Feng Yu became the same as several major guilds. It's all about money, let alone nobility. Feng Yu's ulterior motives for counterattacking the Shura world will also be revealed to the public. At that time, Feng Yu fell short. All the reputation he gained was in vain. On the contrary, Su Chen's guild was suddenly attacked by monsters that day, and he had an excuse not to participate. So he didn't need to lose this wave of reputation. If the other party loses but you don't, then you make a profit. By the way, Mr. Su, what if Feng Qianhuan leaks the news in advance and Feng Yu doesn't fall for the trick? Bing Feng thought of this question and quickly asked Su Chen. Don't worry. Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan know about this now. Neither of them wants to increase the number of people sharing the cake. Even Feng Qianhuan will control the number of people. Even if any subordinates knew about it, they were their confidants and they were strictly monitored. Su Chen sipped the tea calmly. It turns out that this is because my subordinates are stupid. Bing Feng lowered his head and said, Go do your thing. Su Chen waved his index and middle fingers lightly and said to Bing Feng, Yes, Mr. Su. The ice wind retreated in response. Su Chen put down the teacup and looked at the scenery outside the window. It's really a good idea to counterattack the Shura world to gain reputation. But if my layout so far in advance is not as good as yours, then you are too awesome. Su Chen laughed softly. Now the 6 top guilds have learned about the divine treasure in the Shura realm. Feng Qianhuan has already completed the notification. At this time, the residence and conference room of the Phantom Alliance. The presidents of several top guilds are gathered here. Their decibels are Shadow Weaver, the president of Star Dream, Thunderstorm, the president of Storm Wings, and Yanlong, the president of the Iron Alliance. The one who invited them here was Feng Qianhuan. The Sabbath Guild didn't agree to the invitation. I don't know what they were doing in isolation for so long. Feng Qianhuan explained the situation first. We have enough guilds. Let's talk in detail about the situation inside. Yanlong interrupted Feng Qianhuan and asked him to get to the point directly. In fact, Yanlong has never been at odds with Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong. These 2 guilds often unite to target his guild. Although Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong are now at odds, Yanlong obviously still holds a grudge and looks very unhappy with Feng Qianhuan. That's natural. You all have come as invited today, and you should tell me everything you know. Feng Qianhuan didn't care at all about Yanlong's dissatisfaction. As long as Yanlong is willing to help, even if he scolds him, he will not fall out. Benefits outweigh face. Soon, Feng Qianhuan told everyone about the situation of the god's treasure. I asked you why you 2 were kind enough to help fight against the Shura realm. It turned out that you had such an idea. No wonder you 2 ran away halfway. After Yanlong heard this, he first sarcastically said disdainfully, Are you saying that the statue female boss can kill you in 2 moves? Thunderstorm is more concerned with the details. It can't be said that we were all in a hurry to get the treasure box and never fought her head on. Feng Qianhuan shrugged and said, It's so strong. Without Fu Hailong's props, how could we beat him? Thunderstorm said with a frown. We now have 2 options. One is that we take 1 step ahead and conquer it by force. The second is to arrange for people to monitor the Longting Guild. When they attack, we will follow behind to look for opportunities. Feng Qianhuan told everyone his 2 plans. Both options are relatively simple. But if you want to have fun with this matter, there is no room for maneuver. After all, that statue boss must be faced. If we don't have enough people to fight forcefully, call the 3 people from the Sunset Guild. Xi Ying, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, You have paid attention to their strength recently, right? After hearing Xi Ying's words, everyone fell into silence. Regarding the performance of the 3 people from the Sunset Guild, there is really nothing wrong with it. They have studied the recent videos. Faced with such great pressure, the 3 members of the Sunset Guild were still able to fight back and forth. Let's not talk about strength. How many points will they get when they come in? Thunderstorm said with a frown. Obviously, everyone is a little bit concerned about more people coming in to share. Everyone. The three of them don't need to be paid. Feng Qianhuan suddenly laughed at this time and said, aren't the outside world praising them? They are obliged to fight against the Shura world. As long as they are told that they have found the enemy's core figure in the depths. They must not come to work obediently. Sometimes fame is also a constraint. After hearing this, Lei Bao also suddenly became enlightened. If you want to find volunteers like this, then Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen are also good candidates. Lei Bao also drew inferences from one example, and immediately figured out what other free laborers he could find. Chapter 463 The Establishment of the Alliance. If you do this, you are not a fool. It will not be good for our reputation to settle accounts after the fall. Moreover, we have offended Luo Qiu and Feng Yu. At this time, Yanlong frowned and said, Yanlong is still somewhat concerned about these aspects. After all, he was so shameless compared to the presidents of other top guilds. So he still wanted to have some face. What's so difficult to explain? Just say it was an accident, and that would be enough. Lei Bao said with some disdain at this time. Besides, several of our major guilds work together to do this. So what if he is unhappy? Their major guilds can always be ranked among the 6 top guilds. So naturally they have something to offer. Luo Qiu's momentum is like a rainbow. And he has become the #1 person in this game. But so what? To be honest, with their union, they don't have to worry about Luo Qiu and others at all. That Sunset Guild has not even reached the level of the 6 top guilds. So what if it is achieved? Under their alliance, they can target the Dragon Court Guild. But are they still afraid of the Sunset Guild? That's right, Yanlong said hesitantly. Are you afraid of this? Feng Qianhuan had never dealt with Yanlong before. Feng Qianhuan's words stirred up Yanlong and made him excited immediately. Whoever is afraid, just do it. Yanlong also shouted angrily. Okay, since everyone is willing to take this vote, they are partners. So let's put aside the previous grudges for the time being. Xi Ying, who was silent, stood up and said. The other people nodded after listening, including Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong, 2 guild bosses who had not dealt with him before. They also settled their differences at this time and formed an alliance together. Dragon Court Guild. An emergency meeting is being held at this time. The President, Iron Alliance, Stormwing, Star Dream. They all went to the Phantom Alliance's station. The person in charge of intelligence reported the situation to Fu Hailong. Those participating in this meeting were all the core members of the Longting Guild. And they basically knew about the treasures of the Shura realm. But only Fu Hailong's confidants know what it is. President, it seems that the other party is uniting to deal with us. Do we still want to go to the Shura realm? Someone immediately became worried and said to Fu Hailong, Tianji, what do you think? Fu Hailong glanced at the ghost next to him and said, in any case, Guishuan is still the guild's military advisor. Even though Fu Hailong doesn't trust him that much now. Our guild's base is impregnable. And it won't be easy for them to besiege our guild. So I guess they won't adopt the tactic of besieging us. Even when they formed an alliance, they all had different intentions. As long as we stick to their alliance, the alliance will collapse. Now I think there is a high probability that they will go to the Shura world to seize the treasure before us. After Guishu thought about it for a while, he spoke softly. So we need to go early? Fu Hailong frowned and asked. When we leave the station and go to the Shura realm, the other party wants us even more. At that time, they will definitely attack in groups. Guishuan shook his head. This won't work. And that won't work either. Fu Hailong became a little angry and said angrily to Guisu, then tell me what to do. Fu Hailong's tone was obviously impatient. His trust in Tianji had been decreasing step by step. Chapter 464 Recruiting an Army of Players. Guishuan is also thinking at this time. Suddenly, Yao Dao stood up at this time. President, we have the advantage now, and don't need to take the initiative to deal with it. Yao Dao's words attracted everyone's attention. What do you mean? Fu Hailong frowned. The Dragon Court Guild is clearly in trouble. So why does Daoyun still say that they have the advantage? Everyone else also looked at Daoyun, wanting to see what he would say. Especially Sweeping Tianya. He stared at Daoyun fiercely. And he held a grudge against the guy who took his position. If there were any loopholes in the other party's words, he would immediately come out and step on Daoyun. The same is true for Ghost calculations. He found that Daoyun had been beating a little too much recently. Although according to his plan to oust the Longting Guild, Daoyun can achieve a higher status and be of great help. But Guishu always felt that Dao Yun was a little uneasy. However, Dao Yun is under his control, and secret guards take turns watching him every day. Even the place where he lives is controlled by his people. So Guishan didn't have too many opinions on Dao Yun. They formed an alliance to snipe us, which invisibly increased their consumption. Moreover, several major guilds had different intentions. Unlike us, who are all guild leaders, and you are the leader, they simply did not have the patience to waste time with us. We should keep a low profile during this period. Use defense as an offense and use silence as a break. The other party must be the one who is anxious first. In this way, they must attack the Shura world first, so that we can strike first. Yao Dao stood in the middle and talked eloquently. What nonsense! How can several major guilds join forces to guard against us? They can even set traps for us to fall into the trap. Sweeping Tianyao found a point that he thought he could attack, and immediately stood up to refute. Fu Hailong didn't speak at this time, but looked at Yao Dao. The doubts that swept Tianyao were not without some truth. It seems to me that you are clearly a spy who has received benefits from several major guilds and encouraged us to ambush you. Seeing that Fu Hailong didn't stop him, Sweeping Tianyao felt happy and continued to scold loudly. Then may I ask, which guild will be responsible for guarding us? Which guild is responsible for ambushing us? Which guild is responsible for attacking the enemy? Which guild is responsible for supporting? Which guild is responsible for collecting the loot? Yao Dao asked Sweeping Tianyao Wulian directly. Suddenly being asked this rhetorical question, Yin Sao Tianyao was a little confused. How do I know? I'm not a spy from the opposite alliance guild. Is it possible that you know? Sweeping Tianyao reacted immediately and attacked the demon path. Vice President of Sweeping Tianyao. There is no need to be so excited. I just want to say that the opponent can't afford it from the beginning. And they can't afford it when it comes to ambushing us. Yao Dao smiled, not paying attention to the attack that swept across Tianyao. At this time, Fu Hailong also came to his senses. Although the opposing alliance seems to be powerful, it is not united at all. Feng Qianhuan and Yanlong had a big grudge, although they temporarily put aside their grudges because of their interests. But this is all temporary. The longer the alliance lasts, more and more problems will arise. Although they don't have an alliance, this is their advantage, because they can defend it. It is not easy to attack the city, even if several major guilds unite. And this also involves an issue of effort and income. This alliance looks like a temporary alliance at first glance. No one wants to contribute too much to this alliance. But when it comes to benefits, no one wants to make less. Everyone has this mentality, which makes their alliance fundamentally unstable. Although the Dragon Court Guild only has the strength for a moment. If they really fight hard and fight one by one, they can exchange one for another. No one wants to be caught by the Dragon Court Guild and exchanged for one. In this case, let alone an ambush. President, as long as our Dragon Court Guild fights guerrillas with them in a virtual and real way, this alliance will be easy to break. Seeing that Fu Hailong had some thoughts, Yao Dao took the opportunity to speak. Yes, what Dao Yun said is very reasonable. Fu Hailong has almost accepted the proposal of Demon Dao. Just like what Yao Dao said. Maybe several major guilds can work together in the beginning. But if it doesn't work after a few times, no one wants to be the person who is busy in vain. I was busy at the rear, and then the others in the front might have broken through the god's treasure. I put in my best efforts, but I didn't get a dime of profit. The 6 top guilds can do this. No guild leader is a fool. The logic is easy to understand. The subordinates have deployed comprehensive plans for this operation. Not only can this crisis be resolved, but the treasure will also be obtained for the president to strengthen our Dragon Court. Yao Dao took advantage of the situation and continued. Okay. During this operation, Dao Yun served as the deputy commander. His orders are equivalent to me, and you cannot disobey. Fu Hailong stood up and spoke directly. Regarding the demonic path, Fu Hailong is becoming more and more satisfied with it now. When he was still worried about what to do about this matter, Yao Dao's few words not only allowed him to resolve the crisis this time, but also did not forget the treasure of God. If this were in troubled times, he would be the great talent of Crouching Dragon. President, aren't you a little hasty? The ghost frowned and said. The meeting had just begun when Fu Hailong actually gave the helm of the matter to Dao Yun. Although Dao Yun was controlled by him, now it seems that Dao Yun's power is actually chasing him. He still needs to suppress this. That's right. We've just started discussing it. And Tianqi military advisor hasn't made any plans yet. Sweeping Tianyao also quickly helped and advised Fu Hailong to withdraw the order. if you haven't started making plans yet. How about coming up with a better way? Fu Hailong said to the two of them angrily. Fu Hailong asked them to take it out now. And the two fell into silence. They really couldn't think of it now. Seeing this reaction of the two people, Fu Hailong snorted coldly. Fu Hailong is becoming more and more impatient the more he looks at Tianju. And at the same time, the more he looks at Daoyun, the more he likes it. Tianchi didn't reveal any of his plans this time. But Daoyun's plans were easy to advance and retreat. And he still had a chance to get what he wanted. At the beginning, he chose to worship Tianji as his military advisor because he heard Tianji's command. Looking at it now, Daoyun is still better in terms of wisdom. Let's talk about force. Tianji pretends to be different every day. Always using his words, but not using his hands. It is obvious that he is not a person who can fight at all. On the other hand, Daoyun is capable of both literary and military skills. After this incident, Fu Hailong even wanted Daoyun to become a military advisor. As for Tianji, he would not do it. Does anyone else have any opinions? Fu Hailong said to the others. Those who have opinions will naturally come up with better ways. Suddenly, there was silence in the conference room. Even Sweeping Tianyao and Guishuan have nothing to say at this time. Since I have no objection, it's settled. Daoyun will serve as the deputy commander of this operation from today on. He can mobilize any resources in Longting. And everyone else must cooperate with the mobilization. Fu Hailong announced to everyone. Thank you, President, for your trust. I will definitely live up to your expectations, Yao Dao said gratefully to Fu Hailong. Fu Hailong was obviously very satisfied with Yao Dao's reaction. He has given Yao Dao such a big platform, so the other party will naturally reciprocate his kindness. Fu Hailong was very happy to receive the allegiance of such a capable person. Others didn't have any objections, and even most of them felt that Yao Dao's strategy was indeed a good one. A few days passed. In recent times, the dispute between the 6 top guilds has made many people very excited. The Phantom Alliance, which was originally a friendly guild with the Dragon Court Guild, suddenly united with top guilds such as the Stormwing Steel Alliance to deal with the Dragon Court. But why? After eating the melon for several days, no one could fully understand it. I only know that they are fighting, but I don't know what they are fighting for. By the way, are Longting and Phantom Alliance still fighting? The Phantom Alliance and others organized a few attacks on Longting. But Longting simply avoided fighting, and the cost of forcibly attacking the city was too high. So they did not start a fight. So what are they fighting about? This is very strange. Okay. The Phantom League and the others didn't say why they beat the Dragon Court Guild. And they didn't reveal anything about the Dragon Court Guild who was beaten. Anyway, the current known information is that they had a conflict in a remote town last time. It seemed to be a dispute over an object, but neither party disclosed the specific object. The 6 top guilds, except for the Sabbat, were all reduced to a mess. The Sabbat Guild is also very mysterious. Until now, there has been no movement. The players all watched the excitement and enjoyed themselves. At this time, several major guilds made a decision after being unable to attack Dragon Court for a long time. World Calling Channel, Feng Qinhuan, invites everyone to counterattack the Shura world. Alliances from several of our major guilds will participate in this counterattack. And at the same time, we will recruit resistance forces. All players, whether they are individual players or guild players, can sign up and gain merit based on their kills. The merit points can be exchanged for the reward library jointly funded by our guild alliance. We hope you will actively participate, because they counterattack the Shura realm. They also saw their strength last time. It is really difficult for them to counterattack the Shura realm. But if you want to get in, you must pass through the defense line of the army of the undead. Don't even think about sneaking in. Just like last time, Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan took advantage of the chaos to attack. They all went for the treasure of God. Who wants to fight with his own main team? However, each guild only has a small number of people, and they are unable to fight against the Shura realm's defense army. There are too many, and there are not enough manpower to fight at God's treasure. So, I came up with a way. The major guilds would pay for it, and come up with a batch of supplies. Recruit an army of players to serve as shields for them. Chapter 465 Sunset Guild is invited. Moreover, several major guilds can gain some reputation by doing this. After all, counterattacking the Shura world has been the main theme recently. Everyone is frightened by the god of the undead. Now that someone is taking this initiative, everyone basically supports it. In particular, several major guilds not only contribute their efforts, but are also willing to pay to recruit players to fight. Some players originally wanted to play, but were afraid that the loss would be too great if they failed once. So they resisted the urge. Now that several major guilds have issued this announcement, these players no longer hesitate. Even players who have nothing to do with him are still watching the fun, no matter what. Being able to punish the god of the undead is an invisible beneficiary for the majority of players. It's rare for these major guilds to do something good. If you have the ability, you can just collect wool, kill monsters, and get some merit points, which will be a great experience. 10 people are recruited for a meritorious team, and they are short of a tank and a mage. Someone formed a team so quickly. It feels quite fun. Anyway, the big guilds are paying for it, so it's not a bad idea to go and have fun. Go. Go. Go! Counterattack the Shura world and start a fight. Those little skeletons in the Shura world. Prepare to be dominated by the army of players. The #1 player in the world. The skeleton garbage stuff gets out of the Shura world. The players are very enthusiastic. This is simply equivalent to a large-scale event. It's just that the rewards for large-scale events are given by the system. And for this large-scale event, several major guilds paid for it. The credibility of several top guilds is here, and players are not afraid that they will run away. Nowadays, all the major forums are filled with posts from players about team formation. Of course, there are also some doubters. For example, they question the usual virtues of several major guilds, why they were suddenly so generous, and so on. But the current momentum is with the major guilds. Now the mainstream is praising them, and these people are directly criticized as being clever. Several major guilds also sent out invitations, inviting some first-line guilds and well-known players to participate. Sunset Guild and even Feng Qianhuan came to invite them personally. Real-world exhibitors. At this time, there were several people sitting in the small living room. John Yu and Luo Jin were naturally there. The other two are Sledgehammer and Cold Color. They now also live in John's house, and they have also received major enhancements. As for the Macho Man and the Mushroom Head, Luo Jin and John Yu didn't let them come. The main reason is that their strength is indeed not enough, and they still practice their skills in the game. The two people's operations are really bad, and now John Yu is helping them improve their skills. In addition to the most important technical techniques, there are also their basic attributes, and some materials are needed to help them hone their attributes. During this war, they were of no help at all. The most important thing is that these two are not suitable for making suggestions. The Macho Man has a simple mind and runs rampant. It's okay to let him charge into battle, but it's too difficult for him to think of strategies. The same goes for Mushroom Head. Both of them have certain character flaws. Although Sledgehammer seems to be a foolhardy guy, he actually has a careful side. Otherwise John Yu would not have promoted Sledgehammer to the position of vice president. Feng Qianhuan just made a video call to me and personally invited me to join their counterattack on the Shura world. What do you think? John Yu told several people what happened just now. Now everyone knows that several major guilds have joined forces to counterattack the Shura world. Didn't I hear that the Phantom Alliance and the Dragon Court Guild were robbing something? In addition, the last action of the Dragon Court and Phantom clearly wanted to use us as spearmen. The Sledgehammer stopped working and said angrily, several major guilds use them as spearmen, and they all know it. After several people listened, they also fell into silence for a while. But the president wants to compete for human heroes, and we blatantly refuse to attack the Shura world. This is a stain. Leng Hu shook his head and said helplessly. This time Feng Qianhuan came to invite him personally with great fanfare. Not to mention that everyone knows it. But the news still has a certain degree of spread. Some news media agencies are beginning to report that Feng Qianhuan personally invited Sunset Guild to participate. If they refuse, it will be reported that Feng Qianhuan clearly deliberately kidnapped us. Sledgehammer said still angrily. The other party is indeed kidnapping them morally. But because they have morals, they really have to be kidnapped. This made several people feel sick. He knew that the other party was using him as a weapon, but he still had to accept it. Just agree first and take it one step at a time. Even if you don't get any positive reputation from this counterattack on the Shura world, at least don't add any negative points. Luo Jin thought for a while and said slowly, adding negative points will have a huge impact on human hero election. Originally, Yi Fengchen had a much better foundation, and with his help, it was not difficult to win against Luo Qiu. Even though Luo Qiu has been operating very beautifully in recent times, the time is too short anyway, compared with Yi Fengchen's deeply rooted image. Yi Fengchen still has certain advantages, but in the peak battle, The stain they had caused made Yi Fengchen lose the qualification to compete with Luo Qiu. The slightest difference between a master's move and his mistake can make a huge difference. Luo Qiu has no black spots or mistakes. You have mistakes and black spots. No matter whether your advantages are better than Luo Qiu or not. If you make mistakes, then you can't beat Luo Qiu. Then it was Zhan Yu. If Zhan Yu is also stained at this time, no matter how small the stain is, a stain is a stain. And Luo Qiu will definitely catch him and beat him. That's all. Zhan Yu could only say helplessly. This feeling of being kidnapped by morality is really irritating. By the way, Luo Qiu should also be invited. Right? Luo Jin suddenly remembered this matter. Since the other party has used their Sunset Guild as a gun, they will naturally not let Luo Qiu use his gun. If you are disgusted with your competitors, it will not be so disgusting. I was invited, but their guild station was attacked by monsters, and the strength of the monsters was not low. Zhan Yu nodded and said to Luo Jin, "Such a coincidence?" At this point in time, Luo Jin was stunned for a moment after hearing this. The guild station will usually be attacked by monsters when it is upgraded. But there are exceptions. Sometimes monsters will attack the city when they are sick, such as a beast tide, or for other reasons. Is it a monster attacking the city by actively upgrading its base? Luo Jin asked further. No. It was just an inexplicable monster attacking the city, which seemed to be affected by the beast tide. Zhan Yu shook his head and replied. After saying that, Zhan Yu was also stunned for a moment. Chapter 466 Opportunity to narrow the gap. Invited to counterattack the Shura world. Will the Dawn Guild be affected by the beast tide? When he heard any of this news alone, Zhan Yu had not thought deeply about it. But when these two pieces of news were linked together, Zhan Yu seemed to understand something. Third child, do you want to say that Luo Qiu and the others were attacked on purpose? Zhan Yu said slowly. Probably. If it's too much of a coincidence. It's no longer a coincidence. Luo Jin nodded. Hearing that Luo Qiu was deliberately attacked by the beast tide and refused the invitation. Sledgehammer and Leng Hu were also stunned after hearing this. This is too cunning. Just making excuses to avoid being used as a gunman, Sledgehammer said with a glare. Wait a minute. Everyone. Cold Hu said suddenly at this time. Several people looked at him. If Luo Qiu deliberately avoided the war through the beast tide, then how did he know that several major guilds would definitely organize an attack on the Shura world? After all, from the information they had received before, they only had conflicts with the Longting Guild. And if they wanted to fight, they would fight against Longting. The Cool Color came back and asked this question. This question about cool colors is very reasonable. Why did Luo Qiu know that several major guilds would organize an attack on the Shura world at this time? And it happened to trigger a beast wave one day in advance. This doesn't make sense. Is it really a coincidence? Sledgehammer scratched his head, almost fainting. At this time, even Luo Jin fell into deep thought. This is indeed a strange point. Unless Luo Qiu really knew. That's why he was so coincidental. The core layers of the 6 top guilds are not easy to place people in. Everyone is selected through layers of selection by their presidents. Even if one has the strength to be inserted into the core layer of the 6 top guilds, it is only because one of the 6 top guilds has the strength to place such a person against the other party. Luo Qiu's strength has always been very strong. But his men have always been mediocre. And they were just barely able to do so in the recent morning. Zhan Yu told the current situation of Dawn Guild. The Daybreak Guild itself was only established not long ago. So how could he have the strength to place people at the core level of the 6 top guilds? But Luo Jin still didn't believe it. This was really a pure coincidence. Whether it is a coincidence or not can be put aside for now. Regardless of whether this incident is a coincidence or not, it is a point we can use to attack Luo Qiu. Luo Jin said to everyone. Luo Qiu's performance in the past has been too perfect. Although this point is not painful, it is at least a point where Luo Qiu can be beaten. Indeed. Let's deal with this matter first and leave no stain. This is our opportunity to catch up. Cold Hu also nodded and agreed with this statement. This campaign has actually become a competition between Feng Yu and Luo Qiu. One is going down and the other is going up. Even if they go and brush, they will not improve. But at least they will not go down. Luo Qiu missed this matter. Even if his reason was legitimate, it still had some impact. Even if it's not a stain, it's at least a point of comparison. Weakening Luo Qiu is equivalent to strengthening Feng Yu. It's really frustrating. Not only must this gun be used properly, but it must also be used willingly. Sledgehammer was no longer angry and sat down helplessly. The grievance is a big grievance. But in the end this is an opportunity to narrow the gap. Luo Jin smiled and comforted everyone. This matter is basically settled like this. Chapter 467. The Wrath of the Wasteland seems to be angry. By the way, should we attack Luo Qiu in this matter? Zhang Yu immediately remembered this matter. Of course. This is a good opportunity. Luo Jin naturally has channels to promote this matter, including the last promotion of Zhang Yu. It was planned by him. Zhang Yu can take the initiative to bring up this matter, which is the difference between him and Yi Fengchen. Although Feng Yu is also in the good guy camp, he does things in an eclectic way, and he can use any means to attack guys like Luo Qiu. On the other hand, Yi Fengchen was too principled. If Yi Fengchen knew about it, he would definitely reject the proposal, and at the same time stop Luo Jin's actions. Basically, Feng Yu is not as good as Yi Fengchen. But in terms of personality, Yi Fengchen is too upright, and is no match for a cunning person like Luo Qiu. Feng Yu does things informally. Although he has principles, this principle is also very flexible. It depends on what you want to do. Luo Jin snorted coldly. Dawn Guild. On top of the city wall where the guild resides. At this time, Su Chen was talking to an envoy from the Phantom Alliance. There is really nothing I can do to help. Look over there. Su Chen said to the envoy of the Phantom Alliance. In the distance where the Dawn Guild is stationed, a dark shadow is slowly squirming. It is a beast tide composed of dense monsters. They have different shapes. Some are as huge as mountains. Some are as strong as the wind. And some are ferocious and terrifying, with their fangs and claws shining coldly in the morning light. These monsters emit low roars that make people shudder. On the city wall, a group of members of the Dawn Guild were also waiting in formation. The envoys of the Phantom Alliance also knew that it was too reluctant to force Luo Qiu to fight against the Shura realm at this time. I don't know how long it will take President Luo Qiu to solve it, so we can wait a little longer. The Phantom Alliance envoy remembered the president's words and shamelessly asked. I'm not sure either. Look at this. Su Chen took the Phantom League envoy to a strategic observation station. The Phantom Alliance envoy looked at something similar to a field telescope, and following the direction adjusted by Su Chen, he found something. In the shadow behind the beast tide, there was a huge beast with a pair of horns and a body covered in thick scales. Is that Wrath of the Wasteland? The Phantom Alliance envoy was not an inexperienced person, and he recognized it immediately. Therefore, I really dare not leave the guild station, Su Chen said helplessly. Okay. I will report it to the president. Seeing this Phantom Alliance envoy, he shook his head helplessly. The Wrath of the Wasteland is a powerful ancient creature in this land. Generally, top guilds must take it seriously when encountering such a thing to attack the city. After the Phantom Alliance messenger left, Method also came over. It seems angry. Did you take a few more eggs from it? Su Chen said to Method. The Wrath of the Wasteland is now in a furious state. If Su Chen hadn't used his divine power to calm it down, it might have been attacked long ago. Mr. Su, you said you could just take a few eggs. So I took 9 eggs. Method said a little aggrievedly. 3 is also a few. And 9 is also a few. Method did not disobey Su Chen's order. Su Chen stroked his forehead. He shouldn't have let Method do this. Why did Method change his profession to Dragon Master? It's because she likes to steal other people's dragon eggs. Although this Wrath of the Wasteland was not a dragon, it obviously aroused Method's bad taste and directly stole 9 eggs. This made people unable to bear it, and directly started a wave of big beasts. Chapter 468. Stand firm here and never take a step back. The Wrath of the Wasteland doesn't always remain silent. Even though Su Chen suppressed it with divine power, it still sent a small group of monsters to explore. The Wrath of the Wasteland is not at all afraid of the gods who suppress it. But there is a reason why it cannot retreat. A total of 9 of its eggs were stolen by the opponent. However, for outside players, it is a bit unclear what Wrath of the Wasteland wants to do. If you want to attack the city, then attack the city. If you don't want to attack the city, don't attack the city. What does it mean to keep gathering outside and not attack? Regarding the scene here, outside players have also seen videos and screenshots. And some players are even live broadcasting from a distance. This huge beast wave seems to have no target. It has been entrenched outside, not knowing what it is doing. The Dawn Guild also happened to meet each other, and the other party happened to be right next to them, which put all members of the Dawn Guild on alert 24 hours a day. Several top guilds of the Phantom League are going to counterattack the Shura realm today. Ordinary players can handle this beast wave. Luo Qiu feels that he can go to the Shura realm first, and then come back when the situation arises. Look at what's in the farthest place. It's the Wrath of the Wasteland. Even if Luoqiu is here, he may not be able to defeat it, and teleport back to defend after a while. Are you a Guild Alliance player? Do you really regard Luoqiu as a messenger? That's right. Luoqiu went to help out of love. And it was okay not to help. Don't kidnap Luoqiu morally just because Luoqiu has high morals. Some people are really spoiled. Guild Luoqiu is now threatened by the tide of beasts and the Wrath of the Wasteland. And they still want to take advantage of Luoqiu. Why didn't the top guild say that they would help Luoqiu fight off this wave of beasts first? If you helped fight this wave of beasts, then Luoqiu would naturally go and help. The players understood Luoqiu's failure to help the Shura world this time. Occasionally there are people with Luoqiu rhythm. I don't know if it's someone from several major guilds or someone arranged by Luo Jin. However, this rhythm did not have any effect. The main reason is that Su Chen chose a Wrath of the Wasteland as his target, which was difficult to defeat even with Luoqiu's apparent strength. Otherwise, if it was just a general wave of small beasts, there might still be some gossip. Now that Su Chen has achieved a performance that is almost as strong as his own, there is no more gossip. Roar! Roar! The Wrath of the Wasteland in the distance kept roaring and gathering the monsters under its command. If it hadn't been suppressed by that divine power, it would have razed the human settlement in front of it to the ground. Look what you've done. Su Chen held his forehead helplessly. Accidentally, Method lowered his head and said sheepishly, "Give me all those 9 eggs, and you can go to the Shura realm." Su Chen looked at the time. At this point in time, the major guilds have probably gathered together and are about to go to the Shura realm. "Yes, Mr. Su," Method said softly and logged off. Method's game character is still too weak, and her actual combat power is high enough. If she wants to go to the Shura world, she has to log off first. With the 9 eggs of the Wrath of the Wasteland in his bag, Su Chen once again used his divine power to suppress the Wrath of the Wasteland that was about to move again. It seems that we have to return these 9 eggs to it. Otherwise this guy will probably not retreat. But before you give it to him, do the whole show and give him a good beating. Su Chen hatched a plan. Even the divine power can't scare him away. The Wrath of the Wasteland has obviously reached an extremely angry state, and the 9 eggs can't even fall off. But then again, it's useless for him to harry these 9 eggs. In terms of his own strength, even the peak Wrath of the Wasteland is no match for him. In terms of the strength of his men, there are many powerful generals in the Dark Legion. It took too long for Wrath of the Wasteland to grow from a cub to its peak. The only function may be that it has certain transaction value in the game. But the fact that Wrath of the Wasteland attacked the Dawn Guild's headquarters was already known to everyone. At this time, take the Wrath of the Wasteland eggs to sell, and after a little combing, you will know the inside story. It can be deduced that the siege of the Dawn Guild was not an accident at all, but planned by Luoqiu himself. Even if it can't be confirmed, it was Luoqiu's personal planning. But after the news of the game's arrival is announced, careful players will discover this matter, and then slowly analyze it. Because of Luoqiu's personal desires, missing the opportunity to counterattack the Shura world is always a bad impression. For this egg, Su Chen felt it was unnecessary. The fight should start over there. So let's start over here too. Su Chen glanced at Wrath of the Wasteland and smiled. Su Chen directly released the suppression of Shui. Roar! 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 The Wrath of the Wasteland was no longer suppressed by the divine power, and suddenly became energetic. He roared and ordered the Beast Tide to rush towards the Dawn Guild station. As the Beast Tide approaches, the ear-splitting roars become clearer and louder, and the running of many large monsters makes the earth tremble. The shapes of the monsters are all kinds of strange. Some are as huge as hills. Some are as strong as flying. Their eyes are shining with hunger and rage, and their sharp claws are shining coldly in the sun. The powerful sense of oppression exuded by this Beast Tide made everyone on the city wall feel even more stressed. The scene is quite spectacular. Just stick to this place and don't take a step back. Su Chen stood at the top and shouted angrily. At the same time, Su Chen raised his gun and took the initiative to enter the Beast Tide. War! Members of the Dawn Guild use siege equipment in close combat, or attack monsters climbing up from under the city wall. The magic system throws its skills wildly at the beast army. There is no need to aim, and it can hit the monster with just a throw. The archers are engaged in the work of emptying. In addition, Su Chen entered the Beast Tide, and a long spear in a white robe entered and exited 7 times. This Beast Tide guarding battle looks exciting, at least from the live broadcast. The audience who saw this scene were deeply attracted. Although Dawn Guild is not a big guild, the will shown at critical moments feels stronger than some big guilds. Luo Chio's strength is so strong that there is nothing he can do if he enters the beast tide. The Wrath of the Wasteland has not taken action personally yet. Maybe he was scared after seeing Luo Chio's powerful strength. This wave of monsters is not easy for top guilds to handle. And Daybreak handled it pretty well. Don't even look at who the president of Dawn is. It's Luo Chio. As long as Luo Chio did this, the unreasonable things became reasonable. Luo Chio's character has unknowingly improved a little bit in the hearts of the audience. Chapter 469. Doubts about Wrath of the Wasteland? Shira World. The teleportation array keeps flashing. And figures jump out from it. An army of players is gathering quickly. The guild's flag was fluttering in the wind. Various battle flags and team flags were raised high, in addition to several top guilds. Some first and second tier guilds attached to them also came one after another. In addition, there are rewards set by several major guilds for players attracted to them. These players include pure individual players, as well as players from other guilds, who have found some friends to come together. This time, the largest counterattack against Shira Realm so far. The 6 people standing at the front are the leaders of this counterattack on the Shira world. And the players' eyes are also focused on them. Phantom Alliance, Feng Qianhuan, Dreams of Stars, Weaving Shadows, Wings of Storm, Thunderstorm, Iron Alliance, Rock Dragon, Sunset Guild, Fengyu. These 5 people all came with their guilds. And the other one was Yai Fengxian. Because his guild was stuck in a mission and couldn't get out, Yai Fengxian came alone. Feng is really grateful to President Fengyu for bringing people to support him. Feng Qianhuan smiled and said to Fengyu. In fact, Fengyu's current power is far from reaching the level of a top power. However, several top guilds want Fengyu to be a spear user, so they still have to give him the superficial face and compliments. President Feng doesn't have to be like this. It is my ambition to help the majority of players. Fengyu replied with a faint smile, although he knew very well that several major guilds used him as their spearman. But no matter what, they had to show their natural style. You have already come, and there is really no need to show reluctance. He is still on live broadcast now, and his performance will be broadcast live. At this time, someone came over from behind. Looking at the mark, he is from the Phantom Alliance. Report the information to Feng Qianhuan. It seems that Luo Chio doesn't have time to attend, so let's not wait. As he spoke, Feng Qianhuan told Luo Chio about the situation. Wrath of the Wasteland? Why did that guy suddenly launch a beast wave? Thunderstorm obviously knows something about Wrath of the Wasteland. At this time, Fengyu also noticed that Lei Bao seemed to understand it very well. He wanted to deliberately direct it to Luo Chio, because it was difficult for him to directly speak ill of Luo Chio during the live broadcast. Otherwise, he will take the initiative to attack his competitors and leave a bad impression. President Lei, do you know much about Wrath of the Wasteland? Why do you think it won't suddenly launch a beast wave? Fengyu asked deliberately doubtfully. But in fact he was fanning the flames. These presidents were trying to discredit Luo Chio's absence in front of the live broadcast cameras. I also learned about it from a book and a Revenant Hunter NPC. The Wrath of the Wasteland usually dwells deep in the vast wasteland. Most of the time, the Wrath of the Wasteland is in a semi-dormant state. The Wrath of the Wasteland is the overlord in the territory. But the Wrath of the Wasteland does not show up easily. It allows other creatures to thrive within its territory, as long as these creatures do not disrupt the harmony and balance of the wasteland. Only when the territory is seriously threatened, or its descendants are attacked, will the fury of the wasteland awaken from its slumber. Lei Bao told everyone the information he knew. It sounds like this Wrath of the Wasteland is not an angry guy as the name suggests, but a docile guy? That is indeed a bit strange. Logically speaking, the conditions for Wrath of the Wasteland to launch a beast wave are quite harsh. Why does Wrath of the Wasteland launch a beast wave at this time? After hearing this, Jing also thought thoughtfully. What do you mean? After Yai Fengxian heard this, he frowned. Yai Fengxian had a good impression of Luo Chio, and he had to speak for Luo Chio at this time. It doesn't mean anything. It's just the truth. Weaver Ying smiled indifferently, seeing that the presidents of several major guilds, except Yai Fengxian, all expressed doubts about this matter. Zhan Yu also smiled lightly. His goal in saying this was achieved. Maybe someone in their guild caused it. But President Luo Chio is also very busy now, so let's not get into trouble. Fengyu also gave up when he saw the situation. After all, he was the one who fanned the flames in the first place. But his words were clearly speaking to Luo Chio. But in fact they were deliberately guiding him, although there is no evidence to prove it. Luo Qiu has room for maneuver. Again, as long as his reputation does not diminish and Luo Qiu can be a little dirty, it will all be earned. Just at this time, on the battlefield of Shura Realm, the originally peaceful world suddenly became gloomy. Coming! Feng Qianhuan was also serious at this time. The distant skyline. As the black army of skeletons approached, the sky turned into overcast clouds, and the sky began to become dark. The ground was also slightly shaken by the footsteps of the skeleton army. As the skeleton army approached, players saw countless skeleton soldiers, holding firearms and well-armed, marching towards the battlefield in neat steps. In front of the skeleton army, two exceptionally tall figures stood out. One is that the Dragon Lich directly uses its true form, with a dragon-like body and blue flames flashing in its eyes. Its huge wings spread out, and two ghost dragons hover behind it, making it look majestic. The other is the Diamond Fortress Demon, whose entire body is made of hard diamonds and sparkles with dazzling light. Every step it takes makes the earth tremble, as if it were a moving fortress. It's still these two guys. Feng Qianhuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the other people. The presidents of several other major guilds also had similar expressions. The characteristics of these two bosses are that they have strong defense, but not strong attack. Especially for the Diamond Fortress Demon. Most of his methods are defensive and field control. As long as you don't get close to him, he doesn't pose much of a threat. Although when the Diamond Fortress Demon's control slowly unfolds, the entire battlefield will fall under the control of the Diamond Fortress Demon. But what does it have to do with them? They will only keep Feng Yu and the majority of hired players, plus some of their troops to hold them back. As for when the Diamond Fortress Demon's control was no longer controllable, they were already fighting for the god's treasure, and they had no intention of actually conquering the Shura world. They always thought it was all for profit. Now the Diamond Fortress Demon has no offense at all, and the Dragon Lich is also the leader whose defense is greater than attack. It will be much more convenient when they break through later. Starting with these two leaders, even if they wait for reinforcements to arrive, they can still survive for a long time. The presidents of several major guilds can see the smiles in each other's eyes. Feng Yu was a little helpless. Although he knew what these major guilds were planning, he had to help them do this work for the sake of reputation. Chapter 470 The Power of Guild Weapons. I'll ask President Feng to try to contain them from the front soon, and I'll cut off their reinforcements from the flanks. Feng Qianhuan looked at Feng Yu and said with a smile. However, there was still a faintly threatening tone. When Longting and Phantom Alliance attacked the Sunset Guild, it was obvious that Feng Yu did not dare to fight back at all, and even reached a wage-earner treaty with Longting Phantom Alliance. Although the Dragon Court Guild has now withdrawn from this ranks, the guilds around him have changed from Dragon Court to 3 other top guilds. Come to think of it, this is something Feng Yu can't afford to offend. Feng Yu also knew that Feng Qianhuan asked him to come here just to use it as a gun. It happened at that time when the Dragon Court Guild started fighting with him. He didn't dare to fight no matter what his reaction was. So he was constantly threatened like this. Now that there is a war with these guilds, Feng Yu can only avoid fighting. But what these people don't know is that it's not because they are afraid of him, but because they can't have a civil war because of their reputation. With Luo Jin's strength, it would be easy to defeat these major guilds, but that would weaken the power of mankind, and also make Feng Yu bear the name of civil war. This is really not cost-effective. No. Feng Yu frowned, but still agreed. He was originally not interested in what these major guilds were plotting. The presidents of several major guilds looked at each other, and could see the smiles in each other's eyes. If so, it will be hard work for President Feng Yu. Lei Bao also said cheerfully. Soon, the battle started again. Different from the previous 2 times. This time the player camp style of play was very aggressive from the beginning. This was requested by several major guilds. The combatants who stayed on the frontal battlefield were originally from several major guilds. At the same time, Feng Yu is still under their control, so he can naturally control the rhythm of the battlefield. The large armies of several major guilds still remained on the battlefield. At this time, the presidents of several major guilds saw that the opportunity was good, and no reinforcements came, so they led the elite group to break out. Seeing that no reinforcements came out this time, Feng Yu originally wanted to suggest that he simply break through the Shura world's defense line this time, but he couldn't interfere with the choices of the major guilds. Withstand, Feng Yu scolded loudly. According to Feng Qianhuan's request, an environment for them to break out must be created at this time. Taking advantage of this gap, the elite groups of several major guilds broke out directly. Why did he run away again just like last time? Just now Feng Qianhuan said that they were going to take people to block the reinforcements. Maybe they plan to attack deep into the hinterland. Why do I feel that the drunkards of several major guilds are not interested in drinking? It's weird. The opponent has no reinforcements and can obviously break through directly. It's weird. I won't watch it anymore. After the elite group broke through, it is now not so easy for ordinary players to earn merit points. There was a lot of noise from several major guilds breaking out of the encirclement, which naturally attracted the attention of the vast audience of players. Everyone originally thought that this time was a real serious counterattack. But after this, just like last time, they ran away directly in the name of the big guild. What's going on? Once the elites of several major guilds retreated, it was the hired players who suffered. Originally, they were thinking of following a few major guilds to get some merit points, and then exchange them for some resources. But the main force has gone away. Where are they still hanging around? Although a large number of players from several major guilds are still on the battlefield, the capital that allows several top guilds to become top guilds is their elite groups. Ordinary members of top guilds are only slightly better than ordinary members of ordinary guilds. It won't do anything to change the situation of the battle, compared with those undisciplined gangsters. The biggest difference may be that they are disciplined gangsters. That's all. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. After all, this war was planned by several major guilds, and now the planners have run away. Fortunately, the Yu and Yai Fengchen are still there. These two are still quite prestigious in the player camp, with them in charge of the overall situation. The players will not be in chaos. At this time, several men in black also took advantage of the chaos to break through. The scene was so chaotic that few players around them noticed them. Deep in the Shura world, at this time, the elite group of Feng Qianhuan and others had already penetrated into the depths of the Shura realm. Feng Qianhuan took the lead. After all, he had been here last time, and he was very careful and recorded the route as he walked. Obviously, he had already wanted to stab him in the back. At this time, Feng Qianhuan was leading the way, and he didn't look unfamiliar at all. He even had a picture in his hand that he drew based on the video recording he secretly opened at that time. Arrive. Standing in one place, Feng Qianhuan said to everyone. Where? Thunderstorm took a look but didn't see the entrance. Feng Qianhuan directly removed the hidden cave in the underground cave, and it suddenly appeared. It turns out this is here. If you hadn't led the way, I really wouldn't have found it. Weaver Shadow said with a chuckle. Everyone is cooperating, but everyone must remember that no matter who gets the artifact, they must fulfill the contract and compensate the other three major guilds. Lei Bao reminded everyone and said, in order to avoid a chaotic fight. And then the fighting power is not enough to get the treasure. Everyone is busy in vain. So before coming, everyone signed a contract. Whoever gets it depends on his or her ability. But you have to deal with the gatekeeper boss properly first. Backstabbing is okay, but don't start backstabbing each other before you even get the items. Don't worry. The contract is restricted by the game system. No one can rely on it. Feng Qianhuan smiled, looked at the thunderstorm and said, that's good if you know. Lei Bao snorted coldly. After all, Feng Qianhuan knew that Fu Hailong was the one who stabbed Fu Hailong in the back. It wouldn't be surprising if this guy stabbed them in the back again. Okay. The rules have been decided before anyway. Let's go in. Weaver Ying stopped the bickering between the two and walked towards the underground cave. The treasure is important, and Thunderstorm won't say anything more. Several people led their respective elite groups and headed towards the underground cave. Wait for this group of people to enter. Several men in black appeared from behind. President, shall we follow now? One of the men in black asked the leader. Fortunately, I didn't tell Feng Qianhuan that there was a second way. Feng Qianhuan, you didn't expect me to have a hand. The leading man in black snorted and laughed. These people are naturally Fu Hailong and others from Longting Guild. The Longting Guild as a whole stood still. But in fact, a few of them secretly followed. Dao Yuan, you have done a good job in this matter. I will be rewarded when I get the priesthood and artifacts. At this time, Fu Hailong did not forget to draw a cake for Yao Dao. Went over people's hearts. It is an honor for subordinates to share the president's worries. Yao Dao said immediately. Fu Hailong smiled with satisfaction. Obviously he liked this very much. Come on. Let's follow. Feng Qianhuan. Just work for me for free. Thinking of this, Fu Hailong laughed. Feng Qianhuan and others passed through the traps in the cave. After all, Feng Qianhuan had already walked through it once, and he still had memories of the approximate location of the trap and what it was about. Under the leadership of Feng Qianhuan, although everyone suffered losses, the losses were very small. After all, this is an elite group of the top guilds. The players are all the elites among the elites, and are very powerful. As long as there are Feng Qianhuan trap prompts, most of them will be fine. Soon they arrived in front of the abandoned temple. Knowing the power of the boss in the temple, Feng Qianhuan suggested that the whole group enter the temple this time. Everyone soon saw the treasure box containing the artifact in front of the main seat. The treasure chest was still unlocked, and radiance shone out from it. The presidents of several major guilds also quickly threw identification skills at them. An invalid seal box. The brilliance of the artifact. It seemed that Feng Qianhuan did not lie to them. The first reward is the artifact starting. You can only imagine what kind of luxurious rewards there will be in the future. Don't be greedy now. Get ready to fight the boss. Feng Qianhuan reminded everyone. Last time, he had a conflict with Fu Hailong because he was greedy for rewards. As a result, neither of them got the artifact. Everyone also knows that things are not simple. Otherwise, how could Feng Qianhuan, an old fox, ask them to share the cake together? As for what kind of boss it is, Feng Qianhuan has already said it before. Everyone looked at the statue in the middle of the temple. As everyone paid attention, the momentum on the statue slowly fell away at this time. The statue moved. It was a woman who looked like a statue. Her skin was dark black, and her eyes were staring at them with blue flames. Her hand had already touched the black sword at her waist. Hide. Feng Qianhuan reminded directly. Last time, he and Fu Hailong were directly attacked by this attack, because they were not alert. Everyone heard Feng Qianhuan's reminder, and quickly dodged. Boom! The place where they were standing just now, was directly blasted into rubble. Stop hiding it. Start it! Feng Qianhuan shouted angrily. And at the same time said to everyone in the Phantom Alliance, use the guild's heavy weapon. Guild heavy weapons can also be understood as guild artifacts. However, there is a difference between heavy weapons and artifacts. The biggest difference is that artifacts can be used by one person. But heavy weapons require a certain number of guild members to activate. The guild heavy weapon is a special building in the guild station, which is automatically obtained. Some ordinary guilds also have powerful guild weapons, but these are incomparable to the 6 top guilds. Guild weapons can be continuously upgraded through resource creation. And there are also some rare blueprints that can unlock new guild weapons to replace the original guild weapons. Even though Luo Qiu had shown such great strength before, the 6 top guilds were still unmoved. That's why it was so difficult to fight alone with the blessing of the guild's heavy weapons. At least judging from the strength shown by Luo Qiu, he was not capable of defeating a group of them by himself. Feng Qianhuan's most important guild weapon is a feather fan. The function of this important guild weapon is that members of the elite group can have a skill to create clones. The clones inherit 50% of the local attributes. And at critical moments, many clones can be summoned suddenly and explosively. Suddenly, a group of clones attack the boss directly. Although the boss played by Mephite could eliminate these clones with one sword, it still delayed Mephite's time. Seeing that the Phantom Alliance was the first to use the guild's heavy weapon, other guilds no longer hit it. Shadow Weaver activated his guild's most important guild weapon, the Clothes of Shadow. Suddenly, the agility and speed of the members of the Star Dream Elite group increased significantly, and everyone entered a state of stealth. The elite group of Star Dream. This time Shadow Weaver specially brought a group over remotely. They were sneaking in the darkness, throwing long-range attacks, various arrows and magic at the boss. These attacks made Mephit a little irritated, and he was immediately ready to jump over and launch a sweeping attack on the player team. But right now, a huge rock shield actually withstood this attack. It turned out to be members of Yanlong's command, and they worked together to create a giant shield. The most important guild weapon of the Iron Alliance is a large rock shield. This can not only increase the defense power of the members, but also has a combined skill that generates a defensive shield. Why are you standing there? Let's fight. Rock Dragon roared towards the back. At this time, Stormwing also took action. With the combined efforts of the guild members, a Thunder Hammer hit Mephit. This is Stormwing's guild's most important weapon, the Thunder Hammer. Although there is only one Thunder Hammer attack without any attributes, its power is already very powerful. Even Mephite had to put away his attack at this time and raise a shield to resist. With the cooperation of several major guilds, it appears to be both offensive and defensive. Even though Mephit was far more powerful than these people, for a while, he was unable to hurt any of them. Mephit began to use some strange sword techniques, and all kinds of sword energy flew around. But with the Steel Alliance's defense, her attack couldn't break through. Of course, the Steel League's defense is not that unsolvable. and it will only take some effort for Method to break through it. The trouble is, the combined attack power of the other major guilds is not weak, and the other 3 major guilds are like flies, constantly harassing him. This made Method unable to devote himself wholeheartedly to breaking through the Iron Alliance's defense. Mr. Su also asked her to let go, but looking at it now, it seems like she doesn't need to let go. Feng Qianhuan calmly directed the attacks of the phantoms without fear, and Shadow Weaver also directed the members to continuously launch attacks in the shadows. Stormwing is constantly gathering the power of the Thunder Hammer, charging it up once to give Method a hammer. For the Iron Alliance, all members raise their shields to form a protective SHL. These attacks form a network of attacks. The elite groups of these top guilds are all experienced in many battles and work very well together. This made Method's originally unwavering face appear anxious, wanting to break through this attack network. Guys, hang on a little longer. Feng Qianhuan saw this situation and immediately boosted his morale. This was their first time joining together, but they had an extraordinarily tacit understanding. If the fight continues like this, those artifacts or priesthoods will soon be their spoils. In fact, Feng Qianhuan was already thinking about how to backstab him later to get the best thing. Chapter 471 Internal Fighting Among Top Guilds. It should be almost done. Method was thinking about it at this time. Although the major guilds seemed to have a certain advantage with their full efforts, some of Method's ultimate tricks were useless. However, this battle does not require her to use her ultimate trick, because according to the original plan, it was designed to make her gradually unable to defeat her, and then cause civil strife among everyone. At this time, Method deliberately showed his weakness. After resisting a Thunder Hammer, he was knocked back a few steps. Moreover, Method also made a virtual HP bar with the help of Su Chen, which made everyone even more excited to see Method enter the residual health stage. After several major guilds gained an advantage, everyone's mentality began to change. Some people are thinking about backstabbing, and some are preventing backstabbing. For a while, Method, who was already at a disadvantage, regained his composure. Everyone wants to get the treasure, but you must first solve the boss in front of you to have a chance. Feng Qianhuan originally wanted to stab him in the back, but he saw that everyone was thinking about the same thing. At this time, he was also a little anxious. So, President Feng, why are all of you avoiding the main output and supplementing it? Lei Bao said angrily. It was obviously Feng Qianhuan who paddled first, so why should we blame them for not being united? Feng Qianhuan's face is really big. When Method saw that they were still not in civil strife, he deliberately took a trick and fell directly to the bottom. Defeating Method can gain a lot of experience and even unlock very rare equipment. The artifact box on the other side is even more tempting. Why is Shadow Weaver missing? Feng Qianhuan paid close attention to everyone present. Suddenly he remembered something and made the guild members directly hit the artifact box with their clones. Boom! At this time, Shadow Weaver was knocked out from stealth, and he had to resist the attack. Ewing Weaver, who has been so quiet all this time, actually wants to steal it yourself. Feng Qianhuan shouted angrily. Before he even started backstabbing, Xiying started to backstab him. Don't even think about blocking me. Xiying snorted and directly propped up a magic defense wall behind him. Then he rushed towards the artifact box. Boom! Before Feng Qianhuan's attack could land, a thunder hammer blasted through. With the blessing of this guild's heavy weapon, he could even attack Method head-on. Naturally, Xiying did not dare to go to the artifact box. His magic wall only blocked the power of thunder slightly, and then blasted towards his root. Weavering didn't dare to take the move and could only hide. Shadow Weaver, do you think you can succeed? It was a thunderstorm that started. His thunder power directly prevented Shadow Weaver from obtaining the artifact. Rock Dragon, how about we join forces? Shadow Weaver also knew that he could not get close to the artifact under the siege of the 2 major guilds. Therefore, Shadow Weaver came up with the idea of a Rock Dragon. Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao also realized something. If Rock Dragon and Shadow Weaver join forces, there will be a combined effect. Or, the Steel Alliance's defensive methods, combined with any one of their guilds, will have an advantage over other guilds. It's not that the Iron Alliance is strong. It's just that with the shield, everything is more convenient. Like the Steel Alliance's cover, their attacks cannot open the shield in a short period of time. Yanlong, don't listen to that villain. Join me. Yanlong, come and join me. We will share the profits equally. Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao were not stupid either. They immediately realized the value of the Rock Dragon. It can be said that the choice of Yanlong basically determines the ownership rights. At this time, Yanlong also had his own thoughts. No matter who he cooperates with, he needs to personally preside over the rock shield in order to withstand the attacks of the other two guilds. He went to withstand other people's attacks, and then let another guild get it. As for whether to give it to him or not, only they themselves know this. In this emergency situation, it is impossible to draw up a perfect contract. And in front of the artifact, the other party may not be able to abide by a perfect contract. He will not use it as a free tool for the three companies. Faced with the three people's attempts to win over them, Yanlong neither refused nor accepted them. Just leave these three people alone. Yanlong just stood aside and let the three families fight with each other. And he was excluded. No one dares to take the initiative to take action against the Iron Alliance. Whoever takes action against the Steel Alliance at this time will be pushing the Steel Alliance to others. In addition, the Steel Alliance is not approaching the artifact box now. The situation was at a stalemate. But after spending so much time, all three families felt that something was wrong. They are consuming each other. And the Iron Alliance is like a turtle, with all its members raising their shields to protect themselves. Not only do they have to bear the attacks of other guilds, but they also have to bear the attacks of the boss. As their members began to slowly decrease, several people also knew that this was no longer an option. If they continue to consume like this, when their strength drops to a sufficient level, the Steel Alliance with all its members can take action. At that time, in the Steel Alliance, if the three of them tried to join forces, they would be unable to defeat them. No words. Feng Qianhuan glanced at the presidents of the other two guilds and glanced at the Iron Alliance, who was recuperating. The meaning is obvious. Otherwise, if everyone is just wasting their energy, if they want to take action against the Iron Alliance, then we can do it together. Everyone is afraid of pushing the Steel Alliance to the other side, which has kept the Steel Alliance in trouble for so long. In the current situation, it is necessary to take action against the Steel Alliance. And it must be done by three people together. Anyone who can reach the level of president of a top guild is not a fool. They also knew very well that it was not an option for their three guilds to continue to waste their time like this. So Thunderstorm and Shadow Weaver silently nodded in agreement. At this time, Yanlong was still watching the show on the wall. Just as he was watching the excitement, suddenly the three major guilds turned their spearheads and attacked him. In a hurry, Yanlong quickly arranged a supporting shield. Supporting the shield consumes energy. In order to sit back and reap the benefits, in order to save energy, he does not even hold the shield continuously. Yanlong did not expect the sudden attack at this time, and the Steel Alliance failed to respond in time in its panic. Except for Stormwing's attack, which requires charging. The attacks of the other two major guilds are both stealthy and fast. Even Stormwing quietly charged up a Thunder Hammer to support. The Steel Alliance, which was originally fully intact, suddenly lost more than half of its members. You? How dare you attack me? The Rock Dragon screamed in anger. None of the three major guilds said a word, but continued to attack the Steel Alliance while the Steel Alliance was not repaired. At this time, the three major guilds are afraid that the Steel Alliance will suddenly take sides, and no one is sure that the Steel Alliance will stand on their side. Therefore, in order to prevent the Steel Alliance from siding with the other side, the Steel Alliance will be dealt with harshly at this time. The Iron Alliance's first wave of attacks had not yet been repaired, and the second wave of attacks hit them again. Suddenly, the number of members of the Iron Alliance was no longer able to use the guild's heavy weapon, the Rock Shield. Stop fighting. President Weaver Shadow, I will form an alliance with you. Yanlong also knew at this time that he had to take sides. However, Shadow Weaver didn't react at this time. Without the Rock Shield, the Iron Alliance is of little use. Rock Dragon, I just asked you to make an alliance, but you didn't want to. Don't even think about it now. Continue to fight and kick out the Iron Alliance first. At this time, Jing said to the other two people, without the Rock Shield, the Iron Alliance's combat effectiveness is already at the bottom of the guilds present. Whoever leads the Steel Alliance will have to deal with the other two. Weaver Shadow was very sober at this time. He would not lead Yanlong at this time to give the other two families a reason to join forces. Let me tell you, Guild Weaver Shadow told Yanlong about an alliance from the beginning. So why not just make an alliance between you guys? Feng Qianhuan sneered and looked at Lei Bao, President Lei Bao. What do you think about this matter? I think so too. And it satisfies the requirements of Shadow Weaver and the Rock Dragon Alliance. Lei Bao also understood what it meant. It is a wiser choice for him to join forces with Feng Qianhuan now. Kick both Rock Dragon and Shadow Weaver out of the game first. And then, they will fight 1v1. You? Jing looked at the two of them angrily. but had nothing to say. He already understood that these two people just wanted to get rid of him. After all, he almost touched the artifact box before. These two people must be on guard against him. President Jiying. It seems we have to join forces. Yanlong also laughed when he saw Jiying's appearance. Although he is basically out of the game. But Shadow Weaver, who was the first to call him an alliance, would also be eliminated with him. You had to agree from the beginning. But now we are all splitting up the magic. Jiying also cursed angrily. But Yanlong just smiled coldly. The two of them no longer communicated much. At this time, no matter what, they were forced to join forces. After all, Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao had already launched a full-scale attack on them at this time. Without the guild's heavy weapons, the Steel Alliance's overall strength is not at the same level as the three major guilds. At this time, Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao were engaged in a 2-on-1 battle. There was no suspense in this battle. The two of them joined forces and easily eliminated Shadow Weaver's guild. After the Shadow Weaver was cleared away, the Rock Dragon, which was not a threat, was also cleared out. At this time, Method deliberately pretended to reduce the frequency of attacks, giving several major guilds room to fight among themselves. What do you mean? It's just the two of us now. Lei Bao looked at Feng Qianhuan. At this time, the two major guilds, Stormwing and Phantom Alliance, are competing. Either we go to grab the artifact box together, but when grabbing the artifact box, the boss will enter a violent state, and we have to fight against each other. If we grab it together, the two of us may get nothing. Another option is to work together to defeat the boss. Let's all stay away from the artifact box. Pull the boss far away from the artifact box. Deal with the boss. And then decide who can get the artifact based on their abilities. At this time, Feng Qianhuan made a suggestion. After listening to Feng Qianhuan's suggestion, Lei Bao thought about it and nodded. Regardless of the low frequency of boss attacks now, if he is close to the artifact box, he might become violent. So at this time, even if both of them wanted to stab each other in the back, they still acted rationally. No matter who starts this battle, both of them may come back empty-handed. After the two major guilds clarified the square formation, they both followed the plan and solved the boss with remaining health first. Just when both guilds were fighting the boss, someone is approaching the treasure chest. Someone discovered it immediately. Both major guilds have sent special scouts to keep an eye on each other. At this time, someone was approaching, and he was naturally discovered. You actually do it. Both of them said the same words to each other. There is no winner if you take action. Doesn't the other party understand this? But after seeing the other party's reaction, they seem to understand something. Stop that person first. Then throw all the attacks at him, Feng Qianhuan said to Lei Bao. At the same time, no matter how Lei Bao reacted, he had already asked his members to throw attack skills at that place. Thunderstorm also came to his senses a bit. If that person was from the Phantom Alliance, then Feng Qianhuan would at least not take the initiative to attack that person. Are there any third-party forces? Attack. All attack. Lei Bao also ordered members to say. Suddenly, countless attacks appeared in front of those figures, which could only make him retreat temporarily. Who are you? Feng Qianhuan looked at the men in black in front of him, and said angrily. They fought for a long time, but there were still people watching. It seems that it has been discovered. At this time, Fu Hailong stopped pretending. He originally wanted to take it down in a low-key manner, but now that he was discovered by the other party, there was nothing to pretend about. After all, with their attack methods and who could follow them here at this time, I can easily figure out it is him. Fu Hailong. When did you come in? Feng Qianhuan exclaimed after seeing Fu Hai Dragon. They were always paying attention to see if they were being followed, especially after arriving at the treasure cave. There are many detection props set up along the way. Even if these people have counter-investigation methods, they will still find clues when faced with the investigation tools densely deployed by several major guilds. Feng Lago. This is not something you need to worry about. Fu Hailong laughed and said. They were able to follow quietly all the way. Naturally because of the secret passage led by the demonic path to them. This secret passage was specially built by Su Chen for them. Naturally, it will not be easily discovered by the investigation methods of several major guilds. Feng Qianhuan also understood at this time that since the other party had the treasure map of this place, he must know some secret passages. Hey, Fu Hailong, you are smart. But how are you going to deal with our two elite groups? At this time, Feng Qianhuan suddenly laughed. Even if Fu Hailong and the others knew the terrain and could come to this place quietly without being noticed. So what? The Launting Guild also has the guild's heavy weapon. But Fu Hailong and the others cannot activate the guild's heavy weapon at all. Without the guild's heavy weapons, Fu Hailong and the others are no different from Yanlong. It would be easy for the two major guilds to unite and deal with Fu Hailong and the others. He didn't even know what Fu Hailong was so proud of. This made Feng Qianhuan feel relieved. Chapter 472. Your opponent is her. Yes. You two elite groups and the guild's heavy weapons. I am indeed no match for you. Although Fu Hailong said such words, the smile on his face never stopped. Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong often collaborated before, and he knew exactly what kind of person Fu Hailong was. Only when Fu Hailong is truly sure will he behave like this. Could it be that Fu Hailong has any backup plans? I really don't know. How can you make a comeback with such a disparity in strength? Feng Qianhuan frowned and said. He stared at Fu Hailong closely, as if he wanted to see what Fu Hailong was thinking. It seems that you still don't understand me well enough. Fu Hailong laughed. At this time, Fu Hailong took out a prop that shone with a faint blue light from his arms. It was a mysterious ancient scroll engraved with complex runes. The violent aura emanating from it made both Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao feel a little uneasy. Now let me show you what it means to be smart. Fu Hailong looked at Feng Qianhuan and snorted coldly. Fu Hailong was obviously a little concerned about Feng Qianhuan's betrayal of him. Even though Fu Hailong knew that Feng Qianhuan was not a good person. But at least they had cooperated for so long and betrayed him faster than him. How could he bear it? Careful. Feng Qianhuan also saw that Fu Hailong was not bluffing and quickly warned Lei Bao. Lei Bao also knew something about Fu Hailong. It seemed that the other party was really prepared, and both elite groups were on alert. Fu Hailong had already quickly activated the ancient scroll at this time. I saw a faint blue beam of light shooting out from the ancient scroll. Lei Bao and Feng Qianhuan quickly ordered their men to dodge the blue beam. But the beam was not aimed at them at all, but hit Mephit. Mephit, who was hit by the beam, suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, Fu Hailong muttered something. Following his movements, the aura on Mephit's body suddenly surged, and his already strong strength was once again improved at this moment. Even the health bar has recovered by 1/3. Mephit's eyes turned red, and his body exuded pressure, like a wild beast that was completely enraged. Is this controlling the boss? Lei Bao said with some uncertainty. Not only the control, but also the boss's attributes and blood volume have been strengthened. It turns out that this is Fu Hailong's confidence. Feng Qianhuan checked the boss's status and said in shock. Originally, after the Civil War, their condition was not particularly complete. If their guild members are further reduced, they will be lower than the minimum number of people who can use the guild's heavy weapons. The two looked at each other. Their winning rate in this battle was rapidly declining. I am indeed not your opponent, but your opponent is him. Not me, Fu Hailong said with a smile on his face as he looked at the two of them. At this moment, Fu Hailong stood with his hands behind his back, like a master in control of everything, watching Feng Qianhuan and the thunderstorm. Seeing Fu Hailong pretending to be real, Yao Dao behind him also suppressed his smile. In fact, that ancient scroll has no effect at all. It is just a fake made by Mr. Su. Moreover, the beam of light did not have any strengthening effect. It was purely because Mephit had suppressed some of his abilities before, and now he was releasing some of his hidden abilities. Anyway, as Fu Hailong said, this is a prop that can control the boss, and can also make some enhancements to the boss. Seeing Fu Hailong's arrogant look in front, Fu Hailong didn't doubt his words at all. After Mephit had completely unleashed his abilities on the spot, and the two major guilds were already incomplete, there was actually no suspense in this battle. Chapter 473. Demonic Ways of Acting. Feng Qianhuan and Lei Bao also tried to find a breakthrough. No, I can't beat him at all, Lei Bao said, a little tired at this time. After the boss goes crazy, they won't be able to defeat him at all. If all the major guilds were still in full condition, there would still be a fight. But now there is no way to fight. At least half of the group, which was in poor condition with the help of Storm Wings and Phantom Alliance, couldn't defeat them at all. If the fight continues like this, the guild will not have enough minimum personnel required for heavy weapons. Feng Qianhuan also realized that he could not continue like this. What to do? Lei Bao asked Feng Qianhuan. The two of them are now grasshoppers on a rope, and Lei Bao can only believe in Feng Qianhuan now. If Feng Qianhuan stabs him in the back at this time, then Feng Qianhuan himself should stop playing. Bless Hailong in seconds. Feng Qianhuan also became fierce at this time, and gritted his teeth. Second blessing Hailong? Lei Bao was stunned for a moment, and defeated Fu Hailong in seconds. They couldn't defeat the boss either. It can only be said that Fu Hailong breathed a sigh of relief after a few seconds. The prop in his hand should be ineffective without a user. Feng Qianhuan continued. However, Feng Qianhuan also hid something. That is, such mission-specific items should not be protected by the system backpack. In other words, even if you don't have the stealing skill, you can still steal it directly from the opponent's hand. Being able to grab that prop means that you can control the boss. Not telling Lei Bao this. Naturally, he still saved the two of them after getting the props. It has to be said that Feng Qianhuan is a bit of a backstab expert. Even in the same situation as Lei Bao, he is still thinking about how to backstab Lei Bao. Okay. Done. After hearing this, Lei Bao gritted his teeth and decided. Immediately, the two turned their spearheads and attacked Fu Hailong directly. Fu Hailong, who originally thought he was sure of victory, was also shocked at this time. These two are too stunned. Would you rather not get a reward than eliminate him first? Come quickly and protect. Fu Hailong immediately gave an order to Method. Fu Hailong was not too panicked at this time. After all, this prop could control the boss, so he could just let the boss protect him. Method did come to protect him, but it was deliberately slow. Everyone, go up and hold on. Fu Hailong immediately stepped back when he saw that the boss was a step too slow. Immediately, several of Fu Hailong's confidants rushed forward to greet him. Hold on to the boss for a while, and I'll kill him in seconds. Feng Qianhuan immediately came up with a plan when he saw the boss's support speed. Lei Bao also discovered that the boss's support speed was not very fast. If there was a team of people to block it, it would save a lot of time. Lei Bao didn't think too much about it at this time. After all, he felt that he and Feng Qianhuan were like a grasshopper on the same rope. If he didn't kill Fu Hailong in seconds, it would be a direct failure. Lei Bao nodded and led his members directly to stop the boss. Lao Fu, you are still so arrogant. If I were you, I would find a place to hide unobtrusively. Secretly use props to control the boss, and watch the battle in secret. Feng Qianhuan looked at Fu Hailong and said with a sneer. Although the strength of Dragon Court Guild and Phantom Alliance are almost the same, but now the Phantom Alliance has the guild's important weapons, and the Dragon Court Guild has sneaked in secretly. So they just brought a few people, and they can't activate the guild's important weapons at all. One side has the guild's powerful weapon, but the other side does not. There is no suspense in this battle at all. Moreover, Phantom Alliance's Feather Fan, unlike Stormwing's Thunder Hammer, requires charging. This is a powerful guild weapon with a high and fast attack frequency. Several of Fu Hailong's men were unable to withstand the heavy bombardment of the guild's heavy weapons from the Phantom Alliance elite group, and they were defeated one after another. The Demon Dao is standing relatively far back at this time, so we have to talk about the cleverness of the Demon Dao's position selection. Not only could he avoid the first wave of attacks from the Phantom Alliance, but he could also claim to be protecting the president and win the president's trust. President, you go first. I will cover you. After seeing the others being killed, Yao Dao deliberately stood in front of Fu Hailong. You hold up. Fu Hailong also realized the situation, said something to Yao Dao and ran away. Obviously in Fu Hailong's plan, these two people would be easily defeated by the mad boss, and the boss can also obey his orders. This made Fu Hailong become arrogant. Just like Feng Qianhuan said, if Feng Qianhuan had that prop, then he would not be stupid enough to show up, but would hide it secretly so that others could not find it. Fu Hailong also felt that he shouldn't be so aggressive. Mainly, who knows why this boss's reaction is so slow? It took her a while to come over after asking her to protect him. Fortunately, Dao Yun was loyal enough and knew how to cover his escape at this time. Roll. When Feng Qianhuan saw Dao Yun, he shouted angrily, if you want to chase the president, go through this level first. The demonic firepower was fully activated, and the sword array and flying swords were fully activated. At the same time, the artifact he won in the last game was also taken out, and it was made clear that he was going to fight Feng Qianhuan and others to fight for Fu Hailong's escape. Feng Qianhuan was a little anxious when he saw that Fu Hailong really started to run away. Ignore his attacks and just go after Fu Hailong, Feng Qianhuan said to his men. At the same time, Feng Qianhuan also took action directly towards Demon Dao. Yao Dao tried his best to use his attacks to block those who were chasing Fu Hailong. However, Feng Qianhuan's all-out attack forced Yao Dao to fight Feng Qianhuan. After 3 moves, Yao Dao and Feng Qianhuan were tied. In addition to this hidden mission, this guy named Dao Yun also handed everything over to the guild. Such talents who dedicated themselves to the guild also gave Feng Qianhuan the idea of poaching. Brother Daoyun, I set the recruitment conditions low at the beginning. If you are willing to come to the Phantom League, I will directly give you the status of the second person. At the same time, the Phantom Alliance paid the liquidated damages that Fu Heilong signed for you. Feng Qianhuan promised directly to Daoyun. Of course, Feng Qianhuan is not a good person. The contract he planned to sign to Daoyun was also an exploitative contract. As for whether Daoyun will sign or not, they have already betrayed the Longting Guild. If he doesn't sign, who will help him pay the liquidated damages? Humph. Don't even think about driving a wedge between me and the Dragon Court Guild. Yao Dao pretended to be angry after hearing this. Then, he attacked Feng Qianhuan with several consecutive moves. When Fu Heilong ran, he was also observing the situation behind him. Yao Dao's loyal behavior was also seen by Fu Heilong. However, he had no intention of praising the evil spirit now. The elite group of the Phantom Alliance had already launched a violent attack on him. If Stormwind came to chase them, they might not be able to catch up. However, the Phantom League's guild's most important weapon, the Feather Fan, has the bonus of heavy attack and agility, and he simply cannot escape the attacks of the Phantom League. Gradually, Fu Heilong's state was reduced to a very low level by the Phantom Alliance, and his movement speed was reduced. He took a look. Daoyun was fighting fiercely with Feng Qianhuan, and the boss he controlled was still taking care of Storm Wings. Boom! With the explosion of a clone attack, Fu Heilong fell directly. Seeing Fu Heilong collapsed, Yao Dao pretended to be very concerned and walked towards Fu Heilong's place. At this time, Feng Qianhuan looked at the scroll in Fu Heilong's hand, showing greedy eyes, and also moved towards Fu Heilong's place. Feng Qianhuan's movements were discovered by Lei Bao. Fu Heilong is in seconds, but due to Feng Qianhuan's behavior, Lei Bao immediately realized that something was wrong. Stop fighting and go to Fu Heilong's side, Thunderstorm immediately ordered. Regardless of the boss, everyone headed towards Fu Heilong's place. Go and get Fu Heilong's ancient scroll, Feng Qianhuan said directly to his subordinates. At this time, several members also moved towards Fu Heilong, who fell to the ground, trying to grab the ancient scroll, launch a violent attack. At this time, Fu Heilong could still issue instructions, roared loudly, and then directly crushed the ancient scroll. This is about destroying special props. Stop him, Feng Qianhuan said anxiously. However, the ancient scroll was in Fu Heilong's hands. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't crush the ancient scroll as fast as Fu Heilong. Click! As Fu Heilong exerted his strength, the ancient scroll slowly shattered. The attacks of the Phantom League members killed Fu Heilong instantly, but they did not stop Fu Heilong's movements. Feng Qianhuan came over at this time, and was stunned when he looked at the broken scroll that his men brought up. Then Feng Qianhuan looked back, and found that the boss had entered a more violent state. No one can stop the boss now. You Feng Qianhuan. You actually want to monopolize the scroll. Lei Bao caught up and roared at Feng Qianhuan. Then Feng Qianhuan didn't answer Lei Bao at all, and directly threw the ancient scroll in his hand to Lei Bao. Lei Bao hurriedly took the ancient scroll. When I got it, I discovered that the ancient scroll was already full of cracks. Click! Before he could exert any force, the ancient scroll turned into fragments on the ground. This, Thunderstorm froze for a moment. Fu Heilong knew that he had no chance of finding the treasure, so he destroyed it and refused to give it to us. Feng Qianhuan shook his head and said. At this time, the violent boss had already rushed over. Fu Heilong had launched a violent attack before, and at this time Method naturally acted even more excessively. How many people are you short of the minimum number of people required to use heavy equipment? Feng Qianhuan asked Lei Bao. It's almost time. If we lose 3 more people, we won't be able to use the guild's heavy weapons. Thunderstorm paused for a moment before replying. It seems that you can't beat it. I lost 1 more than you. Feng Qianhuan also shook his head. And the boss is consumed. And now there is no Steel Alliance's shield. If the Steel Alliance is still there, there is still a way to deal with the boss. But now that the Iron Alliance has been defeated by their joint efforts, the only thing they can do is fight for now. Chapter 474 Fengyu brings up the rhythm. Soon, under Method's violent offensive, the 2 major guilds were immediately defeated by the number of people who were not enough to use the guild's heavy weapons. Without the blessing of the guild's heavy weapons, the 2 major guilds would be no match for Method. Method easily eliminated the 2 major guilds. In the entire cave, only Yao Dao and Method were left. The demon path also came out of the shadows at this time. Okay, You can go back. Mephit looked at the demon and said calmly. Okay. Yao Dao said somewhat helplessly. After all, he is also a popular candidate to be the second in command of the Su group. Mephit has absolutely no respect for him. But this time, Mephit did a good job. And his acting skills were on point throughout the show. I will report the situation here to Mr. Su. Yao Dao nodded and simulated appearing at the Dragon Court Guild station. Just like last time. It will not be noticed by the Dragon Court Guild. Gorkhand. As soon as Demon Dao came out of the Dragon Court Guild's residence, he saw a mess outside. It seems that Fu Hailong is organizing. Yao Dao easily joined the team. After all, he was still nominally in charge of the elite second group. At the same time, Yao Dao was also sending messages to Su Chen. The main thing is to send Su Chen everything about the situation just now. You tell Bingfeng what happened. And according to plan, the people on Bingfeng's side can take action. Su Chen directly issued a simple order. The original plan was to expose this matter. Feng Yu was directly put into a group with several major guilds. But the division of labor was different. Feng Yu was responsible for covering for several major guilds outside. Yes, Mr. Su. Yao Dao immediately agreed. After the call ended, Yao Dao immediately contacted Bingfeng. Bingfeng had previously arranged some chess pieces that had nothing to do with the Su group. And they were useful at this time. They would not leave any substantial clues to the Su group. The battlefield of Shura Realm. The outside world at this time was in chaos. Feng Yu had just received the news that several major guilds had returned to the city. It was obvious that they had failed. And it seemed that they even had a dispute and directly organized their men to attack each other. Even the remaining members of several major guilds on the battlefield in the Shura realm had begun to retreat at this time, preparing to return to the guild. Feng Yu also understood that this battle was no longer necessary. Just when Feng Yu was about to withdraw, someone from Sunset Guild immediately came over. After hearing what the member reported, Feng Yu's eyes suddenly widened with anger. What's wrong? Lung Hu noticed the change in Feng Yu's expression and asked immediately. This is not the place to talk. So retreat back to the guild first, Feng Yu said while holding back his anger. With the Sunset Guild retreating and several major guilds long gone, other players are not stupid either. They also earn some merit points, relying on the cover of the big guilds. Now that the big guild members and the Sunset Guild have all retreated, they can't do anything if they continue here. Moreover, they also saw the world news coming out. There seemed to be some conflict between several major guilds. They didn't know if they would fight. This alliance's counterattack on the Shura world turned into a joke. Although the resources previously promised by the major guilds may not be given, it is estimated that the major guilds will shirk the issue of who will give it. It's not easy to get this resource, so players don't want to farm it. The players retreated, and the Dark Legion pretended to chase them. But then, they did not chase them out of the Shura realm. Just like last time, the audience watching the live broadcast felt like they were watching a farce. Aren't you going to fight now? Is it playing house? I heard that several major guilds entered the Shura world to grab the inheritance of gods. They had artifacts and even priesthoods. But they started fighting over distribution issues, and they are still quarreling now. Just saying. Why did these major guilds suddenly think of forming an alliance and giving out rewards to conquer the Shura world? It turned out to be because there were treasures in it. These major guilds fit the stereotype of them. Is this playing tricks on the Sunset Guild and ordinary players? Come on. It is rumored that the Sunset Guild is also in a group with other guilds. Several major guilds do not give the Sunset Guild any benefits. Why should the Sunset Guild block them from the outside and let them take advantage? Indeed, if you think about it logically, why would the Sunset Guild do this if there is no benefit? The strength of the Sunset Guild is not bad, and several major guilds are enemies of the Longting Guild. It would not be wise to make another enemy of the Sunset Guild. It was the Sunset Guild who wanted to fight in the beginning. Maybe it was the Sunset Guild who knew the secret from the beginning. Then Luoqiu also participated in the first battle. What should I say? Don't you know who Luoqiu is? Moreover, Luoqiu did not participate this time. It was obvious that this time was the main opportunity for several major guilds to seize treasures. The last time was a test. If Luoqiu wanted to join them, he would have to go no matter what this time. Not to mention the Monster Siege Dawn Guild's little possessions could compare with the Divine Weapon Priesthood. The inside information about this time was surprisingly exposed. There are many details that even several major guilds cannot refute. Because it is indeed like that. Originally, the players were still waiting to see. But several major guilds came out to refute the rumors and confirmed that these were false news. But several major guilds are actually checking the undercover to see who leaked the information. This time, The authenticity of these news immediately went to a higher level. The real news is mixed with some news that discredits Feng Yu, making it difficult for players to distinguish between true and false. Sunset Guild. At this time, Feng Yu was holding an emergency meeting. President, our official account has issued a clarification. But players seem to have assumed these things. Comments with high likes are all comments that refute and clarify. A cold tone was reported to Feng Yu. When returning to the Sunset Guild, Feng Yu had already arranged for the Sunset Guild certification number to be issued for clarification. This is obviously someone who is setting the pace and deliberately trying to smear. Sledgehammer said angrily. After all, if Sledgehammer can be the vice president, he is still much smarter than a really simple-minded guy like Macho Man. He could tell that this time, there was clearly someone behind the scenes who was specifically trying to smear Feng Yu. Have you found those rhythmic IDs? Feng Yu asked with a frown. I'll have someone check it right away. And I've probably compiled a copy of these messages and rhythmic IDs. Sledgehammer stood up and reported to Feng Yu. But the cool-toned man next to him frowned. Lung, what do you think about this? Feng Yu asked, looking at the cold color. The other party obviously found this opportunity to take action. Those rhythmic IDs might not make any waves. Lung Hu shook his head and said to Feng Yu. Being so fully prepared and deliberately trying to discredit Feng Yu actually means little in terms of commercial competition in ordinary games. The guild's reputation among players is certainly important. But it's not as important as this. Generally, when attacking a guild, you will still find a way from the core members of the other guild and the opponent's territorial resources. This is really an unnecessary move to damage the reputation among players. Reputation among players is really so important. And several major guilds will not just show off and occasionally look bad. Feng Yu's reputation grew so quickly. He must have made many enemies. But among those who make enemies, the target of someone who would attack Feng Yu like this is obvious. It seemed that Luo Qiu had planned for a long time. The Wrath of the Wasteland would attack the city at this time. And he was afraid that Luo Qiu would plan it himself. Feng Yu took a deep breath and said, Why didn't I see it before? Luo Qiu turned out to be such a villain. He was really abominable. Sledgehammer slammed the table angrily and cursed. He still remembered that when he first went to recruit Luo Qiu, he was stunned by Luo Qiu. Later, I also felt that Luo Qiu was a pretty good person. And I was very grateful to Luo Qiu. Now that I think about it, Luo Qiu's scheming was too deep. Indeed, no one has thought so much about it. Now we have no basis to say that Luo Qiu will probably be scolded. Lung Hu also thought Luo Qiu was a good opponent at first. After all, Luo Qiu broke most of his previous records from the beginning. He also thought that Luo Qiu would have a good fight with him later. Of course, we did fight. When he was in the peak arena, he was simply played by Luo Qiu. Now that Luo Qiu's climate has matured, even after receiving enhanced help from Luo Jin, he is still unable to fight Luo Qiu. The most troublesome thing now is that Luo Qiu is not only strong, but also has a perfect image from the beginning. Even if they knew that Luo Qiu was causing trouble and couldn't find any evidence, what would they do? Now we can only prove our innocence first. Fortunately, the chat records with several major guilds have not been deleted. When chatting with several major guilds before, they were also recorded live using the camera. At this time, Feng Yu remembered this matter. Since Luo Jin kept reminding him to be careful with Luo Qiu, he was very cautious and asked his subordinates to video record his contacts with several major guilds. I thought it was a bit redundant at first, but now it comes in handy. Boss, then you can prove your innocence. Sledgehammer laughed loudly. The president is indeed the president. He actually has such thoughts. He had thought before that the president would let people live broadcast or videotape everywhere. But what about it? But look at it now. It's too bad. If it weren't for the evidence of these videos and chat records, Luo Qiu would have been dirty. President, now I can be cleared. Cold Color also said happily. Things that I thought were tricky are now easily solved with the video recording. However, it is only self-evident that the gap between him and Luo Qiu in terms of reputation is still so big. Feng Yu still frowned and continued. After listening to Feng Yu's words, Sledgehammer and Leng Hu also fell silent. Indeed, the reputation gap between Feng Yu and Luo Qiu is still relatively large. Now Feng Yu has just washed away the dirty water that Luo Qiu splashed. But he never gained fame on his own. Second, it did not weaken Luo Qiu's reputation. Feng Yu is a chasing party, and he needs to catch up with Luo Qiu. Now not only was there no time to chase Luo Qiu, or to weaken Luo Qiu, but it would also take a certain amount of energy to deal with Luo Qiu's dirty water. What other ways are there to increase one's reputation? Sledgehammer scratched his head and asked. None of the three had an answer to this question. Counterattacking the Shura world is the fastest and most powerful way to increase your reputation. But now this track has been directly destroyed by Luoqiu. They are not strong enough to counterattack the Shura world unless Luo Jin takes action himself. But Luo Jin cannot appear in public for mysterious reasons. Otherwise, Luo Jin will not find them to become his spokesperson. Now there is no hope for the major guilds. They are fighting among themselves at this time. You go to the videographer and ask for evidence. I have also sent you the chat records. Later you can use the official account to send these clarifications with evidence. Feng Yu stood up and said to the cold color. President. Where are you going? The cool colors tempted me. I'll go offline to discuss it with him. Feng Yu waved his hand and said. Both of them knew who he was. And they usually didn't call Luo Jin by his ID or name. In the real world. Su Group Base. By this time, the Monster Siege Battle of the Dawn Guild had already ended. The Wrath of the Wasteland just wanted its eggs. Su Chen pretended to have a fight with it, and secretly returned the egg to it, calling it a direct message. The Wrath of the Wasteland naturally ran away. It can organize this siege. And it is itself forced. After things in the game world were settled, Su Chen returned to reality to take a rest. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the office door. Come in. Su Chen said calmly. Mr. Su. The Sunset Guild posted chat records between Feng Yu and several major guilds, as well as videos of their meetings. Although our people are still setting the pace. As the evidence comes out, the pace can no longer be maintained. Bing Feng reported his work to Su Chen. Oh, that's really interesting. Su Chen became interested and sat up. I originally thought that this wave of planning would directly kick Feng Yu out of the ranks of candidates. But Feng Yu actually climbed back onto the track. It seems that this is to guard against Su. Su Chen had a playful smile on his lips. If the opponent hadn't been guarding against him with high intensity, there would have been no struggle at all in this wave. And Feng Yu would have been eliminated directly. It was precisely because of his high intensity of defense that Feng Yu continued to sit on the opposite side of the chessboard and could still barely play against him. Mr. Su. There is no need to continue to find someone to lead the rhythm on a larger scale. Bing Feng immediately told his countermeasures. There is no need to increase the intensity. Just maintain the original rhythm intensity. And then slowly withdraw the hand. Do it naturally, and don't let the outside world think that you are stepping on Feng Yu. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Since the other party has already responded, there is no need to force this point. Although it is indeed useful to increase the intensity and rhythm, it can fool some people who have no independent opinions. But it can make more people wake up that there is really some kind of force in Feng Yu. As soon as the news of the human hero election came out, he became the object of suspicion. Therefore, it is wise to slowly reduce the intensity of stepping on Maple Feather to look natural. So that's it. Mr. Su is so wise. Bing Feng quickly followed the words and took a shot. Chapter 475 The Truth Behind the Sabbath Guild. It seems that this is to guard against Su. Su Chen had a playful smile on his lips. If the opponent hadn't been guarding against him with high intensity, there would have been no struggle at all in this wave. And Feng Yu would have been eliminated directly. It was precisely because of his high intensity of defense that Feng Yu continued to sit on the opposite side of the chessboard and could still barely play against him. Mr. Su. There is no need to continue to find someone to lead the rhythm on a larger scale. Bing Feng immediately told his countermeasures. There is no need to increase the intensity. Just maintain the original rhythm intensity. And then slowly withdraw the hand. Do it naturally, and don't let the outside world think that you are stepping on Feng Yu. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Since the other party has already responded, there is no need to force this point. Although it is indeed useful to increase the intensity and rhythm, it can fool some people who have no independent opinions. But it can make more people wake up that there is really some kind of force in Feng Yu. As soon as the news of the human hero election came out, he became the object of suspicion. Therefore, it is wise to slowly reduce the intensity of stepping on Maple Feather to look natural. So that's it. Mr. Su is so wise. Bing Feng quickly followed the words and took a shot. You go do your business first. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling Bing Feng to retreat. Yes, Mr. Su. Bing Feng agreed and then retreated. Su Chen contacted Yu Ji. The last time he came out of the Holy City, he and Yu Ji exchanged contact information. Due to the common goal of dealing with the Soul Sect, the Su Group and the Holy Sect are now considered an alliance. Yu Ji is in the middle and can be regarded as the liaison of this alliance. Yu Ji also said that she could contact her at any time if she had anything to do. and Su Chen would naturally not be polite. A light curtain appears in front of you, like an illusory version of a video call. What's the matter with Mr. Su? Yuji asked with some confusion. Young master, sounds a bit awkward. Why don't you use a more modern title? Su Chen said with a smile. So, what's the matter with Mr. Su? After hearing this, Yuji changed her name. It's like this. I found a hiding place of a senior officer of the Soul Sect here. But it is said that the Soul Sect has some special methods. Wasn't it because he was afraid of alerting the enemy? So he didn't touch him? Su Chen asked Yuji. The person he is talking about is naturally a ghost. And it does feel a bit difficult to deal with it. According to Lin Lin, these senior officers have soul protection, and it is impossible to control them. If the other party can become a senior officer in the Soul Sect, it must not be easy to threaten him into submission. The reason why I asked Yuji about this matter. On the one hand, they are now allies against the Soul Sect. He cannot fight against the Soul Sect alone. On the other hand, no matter what, the Holy Sect has been fighting against the Soul Sect for thousands of years. There should be some way. Well, if he can come to the Holy City, our Holy Sect has a way to ask his heart. We can't know everything, but we can know some of the effects more or less. After Yuji heard this, she thought for a moment and said to Su Chen, Is it that simple? This surprised Su Chen. If it is really that simple, why has the Holy Sect made no progress against the Soul Sect? Seeing that Yuji still had something to say, Su Chen patiently continued to listen. But the method of asking the heart must be in the Holy City. When the senior officers of the Soul Sect realize that something is wrong, they will trigger the soul protection mechanism set up by the Soul Master for them. Then nothing can be asked. Which is why it is difficult to detect information about the Soul Sect. Yuji continued. Sure enough, it's not that simple. So, the key to this is not to let them react? Su Chen analyzed it after listening. That's more or less it. But this is what happened in their minds. Even if the Holy Lord personally takes action, it will be difficult to stop it. Yuji continued to answer. Su Chen fell into thinking. This protection mechanism is indeed troublesome. It seems that the only way to find a way is to let the demon trick the ghost to the vicinity of the Holy City, and then quickly control it. These senior officers would not trigger this protection mechanism immediately unless they had to. It's just a matter of reaction. Mr. Su? Seeing Su Chen in a daze, Yuji asked. Oh, I'm a little obsessed with thinking about things. By the way, have you found anything recently in the investigation of Soul Sect? Su Chen came back to his senses and asked Yuji with a smile. The Soul Sect seems to have recalled most of its expatriate personnel and closed the sect. What exactly it will do is unclear. Yuji did not hide it and told Su Chen what she had investigated. Closed sect? For some reason, Su Chen felt that this word was a bit familiar. Got it. Don't bother the saint. Su Chen smiled and prepared to turn off the conversation. No. Everyone cooperates to fight against the Soul Sect. Yuji nodded. After turning off the conversation, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. The Devil's Banquet Guild is closing down, and the Soul Sect is closing itself down. What a coincidence. Su Chen just felt that the word Guanzong had a familiar feel. It just so happened that he was also investigating the Sabbath Guild recently. Because the Sabbath Guild is a bit strange. Su Chen has been suspicious of it since the last time the demonic path extended an olive branch. When the Sabbath Guild threw out a pretentious olive branch, they didn't seem to want Yao Dao to join the Sabbath Guild at all. But other top guilds had recruited him, and they didn't want to be out of line. Maybe they were thinking that Yao Dao wouldn't do this easily because it would offend other guilds. So they quoted a perfunctory price. But they never thought that behind the demonic path was Su Chen. From this incident, Su Chen suspected that he had fallen in love with the Sabbath Guild. The subsequent behavior of the Sabbath Guild made Su Chen even more suspicious. After getting involved with the Soul Sect, the behavior of the Devil's Banquet Guild suddenly made sense. Something is obviously brewing in the Soul Sect now. So they don't want an outsider from the Yao Dao to come in. Especially since the Yao Dao's strength does not give them some status. Then the Sabbath was closed. And even the news about the treasures of the gods and the priesthood were not interested. Thinking about it, it should have a lot to do with what is brewing in the Soul Sect. The trajectory of the Soul Sect should have been changed. In the original timeline, although his status was low, he was not enough to come into contact with matters in the practice world. However, during the original time period of the game, the Sabbath Guild was still operating as usual, and there was no news of closure. What exactly is it? Changed the original trajectory of the Soul Sect? Su Chen went through the Sabbath Guild and deduced the conclusion of the changes in the real Soul Sect's timeline. Of course, This change is probably related to his butterfly effect. But I just don't know what he did to actually change the trajectory of the Soul Sect. Chapter 476. The Era of National Treasure Hunting. However, since the changes in the Soul Sect's timeline were caused by him, he must pay attention to them. Maybe it's about something targeting him. After all, Yi Fengchen's timeline change was aimed at him. Su Chen may be indifferent to this change. Increase surveillance of the Sabbath Guild. At the same time, Su Chen gave Bingfeng new instructions. Bingfeng heard Su Chen's instructions just as he was about to play the game. Yes, Mr. Su. Bingfeng responded quickly. Su Chen stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. How many competitors does this master of the world have? Game world. At this time, several major guilds were arguing and even wanted to take action. However, several major guilds are still relatively sensible. Noisy. If you really attack the opponent's guild station, and you don't have the strength to crush it, it will probably be in vain. The crusade against the Shura realm became more and more like a farce amid the quarrels and disputes among these guilds. Anyway, now, anyone who wants to say that they are fighting the Shura world for the benefit of the majority of players will definitely be scoffed at. And with the treasures of artifacts and even priesthoods in the Shura world, there is now a wave of treasure hunting among the people. At this time, it is no longer just the 6 top guilds, but also other first-tier guilds, and small guilds in the 5th and 6th tiers. These guilds all want to get a piece of the pie. Even individual players are concerned about the treasure. Some friends form a team together, and some are lone wolves. Anyway, they are all worried about the treasures of the Shura realm. The matter of the secret treasure of the Shura realm has become a puddle of muddy water. The muddy water is just right for fishing. It's not like there haven't been such examples before. A group of big guilds all left the field to compete for a treasure. But in the end, the treasure was obtained by individual players. There is no shortage of overnight success stories in the new world. Therefore, everyone can still understand the sudden rise of Luoqiu, Dao Yuan, and Feng Yu. Players have already begun to have sweet dreams at this time. If both the artifact and the priesthood are obtained by one player, then it is conceivable that that player will become a star of tomorrow. Luoqiu, Feng Yu and others who are currently in the limelight are such examples. The priesthood is stronger than them. After all, judging from the strength shown by the outside world, neither Feng Yu nor Luoqiu has god-level strength. But even so, Luoqiu is now the number 1 player. It can be said that whoever can obtain this inheritance will replace Luoqiu and become the new number 1 person. The reason why several major guilds just quarreled and did not take action is because now they have entered a chaotic battle for treasures. And everyone must conserve their strength. Moreover, several major guilds are still blaming each other for spreading the news, because neither of them did it. But it was revealed. They naturally thought that the other party did it. Otherwise, the guild is acting undercover. At this time, several top guilds were not only scolding other guilds, but also checking themselves to see if there were any undercover agents in the guild. It can be said that the major guilds are very busy now. Gorkhand. At this time, the Dragon Court Guild was also busy. The busy schedule is similar to that of other top guilds, because judging from the leaked information, it also includes the perspective of the Dragon Court Guild. Therefore, Fu Hailong also suspected that the Longting Guild was an undercover agent. At this time, I was also investigating undercover agents. Chapter 477. Who is the undercover agent in Longting Guild? In the conference room. Who leaked it? Now I can confess without being held accountable. Fu Hailong looked at everyone and said angrily. Everyone else in the conference room was silent. Everyone's eyes look at their noses. Their noses look at their mouths. And their mouths look at their hearts. President, I have something to report. At this time, Sweeping Tianya suddenly stood up. You say, Fu Hailong said with an angry look. Vice President Dao Yun came out last 2 times. I don't know where Vice President Dao Yun is doing. Sweeping the world has always been grudged against Dao Yun because of the incident of the 2nd Regiment being taken away. And he has been paying attention to Dao Yun. Now that I have found this opportunity, I will naturally not let it go. In fact, Fu Hailong had always noticed that Sweeping Tianya had always held a grudge against Dao Yun, and he didn't care about it in many meetings. That's because Fu Hailong knows the way of balance very well. Dao Yun's promotion path is too fast. He left Sweeping Tianya to deliberately target Dao Yun and give Dao Yun a beating. He wants Dao Yun to know who gave him everything he has now. However, what Swayan Sweeping Tianya said is indeed a doubtful point. Dao Yun? Is what he said true? Fu Hailong asked in a calm voice. Indeed. Yao Dao stood up at this time and nodded in agreement. Fu Hailong didn't pay attention to him. But it didn't mean that others didn't pay attention to him either. There was no need to deny it in this matter. President, I don't know who the undercover traitor is. But those of us who followed the president to conquer the world from the very beginning are loyal to the guild. And that's true. When sweeping the world recognized the demon, he immediately followed up with output. Although he didn't explicitly say that Yao Dao was the undercover agent, everyone present in the conference room is the core layer of the guild. These people basically followed Fu Hailong to conquer the world from the beginning. Who isn't? That's not the demon path that was added later. Dao Yuan, just explain to them what you are doing inside. Fu Hailong didn't look at Yao Dao, but looked ahead and said calmly. Although Fu Hailong seemed to be speaking for Yao Dao. In fact, he was a little skeptical. If it's the first time, forget it. Even the second time. However, Fu Hailong didn't suspect that Yao Dao was an undercover agent. But he suspected that Yao Dao had secretly taken any treasure. Everyone, you should all know that I, Dao Yuan, have a divine weapon and armor on me. Isn't it normal for me to hold on longer? And I, Dao Yuan, have contributed this hidden mission to the guild. What else can I think about? If you still don't believe it, I will send you all the progress and details of the task. At this time, Yao Dao made an angry expression. The natural evil spirit emerged from this. And Fu Hailong wondered whether he had dirty something good there. The progress of the mission is the best proof. The progress and details of this task were all planned in advance by Mr. Su. Really? Ha ha ha. Dao Yuan, don't get excited. I believe you. Fu Hailong suddenly stood up at this time, smiled and patted Dao Yuan on the shoulder. I believe in Dao Yuan. Anyone who questions him questions me. When Fu Hailong heard that Yao Dao was about to announce the progress and details of the mission, he suddenly thought that he still had the capital to continue fighting for the treasure. Of course he wants to watch it alone. These people will not be allowed to look at the details of this mission together. At the same time, he did not forget to clarify things to the demon. Chapter 478 Return to Orly Canyon. Everyone else's eyes were widened at this time, wanting to take a look at the details of this hidden mission. After all, now is the time for everyone to win treasures. They personally have the desire to seize the treasure, and watching it is free anyway. But who knew that Fu Hailong ended this topic directly? Moreover, Fu Hailong has spoken like this. Who dares to question the evil way? By the way, what kind of mentality do you have when you doubt the evil spirit without any evidence? Fu Hailong asked at this time, looking at Sweeping Tianya. When Bisway Tianya was asked, he was immediately confused. Then he reacted. Fu Hailong suspected that he was an undercover agent, and was eager to find an undercover agent to take the blame. No, President. I'm just telling you what I think is suspicious. Sweeping Tianya quickly explained. Snort. Of course. Fu Hailong had no evidence, and just said it casually. Tianji, I'll leave the undercover investigation to you. Fu Hailong directly left this task to Guiswan. Guiswan was a little speechless, and specified that Dao Yuan should not be suspected, and then gave him the task. Yes, President. However, the ghost calculation still agreed. Dao Yuan, come with me. Fu Hailong first said something to Yao Dao, then looked at everyone and said, dismiss the meeting. Fu Hailong's approach was a little too straightforward. Everyone could tell that they were looking for Dao Yuan to see the so-called mission progress and details. Did I feel wrong? Why do I feel like there is something wrong with Dao Yuan? Gui Swan looked at Yao Dao's back and thought. In fact, everyone in this guild can doubt Dao Yuan. But he is the one who should trust Dao Yuan. Very simple. Dao Yuan is controlled by him in reality. If he doesn't do things as required, does he still want to escape? As for any suspicious aspects of Yao Dao's behavior, it was to help him complete the prerequisite for evading Fu Hailong's rights. So even if others doubt Dao Yuan, at least he should believe in Dao Yuan. But now in the Longting Guild, the person who should have believed in Dao Yuan the most is now a little shaken. Game World. Oral Gorge. This is the place where the God of the Dead was originally sealed. Luo Jin took a look and saw that the teleportation array, which was no longer supported by the magic stone, had become bleak. Originally, even though this teleportation array was rarely used, it still cost money and manpower to maintain it. However, after completing the sealing of the God of the Undead, the Holy See has directly deactivated this teleportation array. The Holy See was really relieved and just ignored it. Luo Jin shook his head. Although he has a high status in the Holy See, and knows what the situation is like in the Holy See, the Holy See has indeed been very tight on resources recently. After all, the war is tight, and the wars are not peaceful. But directly deactivating this teleportation array, and not even managing the sealed place of the God of the Dead, would be too much to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. So rest assured that the original sealing trip was really sealing it. When Luo Jin returned to this place, he felt that the original seal was not that simple. Although on the surface it seems to be successful. But there was a doubt about that sealing trip. That is, has anyone seen with their own eyes that the seal placed by the divine envoy really sealed the God of the Dead? Have. That was Luo Qiu who came out last at that time. At that time, Luo Qiu said that the seal was successful. And they did not doubt it. But after the only witness at that time, who was a good person, could no longer stand, how much of his words can be believed? Chapter 479, Searching for Evidence. If Luo Jin was still suspicious of Luo Qiu before, now, Luo Qiu has basically been beaten into a bad person by him. No evidence, but logically sound. Especially this time to counterattack the Shura world. From the very beginning when he invited Yifengchen. Then there happened to be a monster attacking the city from Luo Qiu's side. And it happened to be a Wrath of the Wasteland whose strength seemed to be similar to his. Coincidentally, the Wrath of the Wasteland, whose strength was obviously similar to Luo Qiu's apparent strength, ran away after a head-on fight with Luo Qiu. From the perspective of Luo Jin, this is simply funny. Perhaps what impresses the public more deeply about Wrath of the Wasteland is the devastating destructive power of Wrath of the Wasteland after it becomes angry. But after he actually got to know the Wrath of the Wasteland, he realized that the Wrath of the Wasteland was an honest person. He didn't get angry easily. But he was very scary when he was angry. It takes a lot of anger to make the Wrath of the Wasteland become so angry. But it happened that the Wrath of the Wasteland stayed in front of the Dawn Guild for so long. When the fight actually started, he ran away after only a few hits. Of course, this cannot be regarded as solid evidence for Luo Qiu. After all, within a race, there are those with big tempers, and those with small tempers. Who knows whether this Wrath of the Wasteland is irritable or not? Then after the incident, evidence from several major guilds suddenly came out. And there is also a group of people who are obviously leading the rhythm. Leading Fengyu's rhythm. Although the origin of these people cannot be found. But this is more likely to be attributed to Luo Qiu. There is no need for several top guilds to announce this news to slander Fengyu. They want to attack Fengyu. Just like the Dragon Court Guild. They can suppress the Sunset Guild by directly declaring war. Originally, they could block the news and get the treasure. So why expose the news and let everyone join the treasure hunt? Just to throw dirty water on Fengyu. For those who have the ability to do this, and have the motivation to do this to Fengyu, Luo Jin can only think of Luo Qiu as a candidate. For others, there is no need to throw dirty water on Fengyu, and then announce the treasure news. But Luo Qiu fits this motive. Because Fengyu is Luo Qiu's biggest human hero candidate now. Can this way of throwing dirty water affect Sunset Guild? It won't have much impact. The real impact is Fengyu's campaign for human hero. But, what if you know Luo Qiu? Without evidence, Luo Qiu cannot be beaten. This time when I came to Orly Canyon, Luo Jin came to look for evidence. I want to see if you have really completed the seal. Luo Jin snorted coldly. This is also an opportunity for Luo Jin to make a comeback. Now for Fengyu. Although there is evidence to avoid Luo Qiu's dirty water, he does not have many channels to gain fame. Since Fengyu didn't have a lot of ways to gain fame, then he needed to weaken Luo Qiu's opponent to make a comeback. And the scene of the sealed place in Orly Canyon may be Fengyu's chance to complete a comeback. Luo Qiu handled many things perfectly. Luo Jin kept looking for flaws, but couldn't find any flaws in Luo Qiu's case. After thinking for a long time, Luo Jin recalled the first time he and Luo Qiu met as Qin's clone. This may be Luo Qiu's only flaw. During the original sealing trip, a player named Big P livestreamed the entire journey. Luo Qiu is the last one to come out, as long as he records the whole process of the image in the sealed land. Can Luo Qiu be washed? Chapter 480. The seal is still intact. Luo Jin walked inside. He did not fly, but walked along the route of the previous seal trip in his memory. He observed whether there would be any evidence left around him. Although today's Orly Canyon is still wide, it is not what it used to be. The canyon that was once shrouded in black mist has now returned to clear skies. However, this has not brought spring to this land. On the contrary, under the sunlight, the ruined land and dry river beds are more obvious. Desolate, Luo Jin looked around, feeling ripples in his heart. The seal has obviously been successfully sealed. But why did this place become like this? Logically speaking, Now that the seal has been successfully sealed, this Grand Canyon should return to its former environment. Although the black mist disappeared, the sense of dilapidation was still greater than when the black mist existed before. Luo Jin walked slowly looking for clues. So he walked slowly all the way. However, even if there were any clues in the ruins and deserted land along the way, they were covered up. At this time, Luo Jin finally reached the place where the seal originally existed. A huge lake appeared in front of Luo Jin. Luo Jin did not rush to the seal, but squatted down and checked the lake. The water in the lake is not clear and transparent, but has a bottomless darkness. The breeze blows, and ripples appear on the lake's surface one after another, quietly flowing on the lake's surface. What happened in the sealed land back then? Looking at these changes in the environment, Luo Jin frowned. Even when the seal was loosened, this oily canyon was a little strange. But at least, it was not as strange as it is now. How to say? If we say that Orly Canyon was filled with a dark atmosphere and shrouded in it, the current Orly Canyon is full of desolation and dilapidation. Luo Jin raised his head and looked at the position in the lake. A building on the water stands alone and firmly. At the top of the building on the water, the wide stone platform looks like a huge stone platform. Luo Jin walked on the water and walked towards the ceiling platform. Why is it weakening? Luo Jin looked at the stone tablet and frowned. The stone tablet was originally carved with dense marks. These marks were intricate and contained tremendous abilities. But now, these marks were eroded by unknown sources and became blurred, and their power gradually disappeared. Luo Jin whispered the incantation, picked up the Holy Sea's Charter Pass, and opened the inside of the ceiling platform. Given his status as a clone, it is not difficult to obtain this proof. At this time, Luo Jin was checking whether the seal was effective. But after some inspection, I found that the seal was indeed successful. The artifact that was originally used to suppress it has disappeared, which is why the power has been lost so quickly. Luo Jin frowned and thought. However, this matter still cannot be used to defeat Luo Qiu, because when Luo Qiu came out of it, he said that he failed to protect the artifact, and it was destroyed by the god of the undead before it was sealed. At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this rhetoric. But look at it now. The strength hidden under the surface of Luo Qiu. The god of the undead was just the consciousness that came out of the sealed body at the beginning. Why did he destroy the artifact under Luo Qiu's obstruction? Even if the god of the undead were to destroy the artifact without interference, it would still take a lot of trouble. With Luo Qiu's true strength, why should Luo Qiu destroy the artifact? Chapter 481 Key Evidence, Heart of Light. That artifact has probably been taken away by Luo Qiu. Luo Jin shook his head. Based on the current evidence, it is really impossible to accuse Luo Qiu. Just when Luo Jin was about to continue thinking of other solutions, Luo Jin was suddenly stunned. By the way, he took that artifact away. Isn't that artifact just stolen goods? Luo Jin suddenly remembered this. This artifact itself was the evidence. No matter what method he uses, as long as he finds this artifact, it will be confirmed that Luo Qiu lied in the first place. He doesn't even have to find this evidence with his own hands. He only needs to prove the existence of this artifact to be able to defeat Luo Qiu. This matter is quite difficult. After all, if Luo Qiu took away this thing, he would definitely be careful not to let such an unclean thing be exposed to the public. But it's still an artifact, and based on the friendly aura that Luo Qiu showed from time to time, Luo Jin guessed that Luo Qiu might be carrying that artifact with him. That artifact seems to be called the Heart of Light. I think I need to check it out. Luo Jin smiled slightly. If it were other artifacts, Luo Jin would not be able to find traces of the artifacts. But the artifact was produced by the Holy Sea, and it was related to the God of Light. Presumably, there are certain anti-theft signs. Thinking of this, Luo Jin disappeared directly from Orly Canyon. As long as the existence of the Heart of Light is proven, Luo Qiu's reputation will definitely take a big hit. If it can be directly discovered that the Heart of Light is in Luo Qiu, then this game can be declared over. Curia Library. Luo Jin used Keen's clone to successfully reach the core book collection area. After searching all afternoon, Luo Jin finally found something. There you have it. Heart of Light. Luo Jin looked at a book called Sacred Classics and Legends, and said happily, a pious chronicler, having gained a deep understanding of the Heart of Light, recorded all its characteristics. This ring, known as the Heart of Light, appears to be carved from a ray of solidified sunlight. It does not care about the strength of the wearer, but only those who have reached the divine level can truly resonate with it and inspire its hidden power. Believers who wear the Heart of Light Their bodies seem to be surrounded by holy light, and every movement is full of grace and power. With the blessing of this ring, their light magic became more powerful, as if it could illuminate the entire darkness. And the true power of the Heart of Light is far more than this. It has a magical ability to purify all evil and filth. When the wearer is in the dark, this ring will emit a warm light, pointing them in the direction and dispelling the evil atmosphere around them. On the battlefield, the Heart of Light showed its unparalleled power. Its light can penetrate the enemy's defenses and attack directly to their souls. And those dark creatures touched by the light all howled in pain, as if they had nowhere to escape under the judgment of light. In addition, the Heart of Light also possesses a mysterious aura skill called baptism. Enshrouded in this halo, the enemy will feel an unspeakable pain. Under the protection of this halo, the friendly forces recovered and healed quickly. However, the most powerful skill of the Heart of Light is the legendary holy sword that purifies the world. When the wearer burns his divine power to activate this ring, a holy sword condensed from pure light will fall from the sky. This holy sword possesses unparalleled power and can instantly kill all evil and darkness. According to the chronicler, he once witnessed the activation of the holy sword to purify the world. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be illuminated by the light of this holy sword, and all evil and darkness disappeared without a trace under that light. Chapter 482 Allusion to the Heart of Light. Luo Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He finally found out the information about the Heart of Light, which meant there was a chance. This artifact is actually carved from sunlight. This introduction made Luo Jin a little confused. What is introduced here is probably the general function of the Heart of Light. What concerned Luo Jin was the description of the legendary holy sword that purified the world. It seems that the original owner sacrificed his divine power to activate this ability in order to resist an extremely powerful dark existence. However, these introductions still didn't make Luo Jin think of any solution. Fortunately, the description of the Heart of Light occupies not a small space, and there is still a description of the Heart of Light below. Moreover, it also provides a more detailed description and record of the walking of the Heart of Light, including an allusion. This ring not only contains powerful power, but also has unique spirituality. It can sense the heart of the holder. For those evil people, it will hide its true power and only reveal part of the disguise. Once upon a time, there was an evil mage named Morgan. Morgan possesses powerful dark magic and desires endless power to rule the entire world. In order to realize this ambition, he set his sights on the legendary artifact the Heart of Light. Morgan is well aware of the power of the Heart of Light. He knows that this ring not only contains sacred energy, but also has the spirituality to choose its owner. However, he also knew that his heart was not pure and was full of greed and evil. Therefore, he decided to adopt the method of forcibly recognizing his master and take the Heart of Light as his own. On a dark and windy night, Morgan sneaked into the temple where the Heart of Light was stored. He used dark magic to break through the temple's defenses and successfully obtained the ring. He put the ring on his hand, and then activated the dark magic, trying to inspire the power within it. However, to Morgan's surprise, the Heart of Light did not show as much power as he had hoped. Instead, it just glowed faintly, as if mocking his incompetence. Morgan was unwilling to fail. He increased the intensity of magic, but the result remained the same. Morgan roars angrily, trying to use various means to force the Heart of Light to surrender. But no matter how hard he tried, the ring always maintained a faint light, as if to tell him only believers who truly desire light and are not afraid of darkness can become its master. In the end, the Holy See sent the 3 strongest bishops to find Morgan. After a battle, Morgan dissipated in endless anger and despair, becoming an eternal warning. The Heart of Light was recovered by the divine world and never appeared in the mortal world again. It turns out that there is such a story. So the Heart of Light was brought down to the mortal world by the messenger of God. Luo Jin looked at the book and thought. According to this illusion, the information he can obtain is that the Heart of Light will choose the master. Moreover, if the owner is dissatisfied with it, it will resort to deception, revealing only part of its power, or even a direct strike. But so far, Luo Jin has only found part of the information, which is not critical. He has not thought of any way to truly find the evidence of the Heart of Light from Luo Qiu. Chapter 483, Who is the Sincere Heart? Chapter 483. Just keep turning the page. There are only a few sentences left about the Heart of Light. There is another widely circulated legend about the Heart of Light. The Heart of Light has its own will and choice. It will not succumb to the power of evil, nor will it be driven by those who are impure at heart. in the hands of evil people, it will only show part of its power to protect itself from being fully exploited. When a believer with a sincere heart appears, the heart of light will take the initiative to break away from the evil man's control and choose to recognize this new master as his true master. The believer does not need to use any means. He only needs to stretch out his hand and feel its presence with his heart. Under the influence of the sincere heart, the heart of light will gradually show its true power. Its light will become brighter and brighter, able to illuminate all darkness. And this believer will also feel a warm and powerful force pouring into his body, which is a gift given to him by the heart of light. The believers chosen by the heart of light will become messengers of light, using the power of the heart of light to protect peace and justice in the world. After writing this sentence in this Sacred Classics and Legends, there is no space about the heart of light. Other legends are already introduced below. Luo Jin sat on the ground next to the bookshelf and began to integrate the information he had obtained. What concerned Luo Jin the most was that sentence. When a believer with a sincere heart appears, the heart of light will take the initiative to break away from the control of the evil person and choose to recognize this new master as its true master. In other words, if a sincere believer stands in front of Luo Qiu, the ring will break free from Luo Qiu's hand. Thus, he just needs to take that person with him and find a public place, preferably a live broadcast at the national level when the human hero is campaigning and voting. After the heart of light broke free from Luo Qiu's body, he directly disclosed the attributes of the heart of light, and at the same time made the video of the sealing trip that day public. In this way, Luo Qiu would not be able to clear his name no matter what. This sounds like a super clever plan for Luo Qiu to complete a big comeback. But, where am I going to find this person with a sincere heart? Luo Jin shook his head. In this complicated world, there are few sincere people. A sincere heart is the purest and most impurity-free existence. It is not eroded by the world, not tempted by interests, and can only be possessed by those who always maintain the original purity and sincerity. There is only one such person in a million. What's the difference between searching and finding a needle in a haystack? Keen Knights? At this time, a voice interrupted Luo Jin's thoughts. Luo Jin turned around and saw that this person was none other than Iwini. When they went to seal together, Iwini was obviously very impressed by him. It's the envoy of God. Keen quickly put the books back. I remembered that I still had a mission, so I said goodbye to the envoy first, before Iwini could ask any questions. Keen left quickly. His clone was already a problem. In addition, there is also a divine envoy Kara coming, who is not as stupid as Iwini. So try to avoid these characters. Ah! Before Ivani could say anything more, Keen had already run away. This Keen Knight is so weird, Iwini muttered. Then she looked at the book that Keen had put back just now, and took it down. Sacred Books and Legends. Why are Keen Knights reading this book? Iwini said doubtfully. Chapter 484. This man's name is Shishui. Game World. In a remote canyon, there is a quiet village surrounded by mountains and covered with snow. Shuiyan Village. The houses here are mainly made of simple wooden structures, and the roofs are covered with thick white snow, which seems to blend in with the surrounding mountain peaks. Whenever the sun penetrates the clouds and shines on the paths and houses in the village, there will be a golden glow, which is intoxicating. The village is surrounded by towering peaks. The tops of the mountains are covered with snow all year round, which complements the scenery of the village. The gurgling streams in the mountains add a touch of life to this silent valley. A young man squatted by the stream, picked up a container, and scooped out a ladle of water to drink. Why is this place not marked on the map? The young man muttered to himself in confusion. The young man is a player named Shishui. After Shishui was exposed for pretending to be Luo Qiu last time, he originally thought that he would not be able to survive in the game world. After all, Luo Qiu had become famous in the game at that time and had a large number of fans. Luo Qiu himself is even more powerful, and it would be easy to prevent him from surviving in the game, even without Luo Qiu himself and his supporters taking action. Those who were deceived by him will definitely not let him go. But whether it was a group of people trying to deal with him in the game or a group of people bullying him online, it didn't happen. All this stems from Luo Qiu's magnanimity. Luo Qiu not only paid out of his own pocket to compensate those who were deceived by him, but he also did not punish him. He still remembers it all. Luo Qiu just let him go, and also warned him not to lie to others again. At that moment, Shishui was completely influenced. In fact, Shishui himself is a simple person. He was only briefly blinded by interests. Now he has fully realized it. He made up his mind when he got up from the ground and turned around to leave that day. Be a person like Luoqiu. From then on, Xiao Shui traveled around the world, looking for opportunities to become stronger, because he knew that only someone as powerful as Luoqiu could do what Luoqiu did. But a while ago, he was walking in the forest and got lost. When he came out of the forest, he arrived at this place. This place doesn't even have a label on the map that comes with the system. He has been lost here for a long time. Fortunately, I finally saw a village today. Whether it's an NPC or a player, please tell me how to get out. After Xiao Shui straightened up, he set off in the direction of the village. Soon, Xiao Shui approached the village. The houses in the village are scattered in the valley, and their roofs are covered with thick snow, making them look like they are wearing white hats. The smoke from the chimney rises slowly in the air, and when it meets the surrounding cold air, it forms beautiful white smoke. Xiao Shui also noticed that despite the cold winter, the village was full of life. Children were playing in the snow, their laughter echoing in the valley. The adults were busy preparing dinner and cleaning up the housework. Their figures looked particularly busy and warm under the sunset. When Xiao Shui walked into the village, he felt as if he had entered an isolated fairyland. Everything here is so pure, beautiful and peaceful. It made him temporarily forget that this was just a game, and the hustle and bustle of real life, and quietly comprehend this moment. Chapter 485 Hidden Shuoyun Village. However, the appearance of this outsider quickly broke the tranquility. A few children, playing in the snow, first noticed him. They stopped playing curiously, and looked at Xiao Shui with wide eyes. Several children chattered for a while, and then one of the bolder children stepped forward. Who are you? Where did it come from? The bold child questioned Xiao Shui in a childish voice. Xiao Shui also remembered at this time that although this scene was very real, it was just a game no matter how real it was. He was just playing a game, even though Xiao Shui is a game novice. At this time, he also knows what hidden map he has come to. My name is Xiao Shui, a foreigner who lives here. Considering that these were children, Xiao Shui carefully considered his words and gave an answer that children could understand. Foreigner? The children obviously understood the word foreigner. And at this time, the children began to chatter. Foreigner? Where did you come from? What is the outside world like? Big brother, are you looking for someone here? Several children asked Xiao Shui in all directions. The scene seemed a bit chaotic. This made Xiao Shui not know how to answer for a while. The movement here quickly attracted adults. Several middle-aged people, both men and women, were coming towards this direction. The children immediately told the elders what they knew. Several middle-aged people also quickly understood Xiao Shui's identity. Young man, you said you are a homeless foreigner. Do you need our help when you come here? The middle-aged man stepped forward and asked Xiao Shui. Thank you for your kindness. I don't really have any special needs. I just hope I can stay here for a while, and maybe I will leave after a while. Xiao Shui waved his hand quickly. He was a player after all. In this case, then you can stay with us first. Although our Shuoyun village is remote, the folk customs are simple, so you don't have to worry about any trouble. At this time, another middle-aged woman said to Xiao Shui, even though I know this is just a game, but for some reason, the simple folk customs here still made Xiao Shui feel a warm current. Thank you for taking me in. I will try not to disturb everyone's lives. Xiao Shui really needs some work. The food and other things he brought have been almost used up these days. Characters in the game also have settings such as hunger points. And even because the higher the player's attributes, the more food they need to consume. Xiao Shui's current mentality is that of an explorer, which is different from the mentality of ordinary players. Ordinary players would definitely be eager to run out at this time, and getting lost would simply waste their leveling time. However, Xiao Shui was not in a hurry and really settled in Shuoyun village. A few days later, Xiao Shui has already integrated into the life of Shuoyun village. During the day, he would go out to look for food by himself, and then help the villagers with some farm work when he had spare time. After all, he is a player, and even a rookie player has much higher attributes than these civilian villagers. It can help the villagers do a lot of things. The villagers are also used to Xiao Shui's presence. In a corner of Shuoyun village, there is a very inconspicuous thatched house surrounded by ancient trees. An old man with white hair, but still sharp eyes, sat on a wooden chair. He looked at Xiao Shui's working figure and nodded silently. Chapter 486. The Old Man Who Calls the Wise Man. Shuoyun Village. A few more days passed. The life in Shuoyun Village is quiet and peaceful. Xiao Shui spent a few peaceful days here. He gradually got used to the lifestyle here and even began to enjoy the tranquility of being aloof from the world. However, He is still a player after all. He knew that he could not stay in this virtual world forever. And there was a broader world waiting for him outside. He followed Luo Chio's example, and wanted to follow in Luo Chio's footsteps. Days like this still give Xiaoshui some other ideas. But currently Xiaoshui doesn't have many ideas. Today, Xiaoshui is working in the village as usual. He helped the villagers build houses and cultivate the land. And because Xiaoshui had learned some books on life crafts before, he also taught some villagers how to use craft techniques. The appearance of Xiaoshui brought new vitality to this remote village. In the evening, when the afterglow of the setting sun filled the entire village, Xiaoshui sat under an old tree to rest. He looked at the scenery surrounded by snow-capped mountains in the distance, and couldn't help but be fascinated. It was then that he noticed the thatched cottage surrounded by ancient trees. He had never been near the thatched house before. But at this moment, he inexplicably wanted to take a look. He stood up and walked slowly towards the thatched cottage. As he approached, he found that the door of the thatched cottage was open, and a faint light came from inside. He walked in curiously, and saw an old man with white hair. "Young man, here you are." The old man's voice was calm and gentle, with a kind smile, as if he had anticipated Xiaoshui's arrival. "Hello. I am a foreigner living here. Who are you?" Xiaoshui didn't expect that the old man actually looked like he was waiting for him and saluted respectfully. The old man quietly stared at Xiaoshui, who walked in. His eyes were deep and bright, and a smile appeared on his face. "It sounds like I am a foreigner living here just like you. But it has been so long that I forgot my name. I gave myself a name. Atu." The old man named Atu smiled and said to Xiaoshui, "Atu?" Xiaoshui then remembered that the children often called Grandpa Tu's name, saying that Grandpa Tu often told him some magical stories. The uncles and aunts in the village also said that there was a wise man named Atu in their village, and the villagers would ask him for advice if they didn't understand anything. "Hello." After Xiaoshui came to his senses, he quickly said low to the old man. "However, is there anything I can do to help you?" He remembered what the old man had just said to him. Xiaoshui was a little confused, because the other person looked like he was waiting for him right here. "Young man, you are not here by accident. Your heart is searching for something, perhaps, and I can help you find it." The wise man Atu looked into Xiaoshui's eyes and said slowly. Xiaoshui was shocked. He didn't expect this old man to say such a thing. "What can you help me find?" Xiaoshui took a deep breath and asked. However, in response to Xiaoshui's question, the old man just shook his head. "I can't tell you the answer directly, because the answer lies in your own heart," the old man said slowly. Xiaoshui was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning of what the old man said. He still felt a little confused. And he was confused even when he came here. Chapter 487 Past, Present, Future. Seeing Xiaoshui's confused look, the old man couldn't help but shook his head. "But I can give you some tips and clues to help you better explore and discover." The old man smiled and shook his head. With that said, the old man took out an ancient map and handed it to Xiaoshui. "This is?" Xiaoshui looked at the map and was a little surprised. There are 3 places marked on the map. There are 3 mysterious doors on this map, representing the past, present, and future respectively. The old man motioned to Xiaoshui to pull up the map. Xiaoshui quickly unfolded the map. And then, the old man pointed his finger at one of the marks on the map. "Door to the past." The old man pointed to a mark on the map. "It is hidden in the deepest part of your memory. Through this door, you can look back on your growth and relive the moments that had a profound impact on you. But remember, you can't change the past. You can only learn from it." The old man looked into Xiaoshui's eyes and said, "This passage is quite easy to understand. The past is important, but dwelling on it is unhelpful." Xiaoshui nodded confusedly. "Door now." The old man changed places at this time and pointed to another mark on the map. "It represents your current life and status. This door is the most elusive because it changes all the time. Through this door, you can gain a deep understanding of your inner world and discover things hidden in your daily life." When the old man saw Xiaoshui nodding, he continued to explain to Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui took a deep breath. He is starting to understand a little bit now. The theme of this door is to live in the present so that you can fully realize your potential. Xiaoshui continued to nod to express his understanding. "Door to the future." The old man pointed to the 3rd sign. "It leads to an unknown world, full of infinite possibilities and opportunities. Through this door, you can get a glimpse of your future and understand your dreams and pursuits. But remember, the future is not destined. It depends on your choices and efforts now." When he said this, The old man's voice became somewhat mysterious. Wait for the old man to finish his words. Xiushui suddenly received a prompt from the game system. System prompt. You have triggered the hidden salvation mission. Past, present, future. Do you want to accept it? Attention players. This mission will change the main development of the game. Please accept this mission with caution. Failure of this mission will trigger world-destroying punishment. After Xiushui heard the system prompt, he suddenly felt excited. In fact, he has always wanted to gain great power and become someone like Luoqiu. There are adventures hidden everywhere in the new world. So he became a traveler. Now, he finally waited. Accept. Xiushui took it without hesitation. Thank you. I will remember your teachings. Xiushui said excitedly to the old man. These 3 mysterious doors will guide you on a journey deep within your heart. But remember, no matter what difficulties and challenges you encounter, keep your courage and faith. Only in this way can you find your true self. The old man touched his beard and looked at Xiushui with eyes full of encouragement. After Xiushui saluted the old man, he said goodbye one by one to the villagers who had taken good care of him for so many days in the village. Chapter 488 appears at the beginning of creation. After saying goodbye to the villagers and children, Xiushui headed towards the map's mark and started a new exploration. Xiushui's back gradually faded away on the snow. The old man was at his residence, watching Xiushui off quietly. He quietly looked at Xiushui's disappearing back, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, a middle-aged man came through the snow and walked to the old man's side. R2. Why did you choose this young man? The middle-aged man didn't make any detours after he arrived. Asked straight to the point. He is a man who is free from destiny. The old man continued to look up into the distance, as if he was seeing through the shackles of time and space on Xiushui. A person who escapes destiny? The middle-aged man paused. There are not many people in this world who escape from fate. Then the middle-aged man's tone was still puzzled. Yes, there are indeed many people who escape their fate. But this man is different. He is not only a person who is free from fate, but also a being whose fate is wonderfully intertwined. The old man turned to look at the middle-aged man, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Oh! How do I say this? The middle-aged man frowned. His fate line should have been an ordinary trajectory. However, at a certain critical node, he made a unique choice that triggered a series of chain reactions. These reactions caused a huge deflection in the trajectory of his destiny, entering a new realm full of infinite possibilities. The old man spoke slowly, each word causing waves. The laws of time and space seemed to want to stop these words. But the voice still broke through the shackles of these laws. After hearing the old man's explanation, the middle-aged man fell silent. He was thinking about the old man's words. But even so, why do you think he is the one who can save the world? There are also many people in this world who have wonderful fates. Although the middle-aged man is no longer doubtful, he still has some doubts. I don't think he can save the world. But who knows? The old man suddenly said with a smile. R2. Do you know that if you hand this over, he will fail? What kind of catastrophe awaits the world? The middle-aged man looked at the old man in shock. He originally thought that ATU was very confident in handing over this thing. But who knows? ATU himself is not sure. In his opinion, this was really outrageous. There was something about him that gave me hope. His heart is pure and firm, full of curiosity and desire to explore the unknown world. More importantly, his appearance seemed to be closely connected to some larger force or event, which made me see the possibility of changing the world. The old man looked a little angry at the middle-aged man, but he still said with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man wanted to say a lot, but when the words reached his lips, he took them back. Forget it. R2. You can always see things that others can't. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked in the distance in the direction where the handsome man disappeared, and said with emotion, I hope your choice is correct this time. The world needs a new beginning. Mainly, your layout is already messed up. So let me do it. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said softly, Trust me. Create the world. After saying this, the old man's body gradually became blurred and finally disappeared into the air. The middle-aged man was left standing alone on the snow. R2. You can always see a lot of things, but you haven't seen through my layout. The middle-aged man named Chuangcher put away his surprised expression and chuckled. After saying that, Chuangcher also disappeared into the snow. Real world. Exhibitors. It has been almost 10 days since the last time Zhang Yu was slandered. At this time, Zhang Yu held a meeting at Zhang's house. Not only Luo Jin was present, but also key figures such as Cool Color were present. In fact, The main reason is that Luo Jin has been out looking for a way to make a comeback for almost 10 days. Luo Jin didn't come back until today. Third child. How are you? John Yu asked with concern. I looked up a lot of information. And the best way to break the situation is to find someone with a sincere heart. Luo Jin said a little tiredly. Sincere heart? What is that? I really haven't heard of this thing. Cold Hue and Sledgehammer obviously had never heard of this new term. Similarly, John Yu has never heard of it. Third child. Have you found out what that is? John Yu asked Luo Jin. Snapped. John Yu slapped the table. And a page of information appeared on the table. This is the information I found. And then you can print it out and read it yourself. Luo Jin shook his head. Several people quickly looked at the information on the table. In the vast universe, there is an invisible force that transcends matter and penetrates into every detail of life. This power is what we call sincerity. And a sincere heart is the purest and shining crystallization of this power. A sincere heart is different from any treasure seen in the world. It has no gorgeous appearance, no dazzling light, and you may even ignore its existence when you first meet it. The unique thing about a sincere heart is that it can perceive the truest and purest part of human nature. In the face of hypocrisy and lies, it becomes as cold as ice, rejecting any form of affectation. However, when faced with sincerity and kindness, it will melt instantly, releasing warm and soft light, illuminating every corner of our hearts. Then, the introduction is over. I searched all the royal libraries of the major kingdoms to find such a small amount of information, and gathered together a description of the sincere heart from 3 books. Luo Jin smiled. But the smile was somewhat helpless. Also, this is information about the heart of light. Luo Jin also took out the information that he had taken and printed from the Holy See. What is the heart of light? John Yu asked with some confusion. Do you still remember the sealing trip? At that time, Luo Qiu, John Yu sorted out the logic he had figured out, including his return to the sealed canyon to investigate the theft of the heart of light. Only then did a few people understand. The heart of light is likely to be in Luo Qiu's body. This is the key evidence that can overturn Luo Qiu's situation. But the problem is that they have no way to forcefully search Luo Qiu's backpack. Only by finding someone with a sincere heart can the bright heart in Luo Qiu be brought out. In this way, even if they can't defeat Luo Qiu, they can still let the account items obtained by Luo Qiu appear automatically. Chapter 489, The Whereabouts of the Sincere Heart. After the old man named Atu left, the middle-aged man was left standing alone on the snow. R2. You can always see a lot of things, but you haven't seen through my layout. The middle-aged man named Chuangcher put away his surprised expression and chuckled. After saying that, Chuangcher also disappeared into the snow. Real world. Exhibitors. It has been almost 10 days since the last time Zhang Yu was slandered. At this time, Zhang Yu held a meeting at Zhang's house. Not only Luo Jin was present, but also key figures such as Cool Color were present. In fact, the main reason is that Luo Jin has been out looking for a way to make a comeback for almost 10 days. Luo Jin didn't come back until today. Third child. How are you? Zhang Yu asked with concern. I looked up a lot of information, and the best way to break the situation is to find someone with a sincere heart. Luo Jin said a little tiredly. Sincere heart? What is that? I really haven't heard of this thing. Cold Hue and Sledgehammer obviously had never heard of this new term. Similarly, Zhang Yu has never heard of it. Third child. Have you found out what that is? Zhang Yu asked Luo Jin. Snapped. Zhang Yu slapped the table, and a page of information appeared on the table. This is the information I found. And then you can print it out and read it yourself. Luo Jin shook his head. Several people quickly looked at the information on the table. In the vast universe, there is an invisible force that transcends matter and penetrates into every detail of life. This power is what we call sincerity. And a sincere heart is the purest and shining crystallization of this power. A sincere heart is different from any treasure seen in the world. It has no gorgeous appearance, no dazzling light, and you may even ignore its existence when you first meet it. The unique thing about a sincere heart is that it can perceive the truest and purest part of human nature. In the face of hypocrisy and lies, it becomes as cold as ice, rejecting any form of affectation. However, when faced with sincerity and kindness, it will melt instantly, releasing warm and soft light, illuminating every corner of our hearts. Then, the introduction is over. I searched all the royal libraries of the major kingdoms to find such a small amount of information, and gathered together a description of the sincere heart from 3 books. Luo Jin smiled. But the smile was somewhat helpless. Also, this is information about the Heart of Light. Luo Jin also took out the information that he had taken and printed from the Holy See. What is the Heart of Light? Zhang Yu asked with some confusion. Do you still remember the sealing trip? At that time, Luoqiu. Zhang Yu sorted out the logic he had figured out, including his return to the sealed canyon to investigate the theft of the Heart of Light. Only then did a few people understand. The Heart of Light is likely to be in Luoqiu's body. This is the key evidence that can overturn Luoqiu's situation. But the problem is that they have no way to forcefully search Luoqiu's backpack. Only by finding someone with a sincere heart can the bright heart in Luoqiu be brought out. In this way, even if they can't defeat Luoqiu, they can still let the account items obtained by Luoqiu appear automatically. Chapter 490. Can a sledgehammer come up with clever ideas? That Luoqiu was so greedy that he even dared to touch the holy weapon of the Holy See. Leng Hu was also a little surprised after hearing this. Ever since they knew that it was a real world, their perceptions had been overturned. Behind the Holy See is the God of Light, and the seal that time was directly set by an envoy from the God realm. In other words, Luoqiu actually dared to openly remove the opponent's artifact under the eyes of the gods. No matter how strong Luoqiu was, he probably wouldn't be able to fight against the God of Light at that time. Isn't Luoqiu afraid that when reality comes, the God of Light will take action against him? Zhang Yu was also a little confused, and he didn't understand either. Doesn't the God of Light know? With the power of the gods, Luoqiu probably knew about the artifact. I guess the arrival of the second divine messenger Kara is also for this matter. But for some unknown reason, until now, he has not taken action against Luoqiu. Luo Jin explained to several people. At first, Luo Jin didn't know why the Holy See had so many secret operations during this period, and even his highest status clone couldn't know. Now after connecting these two things, it can be explained. It seems that the God of Light knew about this, so he had already begun to make plans to deal with Luoqiu. Wouldn't it be better to just let the Holy See's envoy accuse Luoqiu? Sledgehammer said bluntly. I have thought about this, but this matter is classified as the most confidential matter of the Holy See. The God of Light must have other plans. Otherwise, he would not take action against Luoqiu now. After all, those two divine envoys were just divine envoys. They needed to obey the oracle's instructions. And if they probed the Holy See's top secrets, they would be wanted by the Holy See. Luo Jin shook his head and said. In fact, he was also very confused about this matter. The God of Light already knew about this matter. So why didn't he directly attack Luoqiu? Instead, two divine envoys were used for layout. Moreover, the Holy See has a lot of red tape. If he cannot explain a very reasonable source of information, his clone will even be regarded as a traitor to the Holy See. As an adventurer, I couldn't even meet the two divine envoys, because these two divine envoys usually live in the Holy See. The place where they live is prohibited for people below a certain level. But the divine envoys will also go out sometimes. When they go out, we can have people go to them to talk about this matter. Leng Hu thought for a moment and then said. Difficult. The two divine envoys have been hiding in the middle recently, and they seem to be brewing something. And even if we see them, it's difficult for them to cooperate with adventurers. But I can have a clone monitor them. Luo Jin shook his head and said. This can only be an out-of-the-box solution. It seems that the most reliable thing is to find someone with a sincere heart. Zhang Yu said helplessly. Everyone knows that this is the most reliable method. But where can we find people with a sincere heart? While everyone was thinking of a solution, Sledgehammer took the information on the table and started reading it. In other words, wouldn't it be okay if we directly ask others if they are sincere? A sincere person cannot lie. Sledgehammer suddenly said to everyone. Everyone originally didn't pay much attention to Sledgehammer's words. After all, what good advice can a sledgehammer make? A guy who has mermaids in his head all day long. But at this time, Luo Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, we still have a chance to make a comeback. Luo Jin suddenly said at this time. Right. Let's just ask directly. Sledgehammer laughed and said. Clang. But the cool colors hit the side with a sledgehammer on the head. Please be quiet, and don't make any noise. The cold-toned man looked at the sledgehammer with disdain and said. Sledgehammer. Let's listen carefully first. Zhang Yu also gave Sledgehammer a disgusted look. Just ask, one by one, those who may have a sincere heart. Who knew? Luo Jin suddenly said. Forehead. Both Zhang Yu and Leng Hu fell into a moment of embarrassment. Lao Leng. Boss. You guys are too much. Sledgehammer touched his head and said aggrievedly. Well, Third child. Is this method really reliable? Jianyu rubbed his hands and asked awkwardly. A sincere heart cannot lie. And there are not many people who are so sincere that they stand out. We should hurry up and look for opportunities. Luo Jin smiled and explained to Jianyu. Hearing Luo Jin's explanation, Leng Hua and Jianyu also felt suddenly enlightened. A rare thing like a sincere heart will definitely bring a lot of combat power bonuses, even if they are not very strong. The opponent is usually not an unknown person. To be recognized by a sincere heart, it must be the ultimate sincerity. Such a person will have some rumors. After narrowing down the scope of these two preconditions, there will not be too many target people. The next step is to ask directly. With extreme sincerity, lying is not allowed. So they can just ask directly. Then we don't have to think about how to improve our reputation. And let's go all out to find the owners of sincere hearts. Luo Jin told the next plan. After the counterattack on the Shura world has been ruined, there is no way to catch up with Luo Qiu by improving his reputation. And even if they really find a way to achieve a huge improvement, they can't improve it secretly. After all, how can there be such a thing as a secret improvement in reputation? Therefore, Luo Qiu would also know about their improvement in reputation. And given Luo Qiu's character, he would definitely not let them improve their reputation. Just like this counterattack on the Shura world, Luo Qiu first took advantage of it, and then asked Yi Fengchen to share the reputation. In the end, he kicked the whole plate away. Rather than looking for other channels for improvement, it would be better to face Luo Qiu's opponent directly. After this period of improvement, Zhang Yu's reputation is now almost on the same level as Yi Fengchen. Moreover, Yi Fengchen has a stain, and Yi Fengchen cannot win this position. So just kick Luo Qiu off the track, and it belongs to Zhang Yu. But on the surface, we should make some small improvements, such as continuing to clear dungeons, and so on. The elite team has too big a goal, so they should do what they should do. To find the owner of the sincere heart, it is still necessary to do it secretly, so that Luo Qiu cannot know about it, and to confuse Luo Qiu on the surface. After Zhang Yu listened, he added, regarding what Zhang Yu said. Luo Jin also nodded. Luo Qiu really cannot let Luo Qiu know about this matter. Although the records of the Heart of Light are in the Holy Sea's secret books, who knows if Luo Qiu has the means to find out? If Luo Qiu noticed it, he would have failed in hiding the Heart of Light. Luo Jin felt that this matter was indeed necessary. In the game with Luo Qiu, you have to be careful. Chapter 491 The Election of Human Heroes begins. In the game world, it seems to have fallen into peace during this period. Compared to the excitement in the past, nothing happened in the game this time. There is no peak battle, nor is there any counterattack on the Shura world, which is of a universal nature. The treasure hunt in Shura realm stopped causing any trouble after the Dark Legion strengthened its defense line due to the influx of too many players. Everyone returned to their usual routine. Early morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds in the virtual world and fell on the earth, countless players logged in from the real world. The game, New World, has long become a daily routine for many people, and there are a large number of jobs in the game. Some players, who are keen on adventure, are already ready to go. They carry sophisticated weapons and armor, and embark on the adventure path to wilderness caves or mysterious ruins. These players have good economic conditions in the real world. They can have a stable income even if they don't have to work. But at the same time, more regular players still make money here. Players who focused on killing monsters and exploding materials also started their day. They either acted alone or formed a team to go to specific monster spawning points. Every time you kill a monster, you have an opportunity to get loot. They convert these loot into a game currency, or sell them directly to other players in exchange for real-world profits. For them, gaming is a job, a career that can bring financial gain. And those players who choose life professions work hard in their own workshop kitchens or fields. They can either become craftsmen and create a variety of weapons and armors, or they can become chefs and cook delicious food. Rare food can increase buff, and if it is made with legendary materials, attributes can be permanently improved. There are also farmers who have become farmers, cultivating crops in the fields. The fruits of their labor not only enrich the diversity of the game world, but also provide necessary resources and services to other players. In the city, the bustling streets are lined with shops. Some players have opened their own shops selling rare items collected from the game. New World may have already become the second world in the hearts of players. In a restaurant run by players, Su Chun and Bing Feng, who had disguised themselves, ordered some tea and pastries and sat down. It wouldn't be bad if this great world didn't come. Su Chen looked at the bustling street downstairs and muttered to himself. Bing Feng knew that Su Chen didn't talk to him, so he didn't dare to talk to him. So he just filled up the tea for Su Chen. Seeing Bing Feng walking on thin ice, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You have helped me a lot during this period. Do you really want to be free? Su Chen looked at Bing Feng and smiled. Then said to Bing Feng, the subordinates are loyal to Mr. Su. Bing Feng said quickly, regardless of whether what Su Chen said now was true or not. Bing Feng did not dare to take it seriously. Accompanying you is like accompanying a tiger. In fact, at the beginning, I was really just protecting myself. And I never thought about participating in the ups and downs of the spiritual world. Speaking of which, I just want to gain a foothold in this world. Su Chen picked up the full teacup and took a sip. He looked at Bing Feng and said with a smile, you are the first practitioner I know. You don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Bing Feng nodded and smiled unnaturally. If Mr. Su told him not to be formal, then he was not allowed to be formal. In fact, what I just said was true. I want to terminate the contracts of those who are unwilling to work for the Su group. However, we have to wait until the great age comes. Su Chen said with a slight smile. Mr. Su, I don't know if others are willing, but I am very willing. Without Mr. Su's promotion, how would I have achieved my current strength and status? Even my subordinates would not be able to push me away. Bing Feng was shocked when he heard this. He was really afraid that Mr. Su had terminated the contract with him. He is now the confidant of Yao Dao of the Su group. Who is Yao Dao? He has a chance to compete for the second position of the Su group. As a small manager, he is quite clear about the current strength of the Su group. He was not willing to get off the big ship that was the Su group. Power and status were a good thing, especially when the great age comes. The usefulness and value of power and status will continue to rise. Nowadays, it is too easy for Su Chen to distinguish whether Bing Feng's words are sincere or against his will. The gap in strength between the two sides, plus the fact that they had a contract, meant that Bing Feng was able to lie in front of him. Good. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. After hearing Su Chen's words, Bing Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But you can't represent everyone. For example, I think your two former subordinates, Tai Man and Blue Bird, are not very willing. Su Chen smiled softly and said casually, when the great world comes, I will give them a chance to be free. Hearing Su Chen's words, Bing Feng's expression was a little complicated. To be honest, Tai Man and Blue Bird have been following him for a long time, and it would be a lie to say that they have no feelings at all. He also once advised Tai Man and Blue Bird to let them settle down as they come, and the giant ship of the Su group will travel and dominate the world. But those two people not only did not have the idea of complete loyalty to the Su group, but they also sneered at him and were full of contempt. For the two of them, Bing Feng didn't want to persuade them anymore. It seemed that they were not the same people after all. After that, Su Chen continued to drink tea by himself and tasted small cakes from time to time. Looking very relaxed and content, Bing Feng didn't know what Su Chen wanted to do today. But if Su Chen didn't tell him, he didn't dare to ask. Just stay with me. At this moment, a sudden world announcement disrupted the peaceful daily routine. World announcement, in order to welcome the coming monsters. We urgently need to elect a brave and fearless player as a human hero to lead everyone to resist the monster invasion. Now, the election campaign officially begins. Players can go to the designated page to cast a valuable vote for the hero candidate in your heart. The election rules are clear and every player has one chance to vote every day. Let us unite as one. Elect the strongest leader, and protect our homeland together. As soon as this announcement came out, it caused thousands of waves. Chapter 492 Demon Dao takes charge of the operation. In the past, world announcements were generally sent only once. But this time, the world announcement was different from the past. It was like refreshing the screen. And it was posted 10 times in a row. Not to mention careless players, who usually don't notice it. Even players who don't want to pay attention to the world announcement can only be forced to accept the news at this time. Hold the grass. What's going on? What do human heroes do? The announcement said about the upcoming monsters. What does it mean? A large-scale expansion pack is about to be launched. Why choose a human hero? I didn't write how long it would last until the end. I just said you could vote once a day. Who to vote for? I do not know either. Don't delay me in brushing up. Anyway, only the big shots can get this kind of position. Indeed, those big figures from the top guilds and ordinary people who buy votes by swiping votes, or something cannot vote for them. Let's wait for some analysis from the big guys. Because of this world announcement, the player group, which had fallen into daily calm, became lively again. It's not just ordinary players who are excited. For top guilds, the significance is even greater. Dragon Court Guild. In the conference room, Fu Hailong looked excited. All resources must be mobilized immediately to build momentum. There is also a large-scale purchase of tickets from ordinary players. The initial price is 2 gold coins each. You only need to vote for my screenshot of Fu Hailong to receive it. Fu Hailong said loudly to everyone. Of course, Fu Hailong is self-aware. He knows that his reputation is not very positive to the player community. But it doesn't matter. He has enough funds. Hiring a navy team to collect a large number of tickets are all methods he can use. As a commercial guild, Fu Hailong is very familiar with these methods. What do you guys think? Fu Hailong asked everyone. President, I think several other top guilds will also take action. We must plan in advance to engage in fishing vessel battles with them to discredit them as much as possible. Also, I think the ticket price at the beginning can be gradually increased to 10 gold coins. Capturing the market early will be very helpful in the subsequent vote war. Before anyone else could react, Yao Dao immediately said the words he had prepared in advance. After all, this incident just happened, and other people couldn't think it through so carefully in such a short period of time. The demonic way was prepared long ago. Obviously, Yao Dao's words were recognized by Fu Hailong. Yes, Dao Yuan, you have made many extraordinary achievements soon after you came to our Dragon Court Guild. This matter will be left to you. Fu Hailong also waved his hand. Taking advantage of the excitement, he directly handed over the responsibility for this matter to Yao Dao. Of course, he is not that impulsive. The fact that the main demon can react like this in a short time proves that the demon really has something, which gained Fu Hailong's trust. Thank you for your trust, Chairman. My subordinates will definitely handle this matter well. Yao Dao replied with a smile on his face. In fact, this is also one of Yao Dao's plans. In this way, he could legitimately spend the Dragon Court Guild's money and use the Dragon Court Guild's personnel to attack Feng Yu of the Sunset Guild unscrupulously, even if others found the source. It was from the Dragon Court Guild and had nothing to do with the Su group. Now Yao Dao is deeply trusted by Fu Hailong in the Longting Guild, and its status is also rising. Even Sweeping Tianyao and the others did not dare to offend the demonic way too much at this time. They were even thinking about whether they should give in to the evil spirit and resolve the conflicts between them. Chapter 493 Big P is impressed by Luo Chio's character. In addition to the Dragon Court Guild, other top guilds also followed suit. There are even some big businessmen who have started the business of voting. The price of a ballot has been clearly marked. For players, although they have their own human hero candidates in their hearts, as the price of votes becomes higher and higher, many people can't help it anymore. Not everyone is willing to spend money on idols. Although it does not cost money to vote for the person in their heart, their votes can be sold for money. Many people in this game are not real players. Many of these players play this game as a job or a side job. Don't let the extra income go to waste. In just 3 days, the price of one vote has almost reached a gold coin value of 100 cash. Moreover, this election campaign has not stated how long it will end. There is one vote every day, which is a very generous reward. The votes have now been speculated to this price, and some small and medium-sized capitals and consortiums have already withdrawn. This election of human heroes is destined to be a position that only top consortium capital can compete for. Although the game announcement did not explain what permissions this human hero has. But it won't be simple just with this name. In particular, the forces that know the truth of this game will directly play without ambiguity. Because real money will become worthless with the advent of the Great Age. The price of votes is soaring. After breaking through the 100 mark, it was straight to the 200 mark. The capital giants no longer have any private agreements at this time. There is only one position, and they are all fighting for it. Just use money to defeat your opponent. Currently ranked number 1 is Huani, the president of the Sabbath Guild. Ranked 2nd is Hong Chun, the current manager of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Ranking 3rd is Fu Hailong, the president of Longting Guild. The others are the presidents of several major guilds and some representatives of large capital. Fu Hailong originally acted earlier, but the Sabbath Guild took action earlier than Fu Hailong, and started going to rush to the rankings from the beginning. Although the reaction of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance was a little slower, they still overtook Fu Hailong with their strong banknote ability. As for the truly famous candidates such as Luo Chio, Yai Fengchen, and Fengyu. They are all ranked in the 20th or even 30th place. And they don't seem to be competitive at all. This looks like a capital game. 5 days later, the ticket price went from the original 100 mark to over 200, and then to the 300 mark. This is further confirmed. Want to be a hero even if you have no money? Inside the Dawn Guild's residence. 8 days have passed since the announcement. At this time, Su Chen was talking to Big P in the guild with a smile on his face. Brother Luo, these days, I have mobilized all the connections I can to canvass votes for you. But the ticket price is too high now. Not to mention the number of votes I can appeal to. I see that the people in your fan organization are selling tickets to those big financial groups. Big P shook his head at this time and said, Brother P, I thank you for your kindness. Su Chen smiled softly and comforted Big P. I'm really not worth it for you, Big P said angrily. At this time, Su Chen stopped. Even if the false name of human hero is not crowned to me, I will still devote myself to the continuation of humankind, Su Chen said with firm eyes. Even if the false name of human hero has not been crowned to me, I will still devote myself to the continuation of humankind. De P muttered these words, feeling faintly touched. Mr. Righteous? Big P suddenly bowed his head to Su Chen. At this moment, he no longer called Luo Chio Brother Luo. However, Su Chen supported him and stopped him. Brother P, don't be like this. You should just call me by my name. We are just fellow travelers. Su Chen shook his head repeatedly and said to Big P, those who have the capital to buy votes don't know the truth about the world. Each one of them only took away human weapons for their own benefit, but did nothing for human beings. Big P was very reluctant in his words. In that ancient war era, the sky was full of wars, and the world was suffering. People were displaced. Farmland was deserted. And life was in dire straits. However, in this land of suffering, the dignitaries still live a luxurious life of singing and dancing every night. In Big P's view, these powerful people who came to snatch this benefit went further than those in ancient times. Then Big P chatted with Su Chen for a while. This made Big P sigh. It was clearly Luo Chio who had suffered injustice. But it was Luo Chio who was comforting him. Only such people deserve the title of human hero. Then I'll take my leave. In front of the teleportation array at the guild station, Big P said to Su Chen. He will continue to work hard to get Su Chen a human hero. Although the current price of one ticket can already be sold for more than 300. Chapter 494 The Rebels of Boundless Darkness. Su Chen looked at Big P walking into the teleportation array with a smile. After Big P teleported away, Su Chen stopped smiling. Mr. Su, the votes of those people are too high. How about I bring some people there? At this time, Bing Feng came over and whispered, while also making a gesture. The Dawn Guild is now all composed of its own people. So there is no need for Bing Feng to continue pretending. Don't worry about them. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. In his eyes, these people are just clowns. The more votes they have, the fewer votes they have. Su Chen said something that seemed a bit contradictory. The more votes there are, the fewer votes there are? Bing Feng thought about this sentence carefully, and couldn't help but feel that it was very wonderful. Those who are cheating on votes now will not be able to get votes from all the people when the truth is revealed. No matter how much money they spend. After all, after the advent of the Great Age, the most valuable thing is not currency, but the various resources in the current game world. Everyone knows that when the game comes, prices will naturally collapse. Unless those guilds dare to buy tickets directly with resources, then they might be able to buy some. But the public will definitely choose a truly reliable person as a human hero. Bing Feng actually doesn't understand this. Just seeing the gap between Mr. Su's votes and those people getting bigger and bigger, Bing Feng became a little anxious. By the way, Vice President Yao is back at the base. Bing Feng suddenly remembered this matter. Oh, so fast. Su Chen smiled and said, then go and have a look. After saying that, Su Chen immediately went offline. Bing Feng also quickly went offline. Real world. Su Group Base. Mr. Su. Yao Dao had been waiting for a long time at this time, and stood up immediately when he saw Su Chen coming. Su Chen waved his hand casually, signaling to the demon that there was no need to be polite. If you have anything to do at a special time, just say it directly, Su Chen said to Yao Dao. I have basically arranged the resource scheduling for the Dragon Court Guild, and it has a good effect on weakening Fengyu. Also, the Holy Sect has recently sent people to cooperate with me in controlling the Heavenly Ruler. Now I don't have to show up too much, and everything is basically running as planned. Yao Dao reported all the work done during this period to Su Chen. You did a great job. Su Chen nodded and affirmed the work of Demon Dao. But at this time, Su Chen looked out the window, looking thoughtful. What is Mr. Su worried about? Yao Dao asked tentatively. This world may be much more complicated than I thought, and it will be difficult for us to control the situation with our current power. Su Chen looked out the window and spoke slowly, frowning. According to the original timeline, the Su group's strength was enough to cope with it. But now the timeline is messed up, and many characters who did not appear in the original timeline have actually appeared. Whether it's the early entry into the God realm, or the mysterious person who has been hiding against him. These are things that have never appeared in the previous timeline. And the old guy who was escaping also made him more concerned. This made Su Chen feel that with his current strength, he might not be able to suppress these people. Is there anything Xiao Dao can do to share Mr. Su's worries? Yao Dao asked Su Chen at this time. Yao Dao has just completed the previous mission now, and his tasks are relatively free for the time being. By the way, go look for clues to the boundless darkness. Su Chen suddenly remembered this matter, because the old guy said that the dark army he summoned was actually the rebels that he sealed in the boundless darkness. Since these rebels are used by him, can't the rebels in the boundless darkness also be conquered? Something I want to say. I haven't been very happy lately. Maybe some of you know that for a while after the breakup, I updated 10,000 words a day, and they were all very long chapters. But what you don't know is the state of my coding at that time. I endured the pain and wrote 10,000 words every day. I set a goal, which is to write 10,000 words every day for 20 days. And maybe she will come back. But reality, you know, at that time, some readers commented that the protagonist was very unhappy. Probably because of the reader's mood. I don't know what I'm doing during this time. Looking at the game icon of Beast Party. It should be the only game in which we have saved the names of couples. Her avatar in it is a little dinosaur. And the one she likes the most is the one with dull eyes. I was just wondering what would happen to my little dinosaur. She is not very smart about relationships. Will she be deceived? Will she really like her, or pretend to deceive her? I miss my little dinosaur. I love her so much. I miss her so much. I felt so cowardly that I liked her. She was obviously my favorite for 29 years. But I just let her go, and had a big fight with her. A low point in your relationship plus a low point in your career is also a low point. The volume of this book is getting smaller and smaller. It is shameless to say that yesterday, it was only over 30. For a full-time author, or a person who needs to support a family, this is obviously not enough. Especially for some, the need to spend money makes me feel embarrassed in life. I really want to give this book a perfect ending and explain all the events clearly. I was able to come back and write this book because I had this plan. However, neither my current relationship status nor my actual demand for gold coins support sorting out all of this. However, I will still write down the important parts of the outline. As for some parts that seem very abrupt, it is because I have omitted some plot descriptions. For example, the plot of Xiao Kongkong looking for a mirror is actually useful, but in order to save the length is omitted, as well as the conspiracy chapters that have not yet appeared, will also be deleted. Thank you very much for being here. Many of you came back immediately. Thank you. Chapter 495. Searching in the Boundless Darkness. Endless Darkness? Yao Dao was stunned for a moment after hearing this. What? Have you heard of it? Su Chen looked at Yao Dao and asked. Xiao Dao once read a description of this boundless darkness in a book about taboos. Yao Dao fell into memories. Then he took out a somewhat tattered book from his pocket. It must be this book. I always carry it with me. Yao Dao took out the book. Yao Dao opened the book to the passage describing the boundless darkness, and then handed it to Su Chen. Boundless darkness is an alien space that exists outside the world. A forgotten and abandoned corner. It is not simply darkness, but an absolute realm of chaos and disorder, full of unknowns and fears. In this place, time and space have lost their original meaning and become distorted and blurred. Darkness is not only a visual absence, but also a heavy and depressing atmosphere, making people feel endless loneliness and despair. In the boundless darkness, there are all kinds of exiled creatures and souls. They may be former strong men or defeated rebels, but they are all trapped in this dark cage and cannot escape. Their existence makes this darkness even deeper and weirder. For ordinary people, boundless darkness is a forbidden place that is out of reach and avoidable. But for some people with special powers or purposes, it is a mysterious place full of temptations and challenges. They seek to explore the mysteries of this darkness, looking for forgotten powers or secrets that can add strength to their goals. However, the dangers and strangeness of the boundless darkness are also well known. Those who dare to step into it often have to pay a huge price, and may even be lost in this dark maze forever. Therefore, for most people, the boundless darkness remains a mysterious place full of unknowns and fears. There is an ancient mystery circulating about the entrance to boundless darkness. This puzzle seems to be an invisible barrier guarding the forgotten dark place and preventing ordinary people from stepping into it. The content of the puzzle is obscure and contains profound wisdom and mysterious secrets. It seems to describe the nature of boundless darkness and the conditions for entering it in a metaphorical way. However, this mystery is an unsolvable mystery for most people, and only those with special wisdom or power may be able to glimpse its secrets. The old guy once said that he had sealed the entrance to the boundless darkness. You must find the blocked entrance this time. After Su Chen read the book, he returned it to Yao Dao. As for the soul sect, leave it to the holy sect for the time being, and you don't have to worry about the Su group. Trails will be found with all their might. Yao Dao quickly agreed. This matter is important, and the group will not forget your contribution. Su Chen patted the demon and chuckled. Yao Dao is also a smart person, so he naturally understood the meaning of Su Chen's words. At this critical moment, when he was competing for the second position, he originally thought that by staying away from the Su group, he would be far away from the center of power. But Su Chen's words gave Yao Dao a reassurance. If he can be told something very important by Mr. Su, if he completes it, then the position of second boss will basically be his. Xiao Dao will now delve into the information of the boundless darkness, Yao Dao said happily. Seeing that Yao Dao was so motivated, Su Chen waved his hand with satisfaction and motioned Yao Dao to get busy. Chapter 496 Human Heroes Need to be Re-elected. Just at this time, there was a rumble in the sky, like thunder in the daytime. Yao Dao, who was about to retreat, stopped at this time and looked up at the sky. At this time, 8 bright beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky. These light beams are colorful, with red, blue, yellow and purple intertwined together, forming brilliant strips of light that are dizzying to the eye. The appearance of light pillars broke the tranquility of the sky, and the originally calm clouds around them began to roll and surge. Each light pillar exuded a strong light, as if beams of light illuminated the sky, revealing mysterious information from another world. These are? Yao Dao said with some shock. The great world is coming. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Great world? Yao Dao muttered softly and continued to look at those light pillars. Now with the strength of Demon Dao, one can clearly see the essence of the light pillar. I saw that there seemed to be something sealed around the light pillar, but the power of these seals was being eroded by some kind of force, and began to collapse bit by bit. When the seal disappears, these light pillars will converge into a huge vortex, with a total of 8 vortices connecting the 2 worlds. Just when Yao Dao was thinking about it, Su Chen had already revealed the truth lightly. Of course Su Chen will not forget it. When the 8 whirlpool gates are unlocked, the 2 worlds will truly become one world and form a truly great world. The game world should be in chaos now. Su Chen smiled softly when he thought of this. He had experienced this scene, and naturally understood how shocking the news was to the players at that time. At this time, endgame. Warning, the light of the great world has come to the world. The seal will be lifted in 10 days. At that time, the 2 worlds will slowly merge. Players, please be prepared. After 10 days, you will no longer have a player identity. As a member of the human race, you under the leadership of human heroes, we will fight against the invasion of all races. Please come on. The world announcement directly becomes this line of eye-catching reminders, and past world announcements will slowly fade after being posted once. The last election of human heroes, even though it was launched 10 times in a row, it slowly disappeared. But this time it was fixed in the world announcement column, telling everyone that it was not a joke. Is today April Fool's Day? Are you kidding me? If this plan doesn't happen, it will be messed up and crawled away quickly. It's enough to make a fuss for a while. Don't leave this news here all the time. It's simply a distraction. Ignore this plan. This joke is not funny at all. Players thought it was just a joke. A planned boring joke. Everyone was laughing at the poor planning. After all, the players who have seen the news now have been playing games. But there are always players who will return to reality. Soon there were a lot of posts in the forum. 8 huge pillars of light. Have you seen them? I don't know why, but these light beam scenes look a bit like game scenes. Do you still remember the game announcement of New World? Are they all true? Players in the forum began to discuss it, and immediately, A relatively authoritative person has posted a video to analyze the authenticity. The plan for New World has never appeared, and even the official staff has never seen it. As a phenomenal game that has been popular for more than a year. Is this normal? The so-called planning is all our wishful thinking. Or just inertial thinking. This game is clearly called New World. People have told you this from the beginning. But in inertial thinking, you don't think so much. Many scientific teams have gone to explore the light beam. But according to a friend of mine who works in a high-end group, those substances cannot be analyzed by science at all. And he also told me that they have already launched the New World login device. I have been studying it for more than a year, but there has been no progress. But this matter has been suppressed. Maybe you have to believe the warning in the game. In 10 days, the world in the game will come to reality, based on the comparison of combat power between the game world and the real world. An ordinary low-level magic wolf has 10 times the actual combat power of a liger, tiger, or bear in the animal world. This is a specific test of strength, bite force, agility, and many aspects. If you are interested, I will publish this data table separately. But this is not the point now. The point is that it is only a very low-level magic wolf. Everyone should also know the powerful boss in the New World. I am afraid that based on this comparison of combat power, human technological weapons, it can't be matched. But no one should panic. There is a warning in the game. As a member of mankind, you will fight against the invasion of all races under the leadership of human heroes. In other words, the choice of human hero is very important. Humanity does not have no chance. But for this human hero, I hereby call for the selection of a candidate with both strength and character. The human hero who is currently collecting votes. I'm the first to disagree. This video was immediately forwarded by major authorities. Obviously, many authorities recognize this statement. Chapter 497 Xiaoshuai's sincere heart. That damn Fu Hailong. My vote has been bought for him for several days. Hurry up and change the vote. But who else? Is it even necessary to think about it? Is there anyone more suitable than Luo Qiu? It has been clearly stated that game strength may affect real-life strength. Yai Fengchen seems to be pretty good too. What about Yai Fengchen? Did you forget the last time? Maybe Yai Fengchen is the undercover agent of the New World. When you say that, it's true. Luo Qiu. Let's unite. It's not easy to catch up with those who have been buying votes for so long in 10 days of voting. Unity. For everyone's future and safety. Luo Qiu is the best person to lead us. When it comes to changing human heroes, many people immediately think of Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu's strength and character are both excellent. Although there are two other alternatives. One is Yai Fengchen, and the other is Fengyu. But after Yai Fengchen's last incident, many people suspected that Yai Fengchen was not clean. Unlike Luo Qiu, every time he appears, he gives people a feeling of spring breeze. And even the soul is purified. Although Fengyu has no stains, his rise has not lasted long enough, and the things he has done are not of sufficient importance. In addition, Su Chen had already arranged a rhythmic group, which instantly increased his vote count. The voting results on the first day after the warning allowed Luo Qiu, who was originally hovering in the 20s, to directly enter the top 10. Based on the current level of unity among players, it is obvious that 10 days are enough to complete the overtake. This progress makes players happy, because Luo Qiu can successfully be elected as a human hero. It is obviously better than those who are the brushes of the big guilds. The current trend is for Luo Qiu to become a human hero. Players are happy. But now people are unhappy. That is Fengyu and others. Still not found? Fengyu looked at everyone and said. The other people shook their heads. And the other sighed. Luo Jin is back to where he started, looking at the lake in front of him. Luo Jin sat by the lake and stared at the lake in a daze. Is it a foregone conclusion that Luo Qiu will be elected? Luo Jin muttered something in his mouth. However, at this moment, a drifting bottle appeared in the lake. Luo Ji's face immediately lit up with joy, because this means that Chuanshi has contacted him. Luo Jin quickly picked up the drift bottle and opened the note inside. Tomorrow evening, the live broadcast will start next to Luo Qiu. Just such a simple line. It seems there is a turning point. Although Luo Jin didn't understand what it meant. It couldn't be wrong as long as it was Chuanshi's move. Another place. Xiaoshuai stood deep in the cave full of ancient magic. At this time, he held a gem in his hand. Its light is not dazzling, but gives off a warm and deep feeling. Its color seems to contain the mystery of the entire universe, sometimes showing a light blue, like a tranquil lake. When Xiaoshuai got this gem, he could feel his heart calming down. There is only one message on the gem. Its name is Sincere Heart. Go ahead and find the person you wanted to find most in the evening tomorrow night. A simple voice came. When Xiaoshui came back to his senses, he had already come out of the depths of the cave, and in front of him was the main city of the game world that he was familiar with. But at this time, the home court was in chaos. People became irritable and violent. Get out of the way! Just when Xiaoshui was in a daze, he was rudely pushed away. Xiaoshui was pushed and staggered. Before Xiaoshui could speak, the man had already run away. Looking at the main city of the game now, everyone is in a panic. He doesn't know what happened and wants to find someone to ask. But no one paid any attention to him. Only then did Xiaoshui realize that there was only a warning message on the world bulletin board. When he was in a special area and in a special state, the world bulletins were automatically blocked. Xiaoshui quickly went to the forum to check. And then he knew the truth about the world. He was a little confused. What could he do? At this time, Xiaoshui remembered that ancient voice. To find the person he wants to find most? In fact, speaking of it, he embarked on that journey of experience because Luo Qiu gave him the opportunity to start over. By the way, Luo Qiu is now the best candidate for human hero. Let him use this gem first, and maybe it can play some special role. Xiaoshui remembered this and made a choice immediately. But why does that voice want to find him again tomorrow evening? Xiaoshui was a little confused about this. Chapter 498: A Well-Behaved and Sincere Heart. The next day, at dusk, the guild's residence at dawn. It was already the second day that the news about the world was coming. After 2 days of voting, Su Chen was now ranked 6th. This is not only because Su Chen's votes have increased rapidly, but also because other people's votes have almost stagnated. Regardless of whether they are from the Chamber of Commerce or the top guild, their votes are growing very slowly at this time. And it can be said to have stagnated compared to Luo Qiu. Just like Su Chen said before, the more votes you get, the fewer votes you get. Now except for their own people, few people are willing to sell tickets to them. This is not only because of doubts about their character, but also a more important reason. That is, with the coming of the Great Age, the currency they use to buy tickets will also lose its circulation. In reality, housing and real estate values are depreciating rapidly, while food prices are soaring. It can be said that according to the current progress, it is a foregone conclusion that Luo Qiu will become a human hero. Su Chen now appears in the game most of the time. After all, if you want to be a human hero, you naturally have to appear in public more often. Brother Luo, Feng Yu from the Sunset Guild came to ask for an audience, and his people were still broadcasting live. At this time, Su Chen heard the report from his subordinates. Feng Yu also received some votes. If you ignore those who brushed up the votes in the past, Feng Yu's increase in votes in the past 2 days was second only to Su Chen. Of course, although Feng Yu ranked second in terms of vote growth, he was actually far behind Su Chen. What is he here for? Su Chen touched his chin. Brother Luo, I'm afraid the person who came here is evil. Feng whispered in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen nodded. Feng Yu definitely didn't come to congratulate him at this time. Let him in. Su Chen thought for a moment, and then said slowly. Feng Yu must have come to cause trouble this time. But the other party was live broadcasting, and he had to see him. After all, Feng Yu is the person whose voice is second only to him, and the other party is still broadcasting live. If he refuses, he will immediately appear to be in a small position. Let brothers pay attention to their image. Su Chen whispered to Feng. Yes, Brother Luo. Feng responded softly. During this time, for the sake of safety, they all called Su Chen Brother Luo, no matter whether you are in front of others or behind others. After all, this is a critical moment. After a while, Feng Yu walked in with someone. Brother Feng Yu. Long time no see. As soon as Feng Yu came in, Su Chen stood up and greeted Feng Yu with a smile. Yes, Brother Luo Qiu. Long time no see. Feng Yu also looked like he was very familiar with Su Chen. After chatting for a while, at this critical moment, I would like to appeal to everyone to concentrate their votes. Don't vote for me anymore, and you must vote for Brother Luo Qiu. While chatting, Feng Yu suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused the goodwill of the audience in the anchor room. Feng Yu and Luo Qiu, as the first and second candidates for human heroes, met and talked directly, which attracted the attention of a large number of viewers. Feng Yu really has a big structure and has no selfish motives at all. Mr. Feng Yu is so righteous. If Luo Qiu wasn't so good, I would have voted for Feng Yu. But I'm touched. Luoqiu is indeed the best candidate now. I must vote for Luoqiu. Don't let down Feng Yu's heart by splitting votes. I have become a fan of Feng Yu Road. The pattern. Regarding Feng Yu's sudden words, Su Chen acted modestly like Feng Yu. But in fact, Su Chen knew that Feng Yu definitely didn't come here for this. Does he have any plans for a comeback? Su Chen also reacted at this time. Although Feng Yu was obviously helping him canvass votes, he gained a lot of favorability. If the players didn't vote for him, they would definitely vote for Feng Yu. But he has said so. Players will definitely still vote for him. Is there some divine hand hidden there? But judging from the current situation, Su Chen really couldn't think of any magical skills that Feng Yu had. A hawk's hand is pretty much the same. Next, Feng Yu started to have a family-style chat. Inadvertently, we chatted about past events, such as selling guides to him at the beginning, and some cooperation matters. Feng Yu said it with a smile, looking like he was joking. But during the live broadcast, it was obvious that Feng Yu wanted to use the content of these conversations to tarnish Su Chen's image. Su Chen responded calmly. These will indeed have a little impact on his image. But where the general trend is, these things will not affect the general trend at all. It's impossible for Feng Yu to rely on these to make a comeback. Right? In fact, even Feng Yu was beating a drum in his heart. If Luo Jin hadn't told him to do this, he would have wanted to leave. Just as the two sides were chatting without a word, suddenly a teleporting light lit up. This is the guild's residence. Without the permission of the guild leader, non-guild players cannot enter at all, unless it is a forced attack. Not to mention teleportation. How is this going? Su Chen was a little surprised in his eyes. On the other hand, Feng Yu was full of expectations at this time. After the teleportation light disappeared, a person appeared. Where is this? Xiaoshui looked around in confusion. He only remembered that he was thinking about how to enter the Dawn Guild. But in the blink of an eye, he was here. Su Chen was somewhat impressed by the person in front of him. This was the person who pretended to be him before. Others were not very impressed with this person. Thinking about it, this is the person who pretended to be boss Luoqiu before. How did he teleport in? What's he doing here? Some people recognized Xiaoshui in the barrage and started talking about it. Ah, it's you, Luoqiu, Xiaoshui said in surprise when he saw Luoqiu at this time. Hello. How have you been lately? Other players haven't given you any trouble, have they? At this time, Su Chen showed a kind smile. This moved Xiaoshui again. Unexpectedly, after so long, Luoqiu still remembered him and cared about whether he had been troubled by others. But now is not the time to be moved. Xiaoshui immediately showed his sincerity. Boss Luoqiu, I heard that you are now shouldering the pressure of human beings. I gained this sincerity through chance. With that said, Xiaoshui handed his sincere heart to Su Chen. Brother Luoqiu, take it first and use it. Maybe you can find out what effect it has. Sincere heart. Feng Yu and his group almost couldn't help but lose their composure after seeing the sincerity. This is what they have been looking for such a long time. I never thought that I would not be able to find a place without breaking through the iron shoes. It took no effort to get it. According to what Luo Jin said, the bright heart that Luoqiu stole in the first place will be attracted by people with sincere hearts and come out at all costs. Watching the end of the live broadcast, it suddenly dawned on me that creation had already been arranged. At this time, Su Chen looked as normal on the surface. In fact, it was very hard to use divine power to suppress the restless heart of light. But the heart of light was very determined, and it was very difficult for him to suppress it as if nothing had happened. He knew better than everyone present how the heart of light came about. And this thing could not be made public. You'd better collect such a precious thing quickly. Su Chen barely maintained a smile and said to Xiaoshui. Su Chen now wished that Xiaoshui would put it away quickly. He really couldn't bear the increasingly manic bright heart. Boss Luoqiu, please don't refuse. Just treat it as a loan and use it first. This is a special situation now. Xiaoshui shook his head and said sincerely, this makes perfect sense. Luoqiu is responsible for the future of mankind. Xiaoshui has said so. And if he refuses any more, it will look like he is being pretentious. But Su Chen was a little hesitant. As it is now, it is a bit difficult for him to suppress the heart of light. If he directly holds the heart of sincerity in his hand, can he still control the heart of light? But with Xiaoshui's condition, if he didn't accept it, Xiaoshui wouldn't take it back. But the other party still had pure good intentions, and it was hard to refuse. Su Chen was already thinking about what to do when the heart of light comes out. Cover it up with an explosion? Although using this method, then you will definitely have a lot of room to make a fuss afterwards. But now this is the only way to deal with it. It's better than you pretending to ask in front of the live broadcast camera after Heart of Light came out. That would be disrespectful to me. Suchin reached out and took the sincere heart. Feng Yu and others were already looking forward to a good show. And Suchin was also ready to take action. But when the sincere heart was in Suchin's hands, it seemed very calm, and there was no movement. The sincere heart is very well behaved in Suchin's hands, as if Suchin was its master. And even the restless Heart of Light also calmed down. Nothing happened. Feng Yu felt at first that Luo Qiu was tensing up. But after a while, Luo Qiu's expression was still relaxed. This is how the same thing. Chapter 499 can't be said. Can't be said? Can't be said? How so? Feng Yu was very shocked. He first thought that Luo Qiu was pretending to be calm. So he continued chatting with Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu was very relaxed, talking and laughing. After 1 hour. Brother Luo Qiu, if you've disturbed me too much, let's go back first. Feng Yu saw that nothing had changed. So he stood up helplessly and said. Suchin also pretended to see off guests. I hope Brother Luo Qiu can lead mankind out of this predicament. Feng Yu glanced deeply at Suchin. This is my responsibility, Suchin said with a chuckle. Feng Yu said nothing more and returned from the teleportation array. At the same time, Xu Shui also said goodbye. After the outsiders left, only the own people were left. Suchin walked back into the house and showed his sincerity. What exactly is going on? Suchin looked at the sincere heart. And he was also confused at this time. Originally, he was ready to take action, directly create chaos, and plan to fish in troubled waters. But after this sincere heart came into his own hands, it stopped making noise, and the bright heart stopped being restless. Real world. Exhibitors. There was silence in the conference room. Lao San. Could that information be false? Zhang Yu asked, breaking the silence. That is a very high-level collection of books by the Holy See. Heart of Light is related to the Holy See. If this is wrong, then the Holy See's collection of books cannot be trusted. Luo Jin shook his head and said, but why didn't he respond? I even observed him for so long. Cold Tone frowned. Have no idea. Luo Jin stood up and walked out of the study. Seeing Luo Jin's back, the others fell silent again. After all, they were all chosen by Luo Jin. And Luo Jin didn't even know how they knew. Luo Jin walked to the small courtyard and looked at the sky. Chuangcher, please think of a solution quickly. Luo Jin slowly talked to himself. In the secret realm, on top of the mountain, the top of the mountain surrounded by clouds and mist is like a fairyland. The gray-haired old man still held a white piece in his hand, staring at the chessboard and thinking. But at this time, the old man put down his chess pieces. If you don't just be your creation in your world, what's the point of coming here? The white-haired old man said with a smile. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in the seat opposite the chessboard. This man is none other than Chuangcher, old Taoist priest. I have encountered some problems, Chuangcher said, minding his own business. At the same time, he was not polite and filled himself with tea. But what does this have to do with being old? The white-haired old man smiled and said, I have long been idle and no longer care about worldly affairs, because that person is also related to you. Your colorful treasure tree was stolen by him. After Chuangcher took a sip of tea, he looked at the old man and said, obviously, he wanted the other party to take action too. No. But the white-haired old man just smiled mysteriously. Don't you believe it? Chuangcher frowned. No. The white-haired old man said again. This time Chuangcher no longer answered, but looked at the other party, wanting to get an explanation from the other party. The colorful treasure spirit tree was passed down by the old master, but the master only asked me to take care of it, and he did not tell me to give it to me. The white-haired old man chuckled and explained Chuangcher's doubts. Then you are in bad custody. Chuangcher immediately replied. Obviously he still wanted the other party to take care of this matter together. Creator, you are wrong again. This colorful treasure tree is not owned by the master. The master is also responsible for taking care of it. The white-haired old man laughed. When your master passed the colorful treasure spirit tree to you, he naturally asked you to take care of it. You are also disadvantaged in taking care of it. The attitude of Chuangcher is still aggressive. But what if I say that the colorful treasure tree is returned to its original owner? The white-haired old man smiled softly. When Chuangcher heard this, he was immediately shocked. The white-haired old man ignored him and continued to hold the white chess piece in his hand and look at the chessboard. The last time I saw this situation, it was a mixture of black and white. Under the surface, there was a struggle between good and evil, between light and darkness, and a struggle to quell chaos. Looking at this game now, the black and white sides are evenly matched, and it seems difficult to tell the winner. However, beneath this surface, there are subtle changes. Although the white piece is at a disadvantage, it implies vitality. Although the black piece is strong, it has already been defeated. The white-haired old man looked like he was mumbling to himself, but he also seemed to be speaking to the world. After Chuang'e was a little confused, he also looked at the chessboard. But Chuang'e has deep doubts about the victory or defeat said by the white-haired old man. Old Taoist, this is wrong. When I look at this game, black is obviously strong and pressing every step of the way. White is already surrounded by enemies on all sides. So how can it be said that it will win? Chuang'e's eyes were firmly fixed on the chessboard. Things in the world are like chess, and everything is unpredictable. The white-haired old man smiled slightly, and did not pay attention to the doubts about creation. He gently stroked his flowing white beard, then slowly stretched out his fingers, and held a white chess piece firmly. His movements seemed slow, but they revealed a calm and unhurried demeanor. This time, the outcome is decided. Chuang'e's eyes fell on the chessboard again. In his eyes, those black and white chess pieces seemed to have evolved into the power of yin and yang, good and evil, to control chaos between heaven and earth. These forces intertwined and collided on the chessboard, eventually converging into a majestic momentum. So that's it. That's it, Chuang'e said slowly while looking at the chess game. The path to victory or defeat is either black or white, good or evil. However, among all things in this world, there is often a delicate balance. This balance is neither black nor white, neither good nor evil, but a realm beyond appearances. Who's that person? Chuang'e asked the question in his heart. It cannot be said. Cannot say? Can't say. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly and answered Chuang'e in 9 words. I see. Chuang'e woke up from the surprise and smiled helplessly. Since he took action, I don't have to worry about it. Although it is said that it is Chuang'e. In fact, I just saw the world. Chapter 500. The Sioux group raises troops today. 8 days later, the election of human heroes is officially over. Announcement. Player Luo Qiu was elected first place. Due to Luo Qiu's huge lead in votes, and the special identity of Luo Qiu, the original title of Human Heroes United as United is the destiny of the patron saint of mankind. Dear players, in this game world full of challenges and opportunities, we have jointly witnessed the birth of a legend. After countless efforts, the brave Luo Qiu player finally won the extremely rare and glorious title of Human Hero. In the face of the threat of alien races, the human hero Luo Qiu will step forward and lead human players to unite as one to resist the dark forces and win precious hope for the future of mankind. The whole world was shocked. It's understandable that the vote lead is huge. What does Luo Qiu's special identity mean? Anyway, that title has advanced and looks very strong. Although those alien monsters are about to arrive, with Luo Qiu's leadership, they don't feel so panicked. As expected of Luo Qiu, he can even advance to this level once. Now we should not call him Big Brother Luo Qiu, but Leader Luo Qiu. Leader Luo Qiu, please lead us. There is nothing surprising about Luo Qiu acquiring a human hero. Thing's voluntary abstention freed up a lot of votes for Su Chen. Moreover, Yai Fengchen also recognized Su Chen. Yai Fengchen, who was originally ranked 3rd, also posted a video to voluntarily abstain and appeal for all votes to be given to Luo Qiu. He surpassed the leader of the Sabbath Guild, Huanin, early on. As of the deadline, the number of votes was so overwhelming that the second place was nowhere to be seen. What really shocked everyone was that this title had actually advanced and looked very powerful. The guild's residence at dawn. It actually advanced. Su Chen also received this title at this time. Title name: The Destiny of the Guardian God of Humanity. Title description: In the intertwining of chaos and darkness, you descend like a god, guarding the last hope of mankind. Your existence is the ultimate expression of human will. Your call will trigger an epic response, and countless brave warriors will fight for you. Divine Awakening. Players wearing this title will receive unprecedented divine attribute bonuses, including all-round improvements in strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, and spirit, making you as powerful as a god. Destiny Summoning Order. The holder can activate the Destiny Summoning Order to summon all players to help. This summons is different from ordinary ones. Once activated, a shocking sign of destiny will appear in the sky, just like a miracle coming to the world. God level bonus effect. Whenever a player responds to the call of destiny, the holder will receive an additional absolute percentage of attribute bonus. If 10 million players respond to the summons, you will receive an unprecedented 1% absolute total attribute bonus. This is a symbol of destiny, making you invincible in battle. Responders Divine Grace. Players who respond to the call of destiny will receive the protection of Divine Grace. Not only will their attributes be greatly improved during the response period, but they will also receive special Divine Grace effects, such as being immune to an overload attack. Special effect. The arrival of miracles. When the call of destiny is launched, shocking miracles of destiny will appear across the server, such as the sky splitting open and divine light shining down, etc., allowing all players to feel the arrival of gods and the epic shock. God appearance. Players wearing this title will obtain a unique god appearance, wearing divine armor and holding artifacts, demonstrating their unparalleled heroic identity and divine glory. The 1% absolute attribute bonus should be understood this way. This is different from the concept of equipment with normal attack power plus 10%. For example, a player's attack power is 100, and his equipment and passive skills give him an attack of 300. The plus 10% attack power is added to his body. That is, his total attack becomes 310. But if absolutely 10% of the total attributes, that is 330. This difference is still very big. Moreover, there are tens of billions of players in the world, and even if only half of them respond to him, that is a super improvement of 50%. If you do this, you will really become a human hero. Suchin couldn't help but smile when he saw this title. After all, for him, humans are just existences that increase buff gains for him. However, this does not conflict with my original intention. After taking charge of this world, there will still be a need for so many part-time jobs. Suchin smiled. Protecting humans also increases the group's productivity. At this time, Suchin walked out of the house. Suchin is very different now, and his whole person has changed after wearing the title. Suchin is now wearing a set of dazzling divine armor. This set of divine armor is made up of countless exquisite scales, each of which shines with a mysterious light. In his hand, he held an artifact that shone with divine brilliance. This artifact has a unique shape. The blade is slender and sharp. The hilt is inlaid with bright gems, exuding a charming brilliance, and powerful energy fluctuations flow on the artifact. When Suchin walked out, he found that, headed by Bingfeng, all the other members of the Su group were half kneeling outside, waiting. Congratulations to Mr. Su on being crowned the King of Humanity. Congratulations to Mr. Su on being crowned the King of Humanity. Congratulations to Mr. Su on being crowned the King of Humanity. The sounds were all coming together, very neatly. Seeing this scene, Suchin felt a surge of pride in his heart. Now that he has obtained the title of human hero, even if he does not need to take action against humans, he no longer has to make false pretenses. The Su group is raising troops today. Suchin pulled out his long sword and said loudly to everyone, "The Su group is raising troops today. The Su group is raising troops today." The rest of the people immediately repeated the slogan, and the sound echoed in the station for a long time. Chapter 501. The Su group is a visitor. Holy City. This peaceful water town that once seemed like a paradise is now in ruins. Remaining flames of war were ignited on the buildings on the water. There is a man in black robe floating in the sky. The appearance of these men in black robes is exactly the same as that of humans. It is almost indistinguishable. Their facial contours are clear, and no part of them seems abrupt or strange. But the eyes of these people were firm and unruffled, and their movements were coordinated and uniform. There was no human color in their eyes. On top of the main tree, the Holy Lord covered his abdomen and half knelt on the ground with one foot. Qingjian, it turns out you have been lying to me. The Holy Lord looked at the two people in front of him and clenched his fists. Compared to the pain on my body, I felt more angry at being betrayed. Jia. Sheng Shower. You are still too naive. And I looked at the Holy Lord and let out a cold laugh. Sheng, for the sake of past friendship, I will give you a chance to join my army, and together we can become the rulers of this prosperous age. There was no emotion in Qingjian's eyes, and he looked at the Holy Lord coldly. He. You'd better do it. The Holy Master also sneered in response. Jia Sheng. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are of greater use to me. He walked back to the Holy Lord and looked at him with malicious eyes. In verse, you have hidden your strength for thousands of years. What are you trying to do? The Holy Master looked at Anai and asked. Even Qingjian looked slightly sideways. And she was also curious as to why the Soul Master kept pretending that he couldn't defeat the Holy Master. Those black-robed men outside were all the strength accumulated by the Soul Sect and had never been used. I just want you to return to your original form. You are a fool, and you are not worthy of using this body. And I put away his laughter and looked at the Holy Lord coldly. Stop talking nonsense and get started, Qing Jian urged An. It was a condition they had negotiated in advance to allow An to deal with the Holy Master. Boom! At this moment, a huge red light locked on Nia Qing Jian and attacked. It is the secret device of the Holy City. This blow uses the remaining energy of the Holy City. Qing Jian was indeed an undercover agent for so long and knew the situation in the Holy City very well. After all, the Holy City is an ancient city that has existed for thousands of years. The essence of the sun and moon has accumulated huge energy, and the two of them dare not slack off. However, when they were resisting the red light attack, they found a girl and took away the injured Holy Lord. Both of them discovered the scene. But they were both restricted by the red light, and did not dare to be distracted in the face of the tens of thousands of years of accumulated energy in the Holy City. Stop her! And I said angrily to the man in black robe. That girl is none other than Saint Yuji. Nowadays, Yuji has accepted the Saintess ceremony in advance, and her strength has skyrocketed. Ordinary people in black robes are no match for her. In addition, the Holy Lord was only injured, and he was still capable of fighting. The man in black robe was no match at all, and was simply run away by the two of them. The energy of the Holy City has no control hand, and the red light slowly dissipates. But at this time, the two Holy Masters had already run away. Damn it! That girl has been hiding all this time. I feel a little angry at the thought of this. It doesn't matter. With this Holy City, I can also awaken the troops in my power that were sealed in this world at that time. Qing Jian looked at An and said with a smile, this world is in our hands. Where can he escape to in the world? Now that Qing Jian has awakened the power of this world, he can also break his original seal. Speaking of which, I have to thank the thief. If the thief hadn't stolen the object of suppression, the Heart of Light, he wouldn't have been able to break the seal so easily even after awakening his power. He is really an arrogant thief who dares to steal anything. That's right. This world is in our hands. Where can he escape to? An nodded, his expression calming down. Qing Jian's complete power, coupled with his hidden strength that is now directly showing off. They are already the #1 combat group in this world. Sheng Xiao. Where do you think you can escape? Who has the ability to protect you? Jia. A burst of laughter. Su group. As the great age draws closer, this blessed land is now full of spiritual energy. The Su group's troops have already stationed troops here, waiting for the integration of the world. Mr. Su, there is someone outside looking for you by name. Su Chen was resting and recuperating when he heard someone and came to report. Oh! What kind of person is he? Su Chen asked with a chuckle. It was a middle-aged man and a girl. The middle-aged man looked injured. The subordinates will report immediately. Su Chen curiously opened his consciousness and took a look. It's actually them. Su Chen was a little surprised that the other party came at this point, and the Holy Master was injured. Let them in. Su Chen waved his hand gently and said. He knew the strength of the Holy Lord, and it seemed that the Valkyrie had almost reached the fighting strength of her previous life. Moreover, when he went to the Holy City last time, he found that the Holy City itself was a large formation. Not many people can have this strength. Even that Soul Sect can't do it that easily. To be able to do this, the Soul Sect must have the ability to hide deeper. And there must be someone inside the Holy City who can cooperate with the Soul Sect to make them so embarrassed. Chapter 502 Su Chen is a human hero. Yuji took the injured Holy Lord towards the interior of the Su group. When escaping, Yuji hesitated about where to go. Thinking of the gentle man who was as gentle as jade after the last separation in the Holy City, Yuji felt that if there is anyone in the real world who has the power to fight the Soul Sect and is willing to fight the Soul Sect, the only one is the mysterious Su group. No matter what, the Su group is still a friend of the Holy Sect, and the Soul Sect is their common enemy. This was her first time coming to this mysterious Su group. The Su group's spiritual energy is now abundant, even stronger than when the Holy City was at its peak. Moreover, along the way, the Su group was heavily guarded, and all kinds of equipment and facilities were very sophisticated. Looking at it like this, it is obvious that it has entered a state of war alert. Just as Yuji was thinking about it, they had already reached the core area of the Su group. A man wearing dazzling divine armor and holding a shining divine sword walked towards them. The person in front of me was naturally Su Chen. Holy Lord, Holy Lady Yuji, Long time no see. Su-chin greeted with a smile. Mr. Su. Why are you dressed like this? Yuji couldn't help but ask. Oh. Here's what comes with that title. Su-chin said with a chuckle. By now, he no longer needs to hide Luo Chio's identity. This matter will soon be made public. So there is nothing to hide from Yuji. Title? Yuji was not stupid. She quickly thought of it. Mr. Su. Are you Luo Chio? Yuji said in surprise. Saint Yuji is quite smart. Su-chin praised Yuji. But it was considered an admission. By the way, why do the Holy Lord and the Holy Maiden look like this? Su-chin said, pretending to be surprised. Su Xiaoyu. I feel ashamed to say that. The Holy Lord then told the whole incident in detail. Only then did Su-chin learn that besides the Soul Sect, there was also a mysterious woman. And after Su-chin carefully inquired about its origin and the details of the time, Su-chin was sure of one thing. It seems that what happened to Shijie before was caused by the Soul Sect in him. Su-chin nodded and said, as for the stone ring incident, he had long suspected that the old guy was responsible. Looking at it this way, the old guy was really perverted. She actually acted as a young girl to deceive this innocent Holy Lord, as expected of that old guy. So Mr. Su, what are your plans now? Yuji said with some worry. The Soul Sect and the Qingjian were so powerful that Yuji was afraid that if Su-chin backed down, no one in the world would be able to stop them. The Holy Lord and the Holy Lady can rest in peace here. Our Su group is naturally in a strong position with the Soul Sect. Su-chin said with a chuckle. It's not that he likes acting. The main thing is that the Holy Lord and the awakened Valkyrie Yuji are both allies. After all, it was impossible for him to seek refuge with the Soul Sect and that old guy. Then thank you so much. Xiaoyu Su. Holy Lord also thanked Su-chin at this time. And said at the same time, the Holy Sect has been destroyed now. So little friend Su doesn't need to call me Holy Lord. I will use my own name. That is, I just asked Mr. Su to call me Yuji last time. Yuji also said, you're welcome. It's my duty, as a human hero, to prevent this world from being destroyed. Su-chin laughed and looked at Bingfeng. Bingfeng immediately came to understand at this time. Arrange 2 good guest rooms for the Holy Master, Sheng and Yuji. These 2 are distinguished guests of the Su group and cannot be neglected. Su-chin said to Bingfeng. Yes, Mr. Su. Bingfeng nodded, and said to the Holy Lord and Yuji at the same time, you too, please come with me. Then little friend Su, you should be busy first. The Holy Lord and Yuji both nodded and followed Bingfeng. Today is the advent of the Great Age, and the integration of the game world and the real world begins. For Su-chin, a human hero, what follows is a very busy time. Chapter 503, Reorganization of the Group. Su Group. Now all members of the Su Group have assembled, and everyone is waiting for Su-chin's order. However, when Su-chin came on stage, he just waved his hand lightly. Everyone in the Su Group present received a message. That means they are free. I have terminated the contract for you. If you do not want to continue with the Su Group, you can leave on your own. Su-chin stood on the stage and said calmly. Today, Su-chin has been blessed with the status of a god and has the title of human hero. To be precise, he has been promoted to the title of patron saint of mankind. These mortals were useful to him before, but now they don't have much effect. He can order all mankind to do ordinary things without having to continue consuming his contract positions. These contract positions will also consume his energy, although it is only a very small amount. Su-chin already feels that it is not necessary. Furthermore, blessed land resources are limited. There are too many people. Let go of those who are forced to make contracts, and only keep those who are willing to take the initiative to train. The scene was very quiet. No one dared to move. Your memory will not be erased. All resources obtained from the group will be regarded as the reward I gave you during this period of time. But after you get out, don't blame me for being rude to anyone who talks nonsense. The group also welcomes those who stay and are willing to serve the group. Su-chin continued. In fact, some people have begun to waver, but they don't quite dare to believe it. Su-chin was not in a hurry. He knew that he needed to stand out in this matter. Su-chin asked Bingfeng to tell his 2 former subordinates about this matter a while ago. Naturally, he also wanted them to be the leaders. Su-chin really didn't want the group to have so many people that it couldn't train, leaving only those who were loyal to the group wholeheartedly. Mr. Su, can you keep your word? At this time, there was a loud sound. Everyone looked back. Who was so brave? But when they saw that it was Tai Man who was speaking, they understood. Because this guy often openly used foreign workers to express his dissatisfaction when they had contracts before. It's natural. You can leave now, Suchin said with a chuckle. Bluebird. Let's go! Tai Man directly called Bluebird. Bluebird had the same mentality and followed Timon without hesitation. However, Bluebird still took another look at Bingfeng. After being in the group for such a long time, she still understands Bingfeng's overt and covert care of him. Team leader, come with us. Bluebird wanted to say this, but before she opened her mouth, she saw Bingfeng shaking his head at them. Bingfeng has bound the big ship of the Su group, and he will not get off the ship easily. What's there to say to that kind of person? Let's go! Tai Man noticed Bluebird's abnormality and urged him directly. Bluebird no longer hesitated and turned to leave again. Bingfeng looked at the backs of the two of them, a little dazed. Some people can't get together after all. The two of them left the Su group smoothly without any obstruction, which also made others slowly fall in love with the person taking the lead. Others followed one after another. Compared with the big ship of the Su group, many people still choose freedom. And many of these people are original practitioners. Practitioners have more inner paranoia. Many of the people who stayed behind were ordinary people. Of course, these people also became practitioners one by one in the Su group. Seize the opportunity. Today is the last chance. Everyone who is still in the Su group will have to sign a new contract tomorrow. Suchin looked at the scene and was not angry. He just said to everyone calmly, those who stay will naturally be trained with more resources. After all, the Su group still needs manpower. After saying that, Suchin stopped looking at these people. Without the pressure of Suchin watching, those who didn't dare got up and left one after another. The Su group also completed its transformation at this moment and became a person who is truly willing to serve the group. At least now the people of the Su group have free will. Chapter 504 Building a Shelter. On top of the mountain. Suchin sat on the top of the mountain, overlooking the scenery below. Bingfeng followed behind without saying anything, as if waiting for Suchin to give some kind of order. At this time, Suchin was checking the title attributes. Destiny's Summoning Order. The holder can activate the Destiny's Summoning Order to summon all players to help. This summons is different from ordinary ones. Once activated, a shocking sign of destiny will appear in the sky, just like a miracle coming to the world. God-level bonus effect. Whenever a player responds to the call of destiny, the holder will receive an additional absolute percentage of attribute bonus. If 10 million players respond to the summons, you will receive an unprecedented 1% absolute total attribute bonus. This is a symbol of destiny, making you invincible in battle. Why do you feel like you've been fooled? Suchin looked at this attribute and fell into deep thought. Suchin didn't know what Yi Fengshen's original title of human hero was, but it was definitely not like this. After I got this title, the title evolved directly on the spot, and it evolved into this. Boom! At this time, the light pillar on the horizon erupted with a loud thunderclap. Suchin knew that the seal was about to be opened. Map, Suchin said softly. Bingfeng behind him immediately took out a map. This was a map of the real world. Suchin gently used his fingers to draw circles on dozens of places on the map. You issue an announcement in the name of Dawn Guild, asking them to go to these places to take shelter first, and I will send troops to these places to protect them. Suchin shook his head, and then gave the map to Bingfeng. What is the military strength? Bingfeng was stunned for a moment, because the current Su group does not have the ability to protect so many places. In addition, Su group has recently made another major layoff. Of course, it's the Army of Darkness. Suchin smiled slightly. Mr. Su, I'm afraid those people will say some negative things. Bingfeng hesitated and said, just kick these people out of the shelters. Suchin smiled kindly, and then a list appeared in his hand. By the way, there are people on this blacklist who also refuse to enter the shelter. Now Suchin no longer needs to use the reputation card to disguise himself. The reason for protecting these people is simply because these people can provide him with a combat power bonus. As for the blacklist, they were some people he had blacklisted before. He could protect humans for a little while, but not these guys. Just as Bingfeng thought about it, he was stopped by Suchin. By the way, please compile a copy of the shelter regulations. I have built these shelters near resource points. I don't shelter them for free. Those who mine will mine. Those who farm will farm. And they will work with their hands. In short, enjoy the shelter. Of course, shelter also requires work. That's fair enough. Those who do not accept the terms do not need to enter the shelter. We adhere to a voluntary principle. Suchin smiled softly. Whether the Dark Army increases in number or upgrades, it all requires resources. Besides, If he shelters them in vain and gives them free food and drink, people will not be grateful to him. When he stops providing it one day, they will scold him. Yes, I'll get it out ASAP. Bing Feng nodded. Big news. The game is down. Players found that they could not log in to the old games. At the same time, the 8 beams of light began to behave strangely. But fortunately, there were still some small monsters of several levels that came out at the beginning. With the help of thermal weapons, people could still fight. But humanity has not yet begun to awaken. In previous lives, it was also because humans were too slow to awaken. Some masters in the game were overwhelmed by monsters before they even awakened. But at this moment, a line of big characters appeared in the sky. Destiny's summoning order. The summoning order issued by Luoqiu, the patron saint of mankind. Do you accept the summons and transport it to the target location? Whether? At this time, the network is still usable and has not been completely disconnected. The New World Forum has not been closed yet. People logged into the forum only to find that a post had been pushed to the top. The Nightbreak Guild has established a human sanctuary. You only need to agree to the summoning order of destiny, and you can be teleported to the sanctuary to follow my tutorial. The person who posted the message was Bing Feng, the vice president of the Dawn Guild. Everyone knew that this person was deeply trusted by Luoqiu, so they did not suspect it was fake. Even the shelter was established so quickly. It seemed that Luoqiu had been prepared for it. Those who doubt leader Luoqiu can refuse the teleportation and continue to stay in the city. If you can, don't go to the shelter. Are you still in the city? All teleported. The shelter is very safe. However, the number of defenders in the sanctuary is a bit short. But it is said that they are all awakened ones, and should be very powerful. Choosing leader Luoqiu was a wise choice. At the beginning of Sanctuary, no Dark Legion was stationed. After all, we want to increase the popularity of the shelter. So we select awakened ones from the Su group and let them station and defend. Anyway, the monster strength is low now. Wait until the monster strength increases before allowing the Dark Army to move in. Moreover, the regulations on shelters have not been promulgated yet. They will be promulgated after a certain number of people are reached. Anyway, the mine is within the mine, so there is no rush to start digging in the next few days. Wait until the labor force is enough and there are enough monsters outside before promulgating it. Chapter 505 The Soul Sect Takes Action. This time the Great World merged. It did not turn into a chaotic world like the previous life. Everyone entered the shelter early. There are some monsters in front of them who are in their 20s and 30s. The Su group has all awakened their gaming abilities and can deal with them easily. However, as the level of monsters increases, the awakened ones of Su group are gradually unable to withstand them. At this time, the Dark Army arrived. At first, people thought some monster had invaded the shelter, but they were calmed down after the Dawn Guild staff explained. These are reinforcements for the sanctuary. But some people still saw it. Aren't these troops the same as the men of the undead god in the Shura world? But now they rely on shelters, and dare not say so. It was around this time that the shelter enacted regulations. The food and shelter provided by the shelter are not free. Everyone needs to work to obtain points to pay for daily shelter and food. This statement immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people. But the Dawn Guild's attitude is also very firm. That is, those who are unwilling to earn points can leave the shelter. Plus, it's relatively easy to gain points by promulgating in the first place. Doing simple crafts, moving some resources, and even doing city cleaning will earn corresponding points. The matter calmed down quickly. No one was making any fuss or anything, because you can also get points by reporting comments that are detrimental to the shelter. Everyone is afraid of being stabbed in the back. This is nothing more than giving people an idea. That's what this shelter is. It's a paid shelter, not a free shelter. This makes it uncomfortable for people who are used to free services. But no matter what, people usually need to work to earn money to buy food. But now it's nothing more than working to earn points in exchange for food. People are gradually getting used to it. But everyone's attitude towards Luoqiu has also begun to take a turn for the worse. Now there are very few people in the shelter thinking about Luoqiu. Luoqiu's reputation also turned into negative reviews. Under such circumstances, 1 month has passed since the arrival of the Great World. As people began to awaken to the abilities in the game, people began to have the ability to defend themselves. In the beginning, when people were still very weak, they could only tolerate the shelter regulations. Now that everyone is capable, some people are starting to leave the shelter. Dawn Guild has no intention of stopping or making things difficult for these people who choose to leave. Moreover, Some aristocratic families and sects that originally practiced cultivation have also begun to recruit these awakened ability users. And the treatment they provide is much better than those in shelters. In fact, this is what Suchin meant. These people have already accepted the Destiny Summoning Order. As long as they still exist, the bonus will always be in effect. From the beginning, he launched a free strategy to attract more people to respond to the call of destiny. After almost everyone responded, Suchin also started to introduce a charging system. With more and more awakened people, the descending monsters no longer pose much of a threat to humans. The reason why humans were in such a mess in the previous life was because the awakening took too long and humans lost too many high-level players. Now that Suchin has established a human sanctuary, these high-level players have been preserved, and human combat power has greatly increased compared to the previous life. So it's just the original monster level, but humans can already deal with it very calmly. Now inside the shelter, most of them are ordinary people who have never played games in the first place, and they have no awakening at all. In the previous life, these people could not stop the monster army at all. But now because of Suchin's shelter, they only need to work in the shelter to have a safe environment and daily food. For these ordinary people, they are still very grateful to Luoqiu, a human hero. Although the awakened people now begin to disown Luoqiu, a human hero. To them, Luoqiu is like their patron saint. Outside world, major forces have been established one after another. Some people are at the supermaster level in the game, and their current abilities have made their status soar, becoming guests of major forces and enjoying all kinds of support and adulation. The huge increase in strength also made them expand. They were very angry when they remembered how they had been embarrassed in the shelter, and how they had been scolded by members of the Dawn Guild. His words were filled with contempt for the Dawn Guild. But at this moment, a mysterious force broke the tranquility. There was a large force that evaporated overnight. This caused concern. But then, two more forces evaporated. This made people who already felt stable became alert and started to gather together. As they huddled together, they realized that the other party was a group of extremely powerful men in black robes. Even advanced players who have awakened their abilities are no match for them. Just at this time, Destiny's Summoning Order, the summoning order issued by Luoqiu, the patron saint of mankind. Do you accept the summons and transport it to the target location? Whether? At the critical moment, Suchin still did not give up on these people for the sake of his own bonus and the labor force of the shelter. At this time, they no longer cared about their usual comments about the Dawn Guild, and quickly agreed. Wait until you get back to the shelter. Suchin came forward in person. He also knew the ways of these people. This time, I will save you once regardless of past grudges, and give you two choices. Sign a contract to become a shelter laborer, or, alternatively, leave the shelter. Suchin did not tolerate these pickpocketing people. Many people were unhappy. But thinking about the world outside the shelter, those men in black robes still chose to sign. There are only a handful of people who don't want to be trapped in the shelter, or a few men in black robes who rely on their own strength to not be afraid of a single person still choose to leave and become lone rangers. For these people, Suchin did not stop them. In the final analysis, most people's bonuses for him are enough. And these few conceited people really can't do anything to help him. They still don't understand the gap between them and their opponents. Those men in black robes are just a bunch of puppets. The truly powerful people haven't taken action yet. Chapter 506, a new game begins. Final chapter. But even if the people behind the scenes haven't taken action personally, the outside world is already in dire straits. Not only the men in black robes, but also a large number of dark monsters. Due to the existence of the variable Suchin, the time for the battle was earlier than before. Those lone rangers also had to join the shelter again. Outside the shelter, night fell, and a gloomy darkness fell over the sanctuary. Around the shelter, the Dark Legion's position is like a huge black shadow, with dense skeleton soldiers standing upright, holding rusty weapons in their hands, and blue firelight flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, a low horn sounded, and the Dark Legion quickly entered a fighting state. The skeleton soldiers marched in uniform steps, charging forward like a tide. At the same time, dark monsters also appear like nightmares. They are huge, covered in scales, with exposed fangs and an evil light shining in their eyes. They roared and rushed towards the Dark Legion, wanting to completely destroy the guardians of this land. Two forces of darkness collided fiercely on the battlefield. The skeleton soldiers waved their weapons and fought to the death with the monsters. Although they are numerous, facing powerful monsters. Every collision makes them feel tremendous pressure. However, they did not know how to retreat at all, but charged more firmly. The battlefield was littered with scattered weapons and broken armor. Some skeletons fall in battle, but their comrades quickly pick up the slack and continue fighting the enemy. The humans in the shelter also saw the battle scene. If such a powerful dark monster really wants us to go out, who can withstand it? Seeing the scenes of these skeleton soldiers fighting, I suddenly felt that it was better to mine as usual. At least not safely. Did we blame Luo Qiu wrongly? The staff said that supplementing them all requires resources. In fact, Luo Qiu has used the resources we produced to protect us. Look! Those dark monsters are starting to be beaten back. It's true. I have to go back to doing crafts to earn points. I don't want to be kicked out of the shelter. Work hard. Compared with fighting these monsters, farming is safer. Seeing the Dark Legion repelling the enemy again, everyone was talking a lot. As the number of such visits increases, the sanctuary is now a thriving scene. After understanding that the production resources are all for the investment of the guards, everyone works hard. After all, compared to fighting those terrifying monsters, mining, farming and crafting are simply entertainment sports. Now everyone is used to earning points to live in shelters and exchange for food resources. Someone even obtained a strange crystal while mining. After that person turned it in, he received a large number of points as a reward personally issued by Su Chen. After learning that the apartment was currently on sale, the person used the points to purchase a personal apartment. Daytonpu, where ordinary people live, is considered a luxury house compared to a single apartment. Moreover, Su Chen also announced that special props and rare minerals can be exchanged for more points. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately aroused a nationwide treasure hunting frenzy. Shelter points are now hard currency. Su Group Building. On the table, a black crystal was placed on it, but it was suspended, and its appearance even dimmed the light in the room. Sheng, you said this is the entrance to boundless darkness? Su Chen looked at the Holy Lord and asked. When the Holy Lord saw this crystal that day, he covered his head, as if he remembered something. Then it was said that this was the entrance to boundless darkness. I don't know. It was like I remembered something at the time, but then forgot about it. The Holy Master held his forehead and looked at the crystal and said, but I checked the ancient books afterwards, and it seems that this thing is indeed related to the boundless darkness. Such a coincidence? He just asked the demon to look for it. But the entrance to the boundless darkness actually came to his door? I plan to go to the boundless darkness. Sheng, can you resist it? Su Chen looked at the Holy Master, and then at Yuji next to him. My injury has almost recovered. And Yuji has also undergone baptism, and her strength has transformed. Combined with your army, if you just resist, you should be able to do it. After thinking for a moment, the Holy Master answered Su Chen. Mr. Su, did you go to the boundless darkness to improve your strength? Yuji asked from the side. To be honest, the Soul Master hid his true strength, and I was a little unsure about joining forces with Qing Jian. Su Chen also expressed his worries. Even though the title of the human hero was upgraded to the patron saint, which protected as many humans as possible and received bonuses, he felt that he was still stronger than the Holy Lord now. But there is a limit to how strong it can be. The Holy Lord couldn't beat the two of them, and he might not be safe either. Boundless darkness is a shortcut he thought could quickly improve his strength. After hearing this, Yuji looked a little worried. If the other party took advantage of the time when Su Chen went to the boundless darkness to raid the shelter, these humans would be in danger. They were no match at all. At this moment, Yuji felt her hand being grabbed. Su Chen picked up a jade bracelet and put it on Yuji. I have injected a bit of essence into this jade bracelet. If the other party comes to attack, you can notify me through this. Su Chen said seriously to Yuji. I get it. Yuji blushed slightly and said, I'll leave the shelter to you during this time. And I'll leave Sil and the others at your disposal. Su Chen said to the Holy Lord. Good. The Holy Lord did not have many words, but a good word was enough weight. Su Chen rearranged the affairs of the shelter and asked Yao Dao to return to the shelter. After all, the entrance to the boundless darkness has been found, and there is no need to go out to search for the demon path. Returning to guard the home will have more combat power. Endless darkness. When Su Chen opened the entrance and stepped into the boundless darkness, it seemed as if the whole world had been swallowed up. There is nothing here. Su Chen directly scanned the world with his spiritual consciousness and found that the world seemed to have no boundaries and was very empty. Su Chen could only find one direction and kept flying. However, I didn't find anything unusual while flying like this. At this moment, Su Chen realized something. Divine fire. Su Chen lit the sacred fire. At this moment, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The black bodies that were originally hidden in the darkness actually attacked him directly, and their number increased from a few at the beginning to dozens and hundreds. Of course, these attacks can't hurt him, but they are very annoying. Su Chen quickly put away the divine fire. Silence returned to the surroundings again, and the black bodies that attacked him seemed to have disappeared. After a while, there seemed to be a faint sound in the distance. Su Chen released his consciousness and listened to these sounds. These sounds are full of mystery and temptation. They are like ancient spells or calls from the abyss. Release us, and we will serve you. These sounds are very strange. But Su Chen is strangely able to understand the meaning of these sounds. Who are you? Su Chen shouted loudly. Release us, and we will serve you. But those voices only repeated one sentence. Are these sounds manipulated? Su Chen immediately realized that these repeated sounds were not intelligent entities. But the guy who controls these voices should be intelligent. Just at this time, a huge figure floated over. The figure looked like a giant beast. But there was no such beast in either the New World or the real world. Are you their leader? Su Chen looked directly at the other party. No. You are? The giant beast spoke the same strange but understandable language. Are you the skeleton rebels who were expelled? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Yes. Let us out now, and we will serve you. The giant beast did not speak, but still made a sound. Then how can I let you out? Su Chen asked. You only need to instill the power of the twisted law into the seal. The giant beast patiently taught Su Chen. Holy city. Now this place has been occupied by the Soul sect. According to the spies I installed at the shelter, the thief named Luo Qiu has not shown up for 2 days. Today is the perfect time to bust out the shelter. Qing Jian was very excited. Jia. Indeed. Today is the best time for the shelter to be shattered. At the same time, it is also the best time to catch Sheng Xiao. He smiled coldly. Let's go. You and I muster our forces and attack the shelter. Qing Jian walked ahead excitedly, preparing to dispatch troops. Boom! At this time, Qing Jian was suddenly blown away by a palm from behind. Qing Jian had no defense at all against this palm, and was temporarily deprived of his fighting power by this palm attack. You? Qing Jian looked at the Soul Master in disbelief. Jia. Today is also the best time for me to recycle energy. And I walked towards Qing Jian with a cold smile. The space around the Soul Master became distorted, and black energy surrounded Qing Jian. Is this the law of distortion? How could Qing Jian not know what this was? His power comes from the law of distortion. I am twisting the origin of the law. Do you understand now? Your obtaining this power is just part of my plan. Now that you are useless, I want to get my power back. And I told Qing Jian the truth, as if he didn't mind. Qing Jian seemed to have figured out a lot of things for a while. Originally he had many questions, but now those questions have been answered. The Holy Lord is no match for you at all. So the person you have to deal with is Luo Qiu from the beginning to the end? Qing Jian looked at an eye and asked unwillingly, why didn't you wait until I fought with him before taking action? Luo Qiu? Are you talking about Su Chen? Actually, it would be more appropriate to call him Zhu. To be precise, he is only the 100th reincarnation of the human ancestor. The 99th reincarnation of the human ancestor was stained by the twisted law. Speaking of which, you are indispensable. Thinking of this incident, I looked very happy. You haven't answered me yet. Why don't you wait until I fight him before you take action? Qing Jian looked straight at an eye. Do you still want to fight him? He is now rescuing my true form in the boundless darkness. This is also due to you. You don't think that your power is really enough to seal the boundless darkness. If you want to truly unseal the boundless darkness, you must use the way of the ancestors to fuse the twisted laws. And I fell into laughter. When Qing Jian heard this, he clenched his fists. It turns out that all this was part of the other party's plan. It was a game to get those skeleton soldiers. And it was also a game to let me tell him about the boundless dark rebels during the seal last time. That's it. Qing Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He boasts that he can fight the entire divine world and lead and conquer all worlds. In the end, it was just a chess piece in the old man's hands. Okay, I'm going to get my stuff back. And I felt that he had had enough fun. And his expression turned serious. The entire holy city suddenly fell into darkness. In boundless darkness. My lord. What does this mean? The dark beast asked as he looked at the tip of the sword in front of him. Don't you think this is all a coincidence? Su Chen looked at the giant beast in front of him with a smile. My lord, why can't I understand what you are saying? The beast answered as he raised his paws. Now I need to go to the boundless darkness to solve the problem. By coincidence, the entrance to the boundless darkness that I couldn't find with so much effort before suddenly came to my door. Su Chen held the divine sword in his hand and looked at the giant beast and asked, This is just a coincidence. It can't mean anything. My lord's previous summons all came from the same clan of boundless darkness. The giant beast raised its paws, sweating slightly. You say that I am the master of your destiny. But just now I just lit the light. Why are you besieging me? Su Chen looked at the giant beast indifferently. Those are low-level creatures without intelligence. Why should my lord care about them? The giant beast replied quickly. It is this point that makes me question. Shouldn't non-intelligent creatures follow their instincts more? Su Chen looked directly at the giant beast and asked. This time, faced with Su Chen's question, the giant beast did not answer immediately. Or are they instinctively not afraid of me? Su Chen's eyes became sharper. And let me instill power into this chaos stone lock. But it is getting stronger and stronger. Or the stone lock is just an illusion. You asked me to instill strength and nourish it. Am I right? Su Chen sneered. Then he switched from the method of instilling energy to the method of attack to face the chaos stone lock. The giant beast actually used its body to block his attack. It seems I was right. Su Chen looked at the giant beast with a sneer. Humph. You have to do it if you don't want to come here today. The giant beast finished speaking. Suddenly countless black bodies emerged from the darkness. The giant beast doesn't pretend anymore. A battle broke out between the two sides instantly. These black bodies seem to be endless. Although the attack is relatively weak, the problem is in quantity. It seems that we have to find a way to destroy the stone lock. Su Chen glanced in the direction of Shisuo. 2 days later, one shelter after another was breached. Faced with a large-scale attack by the Soul Sect, the Holy Lord and Sierra discussed that it would be better to wait for Su Chen to come back before fighting. It's too difficult to defend so many shelters. Fortunately, transfer points were established between various shelters. The shelters fell one after another, but the number of humans was preserved. The character of the Holy Lord will not give up on these humans. And the order that Sil received before was also to protect these humans. Human beings gave in again and again, while the Soul Sect kept pushing further and further. To be precise, there are no human beings in the Soul Sect now. And there are more puppets in black robes. This is already the last shelter of the Su group. Humanity has reached a point of no return. Outside the shelter, the Soul Sect is already overwhelmed by a large army. Soul Master and I Gung personally went to the battlefield, standing in the void and arrogantly looking at everything. Yuji, have you still not contacted Mr. Su? The Holy Lord looked at Yuji and said. Yuji contacted Su Chen through the bracelet at the beginning, but there was no response from Su Chen. No. Yuji shook her head. Holy Lord, only the Soul Master can hold the battle. Can we fight? The demon looked at the Holy Lord and asked him. He is no longer who he was before. Not even who he was when he took away the holy city. He is now very powerful. Several times stronger than me. The Holy Lord shook his head and said helplessly. After hearing this, the conference room fell into silence. Whether it's Sierra or Demon Dao, as the top combat power of the Su group, they consider themselves no match for the Holy Lord. But now the Holy Master has said that the other party is several times stronger than him. How to fight this? Even if Mr. Su returns, he will still be no match. The opponent is attacking. At this time, Seer, who is in charge of forward operations, said, Come on. The Su group has no retreat. Yao Dao picked up the Dao sword and stood up. Then let me meet my old friends again. The Holy Lord also stood up. I am coming too. Yuji also followed suit. No. Yuji. Just keep calling Mr. Su here. The Holy Lord said seriously to Yuji. But, Yuji said hesitantly, there's nothing wrong with it. Su is humanity's last trump card. And the only way to make a comeback is through him. The Holy Lord looked serious and said to Yuji. Alright. Yuji also knows that having more than her on this battlefield will have no impact. On the battlefield. Jia. Sheng Xiao. Are you going to fight me with just these few soldiers and crabs? And I smiled arrogantly. Yao Dao. Sierra and others were a little angry. But the opponent was too strong. And it was not an exaggeration to say that they were weak soldiers and crab generals. Who are you, and why have you hidden your strength for so long? The Holy Lord asked, and I? Jia. Sheng Xiao. Your way of delaying time is too vulgar. But it doesn't matter if you delay. You just want the guy to change the situation of the battle. He should be in the boundless darkness now. Right? And I saw through the opponent's delaying tactics. But he didn't care at all. The matter of Suchin going to the boundless darkness is a top secret. The only people who knew about it at that time were the Holy Lord and the Holy Lady. Although Yao Dao didn't tell him directly, he could probably guess it based on what Suchin asked him to do before. Even still, Bing Feng and others don't know about the others. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master and the Demon Dao were both stunned. He should be helping me nourish my real body now. And then break through the seal. Jia. And I felt that the overall situation had been decided. And he had endured it for countless years. And I now seemed a bit talkative. Okay. I've told you so much. Is it enough? After I said this, he took action directly. Boom. Seal flew out first. This blow directly caused Seal to temporarily lose his fighting ability. You take action under my cover. The Holy Lord shouted loudly. In the field, he was the only one who could play a few tricks within I Go. But it's really just a few tricks. After just a few moves, several people were knocked to the ground. And I is like a cat playing with a mouse. But he hasn't used his full strength yet. The humans in the shelter also felt helpless after seeing this battle situation. The strength gap between the two sides is too crushing. Is that all there is? The Holy Lord was a little unwilling. He looked down at everyone from a high position. Okay. Enough fun. And I put away his previous smile. At the same time, prepare to take action. A pressure appeared in the sky above the shelter. It was obvious that this was a large-scale attack. The Holy Lord has entered some kind of extraordinary state, and is burning his divine power in preparation to resist this move. But it only blocked this move. Xiaosheng, please step back first. At this moment, a soft voice came, and stopped the Holy Lord's divine power from burning. At the same time, Ni's large-scale attack was invisibly resolved and turned into fragments. You? How did it come out? And I looked at the person in front of him, and said in disbelief. There was cheering in the shelter. It's Luo Qiu. It's Luo Qiu who's back. Leader Luo Qiu. We were wrong. Luo Qiu is worthy of the title of patron saint of mankind. Suchin. Suchin is back. You call him Xiaosheng. Are you awake? At this time. And I suddenly remembered this matter. Yes. Long time no see. It's been very hard for me to find you in all my reincarnations. Suchin looked at it and smiled. How did you wake up? And I asked in disbelief. You actually hid your true body in the stone lock. I naturally woke up when I saw your true body. Suchin said with a smile. Those useless pieces of trash. And I said bitterly. Want to have a head-on battle? Suchin looked at it and asked with a smile. You are as pure as Sheng. My disguised identity could not defeat him. And he kept letting me fight him. I can't beat you. Why should I fight you? And I sneered and said. Then turned into a twisted mass and prepared to escape. The reason why human ancestor wanted to reincarnate for hundreds of lives to find him was because he was a twisted law, and it was difficult to catch him. As long as he does not fight head-on. Even if he is a peak human ancestor. As long as he firmly wants to escape. It will only allow him to recuperate for tens of thousands of years. Do you know the purpose of reincarnation for hundreds of lives? Suchin was not in a hurry, and said softly to Anai. But at this time, Anai didn't care at all. He just ran away first. Suchin did not chase, but turned to look at the shelter. I, Luoqiu, bear the heavy responsibility of protecting mankind. And now I solemnly issue the summons of destiny in the name of the patron saint of mankind. Warriors, please respond to my sacred call. Selflessly bestow your power on us. Ignite the fire of hope together. Join hands to eliminate the darkness shrouding the earth. And let the song of peace fill the world again. Suchin read loudly to the humans in the shelter. Everyone in the shelter has received this destiny summons. I believe you. I, Zhang Xiu. Accept it. I, Wang Datian. Accept it. I accept it. More and more people are accepting it. Including some familiar faces. I, Yai Fengchen. Accept it. I accept it. I totally accept it. I accept it empty-handedly. I absolutely accept it. I Bluebird accepts. My handsome boy accepts it. I accept it with all my heart. I accept it. I accept it. Luoqiu. I really didn't misjudge you all along. I, Luijian. Accept it. I, Bai Shuyuan. Accept it. I, Xiaoxiangyu. Accept it. I, Fu Hailong. Accept it. I, Feng Qianhuan. Accept it. I accepted Thunderstorm. I'll accept it. I accept it. The story is almost over. Can you let me see the mermaid again? I accept it coolly. Sledgehammer, this is a critical moment for mankind. Can you be more serious? I think you accept it. You two are so awesome. But meeting you two is the happiest thing for me. More and more people responded, forming a force. God-level bonus effect. Whenever a player responds to the call of destiny, the holder will receive an additional absolute percentage of attribute bonus. If 10 million players respond to the summons, you will receive an unprecedented 1% absolute total attribute bonus. This is a symbol of destiny, making you invincible in battle. Among them, the absolute percentage attributes are directly added to Su Chen's total strength. In other words, this is the power of faith for all mankind. What if this blow was above the peak? Su Chen said softly while looking in the direction of his escape. A spear condensed in Su Chen's hand. The bonus of the summoning order of the day reached the maximum value, and Su Chen threw the spear. At this time, he had already run far away. Tens of thousands of years later. Human ancestors, he said with hatred. At this moment, a spear locked onto him. He wanted to dodge, but found that there was no room to dodge. How so? And I couldn't believe it. As the body of the twisted law, how could there be attacks that he could not avoid? Boom! The spear passed by and slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. He looked in the direction of the shelter and thought, human ancestor, you are farther ahead than me. But you still haven't been reckoned with. 1 year later, after a year of reorganization, both the humans in the original world and the aboriginal people in the new world have divided their respective areas. The Great Age has become a prosperous age. The world has once again entered the rhythm of peaceful development. After Su Chen put the world in order, he felt a little bored as the leader of the world. As a result, Su Group developed a 100% realistic game. This shocked all the residents of the world, fearing that some game world would come to them again. This is really just a game. Don't be afraid. Feel free to play. After Su Chen repeatedly promised that this was really a game and not the real world, people were reassured. Brother, are you trying to catch someone else in this game? Sheng looked at Su Chen and asked. In fact, Sheng was originally Renzu's adopted brother, but now that he had recovered his memory, he remembered that the developer of the game, New World, was Su Chen himself. Why do you doubt Big Brother? Does Big Brother look like that kind of person? Su Chen said dissatisfied, but Sheng didn't speak, and just nodded obediently. Su Chen was just about to teach Sheng a lesson when he heard a knock on the door. What came in was the demon path. Under the guidance of Su Chen, the current demon Dao finally understood the complete wordless heavenly book, and is now the second in command of the Su group in terms of strength and status. Of course, being good at talking is also a bonus for Yao Dao to become the second in command of the Su group. Mr. Su, God Realm said that they want to add an expansion pack to let players help them clean up a place where demons gather. Yao Dao took out a document and said respectfully to Su Chen, Climb. I told you this is really just a game. Why don't you believe it? Su Chen picked up the folder and threw it on the ground. Soon, the game, Infinite Realm, developed by Su Group, has officially launched open beta. I must get those copy records this time. Looking at the game cabin with a cold tone, he said with full fighting spirit. Hee. I wonder if there are mermaids in the Infinite Realm. Sledgehammer chuckled. Everyone is full of fighting spirit, which is great. Feng Yu looked at the two of them with a narrowed smile. At the same time, the guild bosses of many previous games have once again ignited their ambitions and are ready to do something big in Infinite Realm. And even the original natives of the New World have purchased game cabins to play this game. They later found out that they had been treated as NPCs all along. Now they also want to be players and see what the NPCs in Infinite Realm are like. Su Group. Su Chen has already summoned a large group of people who are all here to play games. Among them were employees of the Su Group, as well as familiar faces from previous games, including Big Pi Function and others. It looks like the open beta time has arrived. Sign up. Su Chen ordered loudly. Yes, Mr. Su. Both the employees of the Su Group and Su Chen's friends all responded in unison with a smile. As the game started, the noise in the Su Group building gradually became smaller, leaving only a faint echo. At this time, the sunlight just passed through the glass windows of the building and fell on the smooth ground, reflecting a flickering light that spread all over the ground.